bunch of fucking
That's how you
Reddit
know if you're in
followers.
scam territory. When people are asking for Monero over Bitcoin, you're in deep. Okay, let's see.
And
Yeah,
I think they're going to the blockchain. Like probably this Monero is going to be like a token as well.
Well, I guess I'll start talking about Strongblock, guys. I guess Juju doesn't want to show up today, but if you didn't see it, if you're not in my Discord, we propose Strongblock as one of the investments for the Solon DAO because it passively makes you 0.1 strong every 30 hours. And basically, if you know anything about nodes, it's like an Ethereum node service, except in order to create a node normally for Ethereum and make money doing that, you need to stake at least 32 ETH to create one, which is, I don't know, like $120,000, a little more, 150K. So
right
the average
now.
person, obviously.
Tell me what it is in next year.
Oh my God. Can you imagine, Ego? And well, God only knows what a year from now is going to look like, but 5 years from now,
It's also the idea that like the only way you can really stay decentralized with a staking mechanism is if we have pool staking. But the issue with pool staking is there's no set way to do it yet on Ethereum 2.0. So they were having issues with literally tons and tons of Ethereum getting stolen because they were essentially just sending someone the Ethereum, getting a token to represent the Ethereum you gave them. So, you can pull it back out, and then those people just going offline. What we call rug pull, but that's just a euphemism for fraud.
I can't believe that sucks. I can imagine a lot of people probably fell for that shit, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I mean, obviously no one can pay 32 ETH. Well, you're not paying, you're just staking it to start a node. And that's why Strong is really cool and Strongblock nodes.
Do you need like an actual physical node to be able to stake ETH?
No, you can stake ETH and get it's like locked in staking for ETH 2.0. I think you get like 4% or something like that, whatever it is. But that's nothing. Like you want to be making a passive income in ETH every day, right? You want to be getting a paycheck, a daily paycheck in Ethereum. So that's where Strong comes in, right? Because Strong, they give you 0.1 Strong token every 30 hours, and Strong is backed by these Ethereum nodes. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, what's up, CJ? How's it going? Yeah, I have some ETH staked. I think it's 4.5%.
Yeah, I was going to ask because I see a lot of people do the NFTs and stuff, and my first thought is if I ever had quite that much ETH, you'd just stake it and sit back, right? But I see that's not a very common option.
Well, no, because people know if I just throw this in like some yield pools or like provide liquidity for this low risk pair, like I don't know, like something that correlates well with Ethereum, you'll make a lot more than 4.5%, and it's not much riskier. But that's why nodes are really cool, right? Because it's just as riskier as just staking your ETH and getting that 4.5%, but instead you get 1% back every 30 hours, right? Like Corpy actually made a calculator. Let me pull this up. But I think you make your initial, like the total stake liquidity back within 100 days. And when you stake, you don't even lose anything.
So it's fast acting, compound yielding, kind of how Ohm works. But Ohm works on the game theory aspect as well.
Yeah, but except this is it. You can personally compound it, but this is backed by the Ethereum blockchain, right? This isn't. Ohm is backed by bonds. Right? People have to produce.
But what I'm saying
people have to purchase.
It's like Ohm with the fact that since it has compounding percentages, it would be able to, in theory, provide a much higher APR. Because if you take 2% per day for a year, that's like 7,000%.
Correct. And that's why I wanted to get Mr. Jew and Wealth in here, because Jew, I think, has over 100 of these nodes.
Yo.
Over 100 Strongblock nodes. What's up? Yo, how's it going, NFC Collector?
What up, brother? I'm in the army as well, the node army.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Do you have Strongblock nodes?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Have you been compounding?
Yeah, actually I have, yeah. Yep, that's I mean, it depends. So it was up. If you got in like, and sorry, I didn't mean if someone else was going to talk, I could go ahead and let them speak.
No, keep going.
Okay. Yeah, no. So a lot of people got in when they were around like 250. So you're essentially, in order to get a node, you have to have 10. So that'd be $2,500, and then you have to pay $15 per node, essentially. So you have a monthly service kind of running fee that you do have to pay, and then obviously when you claim. If you want to export it to your wallet, you also got to remember you're going to pay gas as well. But yeah, if essentially it takes 10 days or 100 days, I'm sorry, to get enough to get a new one, and then you could keep doing that. So then once you get 10 of them, essentially, then you're making one strong each day. And it depending on the money that obviously it's worth is what you could essentially cash out in. So if let's say you want to make whatever 20K a month, uh, then you would get up to however many nodes at that time, you think it's going to be at, or where the price is going to steady at, which it's been staying around like the 600 mark, give or take a little bit. It was up to 1200 several weeks ago, but then it dropped back down now to 6. So no, it's pretty dope for sure. And then if you keep compounding until you get your target number to what you want to be making per month. So it's not a guarantee. Oh yeah, am I back?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so nothing's guaranteed, obviously, and this isn't financial advice. But yeah, so no, it's pretty dope. I got to say, I know people that have quite a few, and they're making bank, dude.
Oh yeah, Jew and Wealth, I think, are making over a node a day. Like,
yeah, more than that. And then so they did have NFTs as well, that you could buy, but they were quite expensive. I didn't. The funny thing is, I got all pissed because I'm like, shit, I missed it. I was literally trying to transfer money.
have you seen them on OpenSea? They're like 10 times the price.
Yeah. But see, the thing that you don't realize, and that I didn't realize too, is that it said like the gold was 3.5 ETH, but what you didn't notice on there, or most people didn't, I didn't at least, it says 3.5 plus 75 strong, which comes out at that time when I was looking at it, it would have been 50 Gs to get a gold NFT.
Jesus Christ.
Do you guys think that this is like sustainable?
Yeah,
because it's backed by nodes, right? So Strongblock, like the entire thing is just to essentially like fractionalize nodes and provide incentive for people to create nodes in the first place. Because when you normally create a node with your 32 ETH, you're really not making a lot of money. They're basically creating a platform to pay people to decentralize the blockchain, and then their cryptocurrency is backed by all these nodes and by all the extra money they make in every time someone purchases one of these nodes for their 10 strong. A certain percent goes to liquidity, a certain percent goes to the strong treasury, and then they make the extra ETH from their nodes also. So not only are they backed by all these nodes, but they're backed by a giant treasury just piled with a shit ton of Ethereum.
Yeah, and you could go into their it's the AMA, which is pretty much Ask Me Anything, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you can go on there and ask any questions that you want, and it'll go through different questions that people have asked about it. So if you go on their Discord and you go to that AMA, then it answers quite a few questions also, like what they're planning to do, and then how their payout's going to go, and what projects are they working on, and who are they're talking to, and that type of thing.
I broke out the Strongblock calculator, and if you do one node, if you start with one node and you're compounding, you can get to 200 nodes in 662 days.
Yeah.
You can get to $20,000 in 340 days.
Dude, and what you have to think is too, okay, I mean, let's say shit goes to $200. Even if you have 10 nodes or some shit, I mean, you're still making a shitload of money every month, even if the shit went down to $200,
Oh, yeah.
per thing. So, I mean, it's it's pretty much where else can you get it like almost a 10% return daily on your investment? I mean, there's nothing.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Lucky to get 10% annually.
This is
Yeah, go for it.
This is that question that so what about taxes, right? Like, is there like, because I know like if you do FTX.us or Binance or whatever, like there's the tax man cometh. So are they with the nodes and all this, is that like too far ahead as far as like the tax laws? Are they even like remotely able to track that, or or is that just something that's sort of in this gray area where nobody's really sure what's going on?
That's up to how you manage everything and where you link your wallets, if it's trackable or not at some point in the future. If they're going to crack down on people paying their taxes on notes today, I doubt it, but it's up to you as an individual if you want to pay taxes for them now.
Yeah, that's I know that they'll try as soon as they can. I don't think they're up to that yet, though.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll forget about certain things that happened. Don't get me wrong, but obviously, for them to figure something out, they would have to do an audit. Yeah. So it's completely up to you. It's how you store everything, how you route all your wallets, where everything comes from. That is 100% up to you, and I can't comment on that.
Yeah, so the other thing is so I mean, I guess I'll just listen to the audio. I don't want to keep asking y'all. Just
no. What's your question?
So so it sounded like you needed $2,500 to start out for the.
Oh no! Right now you need let's see.
Oh, more than
so the
25?
Price of that token has gone up in value. The Strong token right now it's $690. So you need 10 to create a node, which is $6,900. So if you spend $6,900 every 30 hours from here on out for the rest of the time, you get 0.1 Strong in rewards every 30 hours. And 0.1 Strong is $69 a day right now, or every 30 hours. And as the strong token increases in value with demand, the more people that want to buy nodes, the more people will purchase Strong token, and then they'll exchange that for nodes. Some of it goes back to Liquidity, the rest goes to the Strong treasury.
Oh, so to get in on the Strong, it costs $6,900 currently to get.
Correct. Currently, okay. At its all-time high, which was on October 28th, about a little over 2 weeks ago, it was $12,000 to get one node.
Good heavens! Okay, that's out of my range, but soon enough, I suppose. But it's good.
Yeah, I mean, another thing I'm trying to do is I'm part of my platform, but I'm waiting on my audit. Is we're gonna have fractional node ownership, so you'll be able to own part of a node with like 0.001 ETH instead of needing 12K or 6.5K or even 2K. You get to decide exactly how much you want to put in. You could do as little as $10, and we have node services on Polygon too. So the fees, you basically don't have fees.
Yeah, yo, what up, Jesus?
How's it going?
Chilling, man. I'm an owner of Solana with my homie Mike. Love the.
I think you got rugged, dude, but thank you very much. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, man. Great project, and
thank you.
Just like looking into the whole passive income wave, I find it like so crazy and like super risky, but great money to be made, especially with some of these new ones. And I joined because one of my homies has, I think, like 2 or 3 nodes, and got in right at the start. I didn't really follow it too much. I'm an investor in Ohm and actually Kilma on the Polygon network.
Yep.
So it's a little bit less fees to unstake, super risky. But I just got into, I think it's Klima, or I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but when I was looking at the graph at one point, it was like 3,000, 3,500, similar to how nodes were almost 12K for one node. And now it's dropped all the way down to, I think like, half the price, if that, for the Klima. So I feel like the node point, like to your, like, since it's dropped so much, it's not a safe investment, but you're getting in at a decent point.
Yeah,
And
you're
it's
getting
backed
it
by
at a
the Ethereum
50%
network.
discount from the all-time high, and you get a return on your investment every day, right? It's not like it's nothing that's locked up or anything like that. You literally get paid out every day. You can claim it whenever you want. It's as simple as a transfer.
And do you know what the I guess essentially the APY would come out? Like I know Ohm is like, it fluctuates, but mainly around 8,000 APY per year. And like some of the other newer ones, like I know Klima's like 40,000 APY, just because it's like so new and early. But do you know what the node's APY would equal per year? Did you say it was like 4?
So one node will get you $22,892.80. Oh wait, sorry. I made a mistake. One node will get you $23,093 a year at the current prices. So that's assuming the price of Strong stays the same, 50% down from its all-time high. But it goes up with the price of Ethereum, right? So for me personally, my opinion, not financial advice, I think ETH is going to be much higher at some point within the next year. So that also means strong will. So as the price of the Strongblock token increases, you get 0.1 every 30 hours no matter what. Your return on investment happens much faster. So assuming the price of the Strongblock token does not change, one node will get you $23,000 in a year and will cost $6,900. So that's about 300% or 200% return.
Okay. Wow. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I believe in Ethereum all the way. So like the nodes are very attractive to me. It's just all about when you get into like the ohms and the projects like these, you really got to be careful about your entry point because the APY is so attractive, but hey, that token drops by 50%. Those guys that bought nodes at 12K, they're stressing. They're holding a little longer now.
Yep, and nodes are something we're always going to have, obviously, and the demand for nodes is only going to increase as the blockchain sees more and more traffic and development. So it's a lot more sustainable, and also a yield of 200% a year makes a lot more sense than 8,000 or 80,000, whatever the fuck Ohm is.
Yeah,
but I mean, the second bonds stop being popular, or they don't yield a lower cost than the price of the Ohm token, then that APY is going to come way down, and then obviously people will start selling Ohm token.
Yep, I completely agree, man. So it seems like my boy got in like kind of at a good time because I know when he was mentioning it to me, he was like, the node per price of node, it was going to be around 7,000. You need a 10 strong to get one node. So I guess it's kind of seems like it's not steady, but it's kind of holding off around 600 and strong.
Yeah, I actually just got my first Strongblock node. I didn't even know about it for the longest time. Obviously, I knew about nodes, but not Strongblock specifically. And I found out because of Wealth and Jew. And Jew's been doing this since I think Strong was like $20 a token or something crazy. So he gets like a node a day in return, like a node a day in value. And that's mainly because the price of Strong has gone up and he's been compounding the entire time. So if you believe the price of Strong token will go up, it makes the most amount of sense to compound. Because obviously you're going to be generating a lot more Strong a day. If you think it won't, then it doesn't make sense to compound. And essentially do you think the price of ETH will go up or down? DBL, what's up?
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? GM.
Good, how are you?
Good, man. Good. Just waiting to punch out of work. The ugly 9 to 5. But you can bet on me for the noob questions all the time. So as far as if one were to go in and get a node, what basics of what equipment would you need it? Would you be needing? Could you run this off your phone? Do you need a PC? Do you need a PC just to run your node?
That's a great question. And Lay, I can hear you, by the way.
Awesome, man. Hey, how's it going, guys? I just have a quick question. I'm a beginner at nodes.
One second, man.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good. DBL just asked a question. Your mic's echoing, so I'm going to mute it real quick, but I'll get right back to you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So as far as what you need for the node, you can do it anywhere. You just need your wallet to interact with it. It's it's backed by these Ethereum nodes, so it's hosted by them. What you're really interacting with is a smart contract. So all you have to do is go onto UniSwap, swap your Ethereum for 10 strong, then you go to Strongblock's website and it's like almost like staking, like that equivalence of easy, and you just put up your strong, you get your node, and you just have to pay $15 worth of ETH a month in fees, and you can prepay for up to 3 months.
Dope, man. That completely answers my question. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you. What's up, man? Lay tough goat.
Hey, man, you literally just answered my question, too.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. But just to follow
We learn
up,
together, bro.
yeah, man, this is so interesting. I didn't even know this was going on. I've heard of nodes before, but like I'm still learning as the day goes by. And yeah, man, I just want to say thanks, guys, for putting me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Yo, Shroom, what's up? Can you hear me, Shroom?
Yo, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Hey, CJ.
Yo, I see your Draka.
Nah, yeah, I'm changing it right now.
Yo,
I'm not. I'm still waiting to see what happens with that, dude.
Yeah, honestly, I feel bad for the
Extremely
guys.
pissed off.
The art was cool. There's only 999 in circulation, but their dev just rugged the shit out of them. Which is, I mean, they owned up to it though. Like they're very like all over Twitter. Like this is our fault. We fucked up. Blah 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 blah. Which I respect.
Yeah, and I gotta DM the team too, but I have to work on shit first. But what kind of nodes you guys talking about? Just like in
Strongblock.
general? Oh, y'all are still talking about strong?
Yeah. Yo,
that's what's up.
I gotta get Corpy in here because he was telling me about some new node provider that's gonna come out soon. So that means the tokens are on the low price wise. What's up?
Right, that's why. Yeah, I'm priced out of strong right now.
Yeah.
Like I can't just pay like 5K or whatever it is to get a node. But if Corpy's got a new one, bro.
I know. So apparently they don't let you buy the nodes yet, but you can get the token now. So I'm like, okay, get the token now, because once the nodes come out, obviously the token's going to go up in value, and it's still the same number of the token to cash out for a node.
Right. Yep. Fuck, I'm gonna have to hit Corpy.
I know. NYC NFTs, what's up?
Hey, what's up, bro? So, being in New York, you're not really allowed to buy any cool cryptocurrencies. So, how do you think the best way about trying to get some of these strong tokens, if I want to try to start, averaging in to try to get up to 10 of them so I can get a node would be?
Oh, so you can't use UniSwap?
I mean, I honestly, bro, I've never even tried. I just know that the regulations say that you can't.
Yeah,
so I mean,
but I'll tell you something. You can.
oh, my man.
Like New York isn't blocking anything, so I guess it's not really on you.
Yeah, you can use UniSwap. UniSwap isn't a problem. They just don't have good centralized exchanges here.
Yeah, you can use UniSwap. Just go on to UniSwap and swap for strong. Yo, we've got some requests to come up. If you've said your 2 cents and don't mind stepping down, it was great having you. Thank you.
Hey, Shrooms, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna step down so you can
I'll
put
see you guys.
John up here. Hey, John, how's it going? I'll step down now, guys.
Thank you. Good to see you, man. Oh, John Sims is here. Let's go. Schwaz, what's up?
Yo.
How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to respond to the last guy because I'm in New York. Yeah, you could just buy Ethereum off of. You're good for Coinbase, so buy Ethereum and Uniswap is totally fine. So, yeah, well, you can't use like Binance in New York and get a lot of like, those altcoins, but you could buy Ethereum on Coinbase and do, ERC, whatever they're called, tokens on Uniswap.
Why does New York have to bust its citizens' balls so badly? Like, no, you guys are not allowed to trade crypto.
I know, right? Well, apparently, I mean, the new mayor is like getting his part of his salary in Bitcoin. So he's
Really?
Yeah, he's apparently for it. So hopefully.
Oh my god! I mean, he
We-
should be. I'm not sure
can't
what
do,
he's.
We
Yeah.
can't do anything. We can't do like sports gambling right now. I mean, they've
I
been
know,
working
it's
on that
fucking
forever.
stupid.
It's so stupid. It's so much revenue. I don't know what they're doing.
So Miami just made Miami coin like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that, and it's backed by Bitcoin mining. And since then, I think they released a report of 1 month of income from Miami coin by the city, and it was a fourth of their entire tax revenue yearly.
Yeah, it makes sense. Are you going to Basel, by the way?
No, are you?
Yeah.
Oh god, everyone! You guys are giving me fucking FOMO to go to Art Basel.
I just like booked it last minute. I don't even know what's going on. But
Get over here.
Yeah.
Get over here, bro.
Oh, I
Let's
forgot
go.
you live. Dante lives in Miami.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up,
I was
everybody?
about to
How's it going,
say,
man?
oh, what is John?
What's up, John?
Hey, I just have a quick question, and then I'll Dante, you can talk. If so, like I missed the first half hour, sorry, but I'm assuming you were talking about Strong because I heard you talking about Strong tokens. So I know I can go on UniSwap and get Strong tokens. But the question I had was, and I don't know if anybody might have an answer for this. If I the gas fees on even using Uniswap, they're pretty intense. I learned that when I swapped my INTS tokens. If I wanted to get some Strong tokens, what if I went through Arbitrum and used on Uniswap through Arbitrum? Would it make sense, or does the gas fees does it not make sense because of porting over and?
Yeah, so you have to pay you have to pay a gas fee to bridge between layer 1 and layer 2. So it comes out to be slightly more money. It's good to use layer 2 if it's in a cryptocurrency that you can interact with on layer 2, or something that holds its utility on layer 2, and you can just migrate it to layer 2 once, trade it, and use it there all you want. And then when you're essentially done with your interaction or want to sell whatever it is, then it can be moved back over to layer 1. But in this case,
Okay,
you'd be
but
spending
for
more
this,
money.
we just want to go straight layer 1.
Yep.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I was about to say real quick that the mayor of New York and the mayor of Miami are going to receive the first payments on Bitcoin. So they are just doing that.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
sick.
New York is not going to go down without a fight. That is the capital of the world financial system. So it makes sense that they're doing this stuff. Well, it'll be interesting to see how they handle their new mayor. I guarantee it's not going to be a cakewalk for this mayor trying to implement crypto in the city. But it's exciting, and I hope it does push the ball, down the road a little bit. But we'll just have to wait and see.
It's so cool. You guys, it's being here since 2016 and having people say shit like this would never even get close to happening, and it's happening 4 years later is the craziest fucking thing ever. Just thinking about how different things were back then. I'm gonna try to invite Corpy in here. Let's see.
Starfucker, do you want to say something? I thought that you were about to say something.
Yes. I just wanted to wait. CJ, Dante, what's up, guys?
How's it going?
Quick question. Going good. I've been looking at strong nodes for some time now, and I had a question because I know that they're looking to get on, I believe, the Avalanche blockchain. And my question is, if you own a strong now, will that still entitle you to take advantage of the Avalanche blockchain, or do you think it'll be like a specific strong dedicated to that chain alone?
I don't know. That's a good question. So what they could do a few things. They could essentially hold a certain amount of strong in a smart contract to allow you to generate strong on AVAX if you want to migrate over, and it's just a different token, but they use the smart contract to give the same utility. That would probably be the easiest and smartest thing they could do. Or they could do an airdrop for their wallet users on AVAX. Or they could just inflate the supply by creating a copy supply on AVAX. But if they're smart enough, which they seem to be pretty intelligent, they'll allow you to essentially just transfer your strong token over to AVAX blockchain.
Okay, great. And the other question I Div had was already asked, and it was in reference to the tax ramifications on something like this. And my understanding from reading the new infrastructure law that it's going to the Senate right now is that they implemented some new laws in there that are going to be looking at the claim part as like a capital gains tax type of event, a 30 or 33% plus mark. So I guess you already answered on how to get around that. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself and step down, guys. I will be an active listener.
Yeah, I mean the tax side of this whole space was always really weird and interesting. If you look into anything technically, you're supposed to pay taxes every time you even swap one cryptocurrency for another. I guess you can kind of think of it like stocks, but your stable income every day from a node, I guess that's where things get even more interesting. Everything for the most part on the blockchain, if you do anything through ETH, somewhere you're sending money into this wallet address to give it money for gas, so you can pay gas costs to buy this node in the first place, or to interact with it or pay fees, whatever it is. And that will trace somewhere back to like a Coinbase account or a Binance US or FTX, whatever it is. The only way you could possibly do anything is if you use a non-KYC'd centralized exchange to get money into the wallet in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's difficult because it seems that they want to even tax when you go from token to token.
Yeah. I guess in theory, they're trying to think of it like stocks. So every time you sell one stock to buy another one.
Exactly. Once the way they're looking at it is once you close that sale or take profits or take a loss, whatever it is, but they want to tax the staking aspect of it as well as the income tax.
Oh, I know.
So it's going to be very interesting. There was a very interesting debate on Capitol Hill yesterday that was live on YouTube. So I mean, it was good. They have parties putting up both arguments up there. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully they'll just rip that part out.
Are you allowed to pay taxes in crypto? No, right?
I don't think so. That would be kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, because right now you're getting taxed on transactions, right? You're getting taxed when you sell something for Ethereum.
Yes, for cash.
And then if you need to pay those taxes, you have to convert to fiat, and that's a taxable transaction as well. So it's kind of stupid. I mean, it seems unfair to tax transactions to crypto when you can't pay your taxes in crypto.
I know, it's such a fucking pain in the ass.
Because they're calling it a currency, and yet they don't accept it.
I think it's really easy to kind of go down these rabbit holes and of the what ifs, because nothing is really set in stone yet. It's like the very basic stuff, like we know that, apparently it seems Bitcoin's okay, and I guess Ethereum's okay, but they're figuring out all this like minutia. The good thing, well, I don't know if it's a good thing, but the government is slow and dumb, and so it's going to take a long time before they really dig into all this stuff. I think. I mean, that's just my assumption. It will take a long time.
Yeah, but they could go back.
If
they figure it out in 5 years, they could retroactively, kick everyone's ass for not.
They could, but we can't be scared of things that haven't happened yet. And I just as a independent, everyday investor, I'm fucking trying to make as much money as I can. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm going for it. I don't have time to waste.
Yeah. I'm glad to know.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to
I'm
it.
glad to know I'm not the only one who's just like, fuck my taxes. I'll worry about that later. I'm going to make all these fucking trades and swaps in between. And then I look back at my wallet and I'm like, fuck, I have like 2,000 transactions.
Dude,
Thankfully,
when I was your age and I started working, I didn't even know about taxes for like 2 years. I swear to God, I had to like retroactively. I was like, oh, they don't just like come to you for that. Like I didn't even know. I mean, I wasn't making like NFT money or crypto money, but I So you're ahead of the game to even like know that it's due.
There was a while where I was
Dude.
like, no way I'm making enough money to even get taxed on it.
I know, Starfucker, you're so right. Like I was just having a conversation earlier. Like when I was CJ's age, like I wasn't even paying my bills. I mean, I had money to pay my bills, like I had a job, but like I didn't even really like get that I needed to pay my bills on time. I was a fucking idiot, and I just like let my mail pile up, and like I could have paid it, but I was just too lazy and stupid. And that's that's totally on me. But I think like in general, if you're an American, you have like next to zero financial acumen. And it's on all of us to train ourselves and to learn stuff. But yeah, just I was an idiot when I was young.
Yeah, and also you are looking this with the American perspective because it is weird from my perspective because I don't have like access to the exchanges here. Like I don't think in taxes because I don't even have papers here. So even if I make money here, I don't even into the system. So from somebody who is here or working into crypto or NFTs in these times, we have this weird perspective where American sees this from one perspective and the other from another because we are not subject to the same rules.
So you hit the come up because you don't have to pay taxes. Is that what you're saying, Dante?
What?
Yo, Corpy, what's up?
What's up, y'all? What are y'all talking about? I just jumped in. Talking about
How you doing?
Doing great. It's Friday.
I got your strong node calculator out.
Yo, you see, right? It's fun to play with. It's my favorite calculator.
That's what this space is about, actually. Generating a passive income using Strong.
Yeah, I just I've been playing with this AVAX C chain. I just staked some more passive income.
Oh, wait, are these nodes?
No. They're own hard forks. You hate them.
Oh, what? Hard forks?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yo, I had the hard
another
fork
one on AVAX aside from time?
Yeah, time. I jump into time.
Oh, okay.
So I could DCA into so I DCA AVAX and then I just put it in time and I stake it for like 15 cents.
Jesus. Yo, Corpy.
Yeah.
What's that other node thing you said was coming out soon?
Proxy.
Proxy. All right, bet. How do you spell that? Is it PROXY?
It's P. It's the ticker is. Hold on, let me see. I'm on CoinMarketCap right now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's Proxy. What do they do? They do something. I have Proxy nodes and then Flux nodes. Flux nodes are a little bit.
Is that Node.js? Node.js in GitHub. I see the open source of them.
What's up, Elsa?
Hey, what's up? Sorry, guys. I was just jumping in, but Proxy.
How you doing?
The ticker is PRXY.
PRXY, thank you.
Yeah, let me refresh
this. Corpy, dude. Yeah. I think they have the open source. You can see the entire code from the GitHub. I see that right now. This kind of proxy Node.js.
Yeah, because they've hired a lot of coders, so they should have a lot of activity on.
Yeah. No,
Did they fork open source code?
Yeah.
What is it?
Let's see. Repositories, proxy, contracts, migrations.solon.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now I remember. Oh, so they go on top of Bitcoin. So they're going to allow Bitcoin to become a deflationary, to become a DeFi access.
How are they doing that? They're not putting smart contracts.
They're putting they put smart contracts on Bitcoin.
They're putting smart contracts. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my! Wait. So are they going like layer 0 Bitcoin?
No, they're just putting smart contracts on Bitcoin. So people.
How the hell do you do that?
All right, because you put me down as DeFi hole. So they found a way. They're putting through Proxy. That's what Proxy does.
This shit.
That's what the coin does.
God. Let's see.
That's why I had to give you a minute because I had to remember what it does. It was so crazy that I just forgot what it does because it was one of those.
Dude, smart contracts on Bitcoin would be
but this
Honestly, bad news for Bitcoin, because honestly, bad news for Bitcoin, because that
yeah,
would make it so that one Bitcoin would take like a year to send.
yeah. But their theory is that everybody's having DeFi fun with Ethereum and Avalanche and Solana. They want the granddaddy to have fun with DeFi. This is going to onboard. This is going to put an extra trillion into DeFi, because everybody that has Bitcoin will be able to play with DeFi now.
Oh my god! Do you think Bitcoin DeFi protocols are actually going to have a market?
Yeah, absolutely, because they're already holding it.
Oh my god! Can you imagine the fees on a Bitcoin DeFi protocol? You guys think ETH gas fees are bad? That'd be like, we're talking, I don't know what the average ETH gas fee is, probably $200. It'd probably be $2,000 on Bitcoin.
But Proxy's built on Matic, so it's going to be cheap fees. So they're like blending.
Wait. So how does it work then? Is
Proxy,
it like backed by the security of Bitcoin's blockchain?
It sits on top of the ERC-20. So it's that's what Proxy does. That's why it's a proxy in between.
So Proxy is EVM, not BTC.
It's EVM and BCC. It's both.
How do they incorporate
Matic
Bitcoin's blockchain?
To have gasless transaction through Proxy. That's what it does.
But where does Bitcoin's blockchain come into this equation?
Proxy sits on top of it.
But I thought it sat on top of Matic.
Yeah, but they're doing a roll up. I guess that's what Proxy does.
Oh.
But you could be able to stake
roll-ups for Bitcoin's blockchain.
You're gonna be able to stake Bitcoin. That's it. They put a smart
Bitcoin.
It's ERC and it's MRC-20.
Could you imagine someone staking Bitcoin and getting like 1,000% annual return?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what's about to happen, because their theory is that we're playing ETH. You playing with all the other blockchains, so why you can't play with the original? And this is going to put so much money into DeFi.
I'm reading into their solidity right now on their proxy contracts.
Hey, not to interrupt, but that's what the whole Taproot was supposed to add smart contracts to Bitcoin.
And so the Taproot upgrade that allows Proxy to be on top.
And it's supposed to bring on the Lightning Network, which is supposed to reduce Bitcoin fees by like 60% or something like that.
Yeah,
and Jax is already in the process of doing DeFi on Bitcoin.
And then the coin the coin that nobody's talking about is Proxy.
Jesus Christ. This is crazy.
By the way, I think that all the Lightning stuff is what they are implementing in El Salvador.
Yeah, and Proxy's gonna give it smart contract. Proxy is the smart contract built on Polygon.
This is fucking crazy.
So Proxy's
it does sound like Lightning Network in a way.
Yeah, Proxy is gonna run. The money's gonna flow through the Lightning Network, but Proxy is gonna be the coin that's gonna be the bridge. The bridge coin.
Yeah, and do the smart contracts and.
Yeah,
and I can see Cash App. I can see Square and Cash App doing DeFi.
Shit.
I didn't already tell my people. That's
but it's
the next way.
But it's so genius that that nobody was thinking, because everybody's not thinking Bitcoin slow. So everybody that has Bitcoin is going to be able to do DeFi, which is going to onboard even more DeFi returns, because everybody's just doing DeFi on Ethereum. So their theory was, what if we got Lightning Network, that's the payment system, and then you have Taproot, that's the upgrade needed to do the Bitcoin upgrade, because the Bitcoin has an upgrade in about 7 years.
Holy shit. You guys are right.
Taproot is
first major upgrade in 4 years.
Yeah, so Taproot is the upgrade that's going to sit on top to grease the wheels to give Bitcoin wings to look like ETH.
Holy shit, that's why have smart contracts on Bitcoin. This is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
Go look for this knowledge, bro.
That's how they make. That's how they make Bitcoin a public lender on El Salvador, because they are going to use the Lightning Network as a payment system in the country.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And this is how Matic comes in, because if you put Bitcoin on. If you make Bitcoin ERC-20, you'd have to pay Ethereum gas fees, so they're going to route it through Polygon.
I don't know how I feel about this, though, right? Because Bitcoin still can't go proof of stake.
No, Proxy is going to be able to stake Bitcoin. That's the whole thing.
Oh, I know. I understand Proxy, but like...
You don't know.
Smart contracts in Bitcoin combined seems odd to me because of what it is.
It's odd, but think about it backwards. That's pretty much what ETH is. Like they're just doing the first blockchain. They're just putting the other things that it is. So pretty much.
Yeah, but I guess what I mean is Bitcoin is kind of beyond repair in comparison to ETH in terms of decentralization, scalability, and building DApps.
That's what the upgrade is for.
Oh, I understand
Talk
that.
if you're
Yeah.
gay.
Well, the upgrade allows for potentially allows for the creation of smart contracts.
So Proxy is going to be the first step of them taking stuff away, so Bitcoin moves faster and slower because they're tied. Their theory is that they have all of these people having Bitcoin. Bitcoin's already out. It's the first. So not having DeFi on Bitcoin is like against the system. Once they put DeFi on Bitcoin, that's going to appreciate all our DeFi assets even more crazy.
So this upgrade was they put part of the confirmation process in Bitcoin's blockchain onto a layer 2 for BTC to improve the speed of Bitcoin transactions.
And then you bridge it, and you're going to bridge it through ETH, and then they're going to bridge it on Polygon, and then through Proxy. That's why Proxy is going to be like $1,000 coin, and that's why the Proxy nodes are the nodes that's going to handle the bandwidth, because Bitcoin's never been on proof of stake.
Whoa.
Well, Bitcoin won't be on proof of stake ever.
No, Proxy is coming. Their thing is like, we have all of this DeFi. We're not putting a whole $1 trillion into DeFi. Whatever Bitcoin's market cap, that's going to go into DeFi.
Yeah. So, what exactly is Proxy's value, though? Are you saying they're
Proxy's value is
required to
$20
make
right
smart
now.
contracts? No. I mean, are you saying Proxy is required to make smart contracts on Bitcoin?
Proxy is just the bridge that's going to sit on top of it's the wings that goes on top of Bitcoin's back. So I
got
guess
to figure out exactly, like, on the technical side.
It's all brand new. That's what the upgrade allowed them. They're going to be doing more upgrades on top of it to make Bitcoin, because they want some of this DeFi money. So they have all of this Bitcoin, all these Bitcoin whales have all this Bitcoin, and they can't play DeFi. So that's like the fucking whales can't come play in the park. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then the whales want to come play in the park. And once they play in the park with Bitcoin, that's when Chase and the rest of the bank dies, because that's the other part of the equation. We was just doing it with number 2, number 3 blockchains. When number 1 blockchain comes on, that's just all of that money sitting there. And with Bitcoin, we always say Bitcoin don't do nothing. Now what happens when it starts doing something?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I love crypto.
I didn't think I'd live to the day where Bitcoin did something.
Because DeFi's exploded, you got to think from the well. They have the money. They have everything. So it's like, all right, we have this thing that, all right, they've made ETH, so let's figure out how to put smart contracts on there. And they did it because of ETH. So all these other new protocols gave them the way to fix the blockchain. And they just couldn't get all the Bitcoin developers because they're so decentralized. All the developers are so decentralized, it takes them longer to make a consensus. They're not like Solana, where they could just make, decisions the next day.
I'm going through all the documentation right now, and this Taproot just provides new scripting for the use of MAST, right? MAST trees to conceal unused scripts. But, like, someone's going to need to come up with a smart application of Bitcoin scripting to make NFTs feasible on the Bitcoin blockchain. They won't be yet if it's just MAST trees.
And I think oh shit, Proxy has a DEX. Yes, open. Proxy it's a bond compounding.
I'm looking at their GitHub though right now. They only have 2 of their contracts up here.
Yeah. But again, this is new. This is about. It's only been out like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, but like, it's one of those things again, Corby. They threw the coin out before they had a product.
Yeah, I know you hate stuff like that, but they're going for the open the greener waters that's never been. Like, what if we could make this the thing that started the whole blockchain? We're getting all this DeFi money. What if we put Bitcoin on DeFi? So everybody's one of their partners is UniSwap. So again, how bullish am I on the coin?
Proxy's partner is UniSwap.
Yeah, UniSwap puts some money into because once this goes live, you just because it's there. They have all this money just sitting there.
So is Proxy like its own chain?
Yeah.
I guess this is making more sense.
Yeah.
Yo, Elsa, did you look at their GitHub?
Yeah, right now I'm checking them. Actually, there is this scammers who's using the similar code right now. I'm checking that, but I did find the main code is reading here is on Cryptoin. KRYT.
They imported like all of these contracts.
Yeah. So let's see view public contracts. Let's see this. I'm reading right now. I'm just checking it out. But there, actually, you know what? there is big potential here, by the way, like really big potential. This is
Is
opening new
Portal a different
window.
thing
This is opening
in
new
Proxy?
window. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, this is what I do. I
Oh
go.
my. Do you guys think we're gonna see like centralized funds and things like that build D apps on Bitcoin's blockchain?
You seeing it now?
Whoa.
Hey, Corpy, what's up,
Yeah.
dude? Fellow Frog Nation guy
What's
here.
up, Frog Nation?
And thank God you got on here because I almost forgot about the 5 o'clock rebase and I almost made a big ass mistake there. But
Nah,
the reason,
I caught it too. I just caught it
because
too.
I'm doing the minting, so I'm unstaking, wrapping, whatever. But the point
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up is that Danny yesterday on the AMA,
Mhm.
he kept mentioning that he's a Bitcoin maxi, and it looks like he's going to try and duplicate what he's doing on Ethereum and Avalanche on Bitcoin. So I think that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, because they have it, so they're seeing all of these gains that they're making, and they're not
Oh
making
my
gains on
God,
their number one
Corpy.
asset.
Corpy,
Yeah.
I've read far enough into this. They aren't giving Bitcoin DeFi. They're bringing Bitcoin to the DeFi. They're just allowing you to essentially use Bitcoin on Ethereum and Polygon.
Yeah, that's
So
the
then
bridge.
now,
So
for
they're
the
bridge.
first time, you'll be able to use Bitcoin when interacting with protocols like UniSwap and SushiSwap and the MakerDAO and Aave and OpenSea.
Yep, here we go.
Dang, the Bitcoin maxis are rolling
Yeah,
over
they're rolling over to
in bed
DeFi.
tonight
You'll
thinking
now
about
be able
this.
to pay in Bitcoin instead of Ethereum interacting with these protocols. You'll still have to pay ETH gas fees, though.
Insane.
That's the Polygon aspect.
Yes,
That's
that's
they
why
run it.
you need
Yeah,
the
Oh, so
bridge.
this is just great news for
Yes.
all our DeFi on
Yeah,
Ethereum
it's
and all
even
that.
better news than I
Yeah.
thought. I thought they were
And for the
bringing smart
market as a
contracts to
whole.
Bitcoin. It's the opposite. They're bringing
I'm looking at
Bitcoin
an
to the
article
smart
too about
contracts.
Portal. Is that something else? Portal partners with Polygon to advance DeFi on Bitcoin.
I don't know, but I believe
Yeah,
it. It's probably all
it's
related.
again, y'all gonna start seeing it slowly. Now that you see the play, you're gonna start seeing it slowly.
Yep.
So
y'all
are we
To
getting
advance Bitcoin
getting
functionality
For
in
the
the decentralized
culture.
finance or DeFi market. So that's what you're saying of being able to spend it.
Mhm.
Oh my God, yo. I can't wait to see what Jack Dorsey's next move is, though.
That's the lightning. That's why he knows this shit is that's why I was trying to figure that out too. Like, why is he? But they're going to be able to use that. So all Bitcoin maxis could do DeFi now. So now all of their Bitcoin is the number one only currency. They're just going to extend it. So it's the
So they can
now you can just use
Hey
Bitcoin.
guys, Jack Dorsey can make Square your actual bank now with DeFi.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
that's the goal.
It's gonna be him and Coinbase. You know what I realized when I got super bullish on the bank? I'm sitting there waiting for my Coinbase card. Like I had to do something on fiat today or whatever. I was like, damn, I wish I just had my fucking Coinbase card, and I'm just gonna put stuff in the stables, and I already see it. Like Coinbase, it's gonna be Coinbase versus Square.
So guys,
You're right. It is going to be Coinbase versus Square. It's going to be the craziest fucking shit. But dude, Square's the number 3 centralized cryptocurrency exchange in the world, Cash App. And they just do fucking Bitcoin. That's it. They only do Bitcoin, and then they're the number 3 in the world.
And we're about to capture that into SushiSwap and the UniSwap, which is gonna boost the price of all of them. Again, it's there already, so it's not like they're making a new coin. They're making the first coin. They're just making the first coin have like ETH. It's not gonna be like ETH, but it's just them getting the DeFi is just that's what they're gonna be able to sell investors.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
now
we can
they're
stake
gonna say,
Bitcoin.
hey, you can do this and stay on your fucking piece of shit blockchain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's for the Bitcoin maxis. They have it, so now they're gonna stake it for the 5%, 2%. You get what I'm saying? But
and I guess that's where
2%.
the majority of the money is right in Bitcoin, right over $1 trillion.
Exactly, and that's gonna go into your protocol. So you're welcome. You could add that to the smart contract.
I'll throw that in there. I'll add Bitcoin
Because
capability.
it's just going to be there. That's why it's just they just want to have DeFi. So even if they're getting 2-3 returns and stuff like that, but then who knows where it goes from there?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the migration contract right now. It's all open source.
Yeah,
I drove by a billboard today. It said the blockchain is contracts written in math.
Yep.
It's true.
Why I'm a little bit more bullish on it is if Bitcoin becomes more like a something that could stake, they're going to go after Bitcoin and leave ETH alone. for a little while.
Imagine
Yeah.
they start like throwing cease and desist orders at these DeFi protocols on Ethereum's blockchain because people are now using Bitcoin to interact with it.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's an easy trillion just into every protocol. So having a protocol or somebody that's finishing ordering his protocol and about to launch in July, is extremely bullish.
And they can now get Twitter into that blockchain probably, and that is where there is going to use the verification for the NFTs on Twitter probably.
Because
Twitter needs to buy Discord, and let's just forward.
Or we need to make a decentralized Discord, honestly, if they don't want to add stuff. Free from spam bots.
Hey, what's up, Ben? How's it going, man?
What's up, Bennett?
Ben's interested in the
What's up, guys? I am interested. I don't understand at all. I just tweeted out this space. Every time I join one of your spaces, I just get people.
I saw his Twitter years.
Yeah. So strong nose theory is that validators don't get paid much from hosting ETH or whatever for validating transactions, even though for other protocols that's a very important thing. So just for Ethereum, just mining was the centralized thing. That we pay money to the miners and we do all of that. But the validation of nodes, the in between, is the market that Strong went after. So they set up these nodes. They really set these nodes up for ETH2. So they think about a long-term vision of validating ETH2. So they've been collecting ETH and slowly making ETH validated nodes because you need 32 ETH to make the validated nodes. So Strong Pool's thing is most people are not going to have 32 ETH to validate ETH and become an ETH validator. So they're becoming one of their first goals is to become an ETH2 validator. So that's why they're stacking up the nodes and they're stacking up the network. So we're running the system for them. And then we'll be able to have other nodes and other blockchains as a system. Like for an instance, the first two they got coming is Polygon and Phantom and supposedly AVAX, because these chains have a liquidity problem. These brand new chains are out. They're not like they're trying to be decentralized, so they have to find a way to make these nodes. ETH has thousands of nodes. It's been out years already. But Phantom, Polygon, and all of these other, especially Avalanche, they don't have that much liquidity. Like I just did a trade on Trader Joe. They just ran out of time to do it because the liquidity on these other networks are so slow because they're new blockchains. Because everybody's in ETH and everybody's in it. And everybody's in the Solana or in it. So they don't have concentrators. So they're trying to build up these networks. Strongblock is going to be the in-between as a node as a service. So they add other blockchains to run on our nodes. So we're basically validating the network. And they pay, but instead of us having to do all of the technical coding stuff, we just pay them to host the nodes for us while they're using our system. So we're kind of using each other to create their system. And they go after other blockchains to run their nodes. And we'll get paid through the strong rewards.
Okay.
So what will be interesting here in the second layer, what they have been creating with right now, I'm reading, that will be very interesting to much of Bitcoin holders rather than paying huge amount of fees. They use this layer 2, and even if you have some like MRC20 or ERC20, the gas fee is going to be, they say, 0.1%.
Where it really matters, though, also is in countries like El Salvador that actually want to use Bitcoin as facilitated payment, or for Square, or for Twitter, I guess, if they want to incorporate Bitcoin as a native currency for Twitter, because that's when you're going to be using smaller denominations of Bitcoin.
Definitely.
And the fees will really matter. So if you can run essentially real Bitcoin on Polygon, then that obviously saves a lot of fees. And Twitter can integrate it into their UI. I mean, obviously, they already run everything through Cash App, so they just keep everything in custodial wallets. But they could not make it custodial, right? Everyone could have their own wallet attached to their account, and they could just cover the fees, like Unstoppable Domain does for UDs on Polygon.
Man, there's just something so pure and wonderful about this space right now. It's just so exciting. Like, it's amazing.
Okay. Excited every day.
You guys mentioned something about flux nodes.
Oh yeah, what are flux nodes? Hold up, I gotta look these up.
So, yeah, have y'all heard about Kadena?
What is it?
Kadena is like the JP Morgan, like Solana. So
yeah.
So Kadena is like It's like a layer 0 or whatever. So Flux node again. So these nodes are popping up as validating the network because this is the next step of where stuff is going. I don't know if you guys are in Helium and a couple of other stuff where.
Oh, I know all about Helium.
Okay, so they're basically they need us to run these networks. If we're going to be truly decentralized, everything we already did decentralized banks, but if we're going to be decentralized phone companies, decentralized institutions, all our crazy ideas, if those are going to be decentralized, we already decentralized banks. So the next step is decentralize everything that we're doing, from your cell phone bill, your power bill, everything. Eventually, we're going to become everything decentralized, and that's where we're going. And Helium is the first step. Helium's ultimate goal is to become your cell tower, your own personal cell tower. If you're in the Helium now, you're going to be able to run your internet on on Helium. Their goal is to become
They
T-Mobile.
just released 5G Helium miners too, so you can have 5G in your fucking house, and you get paid to run this network. You literally get paid to run your own internet network in your house.
Yep,
5G. Because you're also providing it for other people in the surrounding area.
Yep.
Real quick, not to interrupt, Corpy.
Yeah.
Real quick, what are your thoughts on Akash network? Because I've looked at that a little bit, but you seem to be very well saturated with all this.
Akash is similar. Akash is the same thing. So,
would you, if you were starting, would you start? Helium's run though. Would you run Akash or run Helium?
I run both. Again, I don't play because I know what these things are going to do. I look at the underlying. Helium is a hardware company. Helium is not even a blockchain company. Helium just made a blockchain because they had a problem for their hardware. Helium sells miners and infrastructures. They're like Oracle, the software company. So Helium just makes software.
So Helium doesn't even sell anymore in Corpy. They license it out, and
they license it.
Yeah, they let certain people create their hardware. It's just a Raspberry Pi, and they just created the software and they license the software out. But basically, they created the blockchain as a way to kind of get the funding they needed to get the ground running and to create the incentive for people to provide this network. And that's the Helium token. So you get rewarded daily in Helium token for essentially providing network coverage using these computing units. The more network coverage you're providing, the more people you're providing to, the more Helium you earn.
And when they turn the 5G on, you'll be able to use that H&T as data credits that you could sell and make money from T-Mobile.
It's like selling energy back to electric companies.
So that's the next thing. We're becoming the electrical companies. We're becoming the phone company. We're already decentralized banks. The next step is that we're going to decentralize everything. We're going to have our own Helium is where our own cell phone tower. We're going to have our own privacy networks. We're going to have our own systems, our own energy grids. Eventually, it's going to be an energy coin coming. I'm looking for it. I can't wait. This is going to be one that converts something. So hold on one second. I'll tell you about Flux. So Flux is one of those.
They've got 2,200 nodes right now.
Yeah. So I think I was telling you about this early in this week. Crypto, you was talking about what other coin that you had like. We was talking about the render and the other coins. But Flux is basically like Arweave and stuff. But you could run the nodes and you could basically, and because they're gonna, so what Flux is doing is they're going to other coins and they're running their node on Flux nodes. So you could run like the cloud. So they're making an AWS play. But they're going directly to coins and they're allowing people to do it. So we could be our own AWS servers. Basically, that's what Flux is trying to do. So the Flux node.
Corpy, are you talking about Flex script?
No, Flux nodes. No, Flux is the coin.
The coin, okay.
Run on flux.io.
Run on flux.io.
Yeah.
And basically they're gonna outsource your computer power and stuff like that to run the networks. But they're onboarding a lot of tokens. But here's the thing. The tokens that they onboard, like Kadena, they're running parallel with Flux. So when Kadena pumps, Flux pumps. So all of these
the thing with Flux though, Corpy, right, is Flux is just a network of decentralized nodes, right? They're using your computing power to essentially allow you to be a node provider for all these random different blockchains. But I just think Ankr is cooler because Ankr isn't specific to providing nodes. It's literally a decentralized version of Amazon Web Services where you could set it up so every night while you're sleeping, you can rent out your computing power and make money off that. And at the same time, people are going to use it for services other than nodes because Ankr created this technology, this software that looks for a certain Intel processing chip on your hardboard or on your motherboard, and basically prevents users from looking at their onboard memory. And this is important because companies who want to use all this extra computing power are likely doing it for something that's their intellectual property, and they don't want the risk of anyone, stealing their IP. So that's why it's really important, the software program that Ankr created, to make it so you can't even read the onboard memory of your own computer when you're renting out your computing power. So I think Ankr is super dope because, one, it makes sense security-wise. It's cheaper than AWS, and you can just set it up so you essentially just rent out your computing power every night while you're sleeping, and you make money in Ankr tokens. And it's amazing because they got their own blockchain on top of that, and their algorithm, they call it proof of useful work. And it's super dope because it's like compounding, because you get paid in Ankr tokens to rent your computer power out, but then you can use those Ankr tokens to buy more computing power, and then you can use that extra computing power to improve Ankr's blockchain, and it just keeps feeding into itself.
Yeah. But why I'm bullish on Flux is the partnership that Flux did. Like I said, Kadena is like the JP Morgan blockchain. There's some dudes from JP Morgan that was working in JP Morgan's blockchain department. They left and built their own blockchain. So Kadena's 100% fucking shell corporate centralized coin directly through JP Morgan. So
How do you spell
they're gonna
Kadena?
Kadena is KADNA.
Thank you.
So it essentially has a bunch of VCs, which is I call it the JP Morgan coin. So every time that they're building a network out and they're putting JP Morgan capital into it, every time Kadena pumps, Flux pumps. The other coins that are running on Flux causes Flux point price to fluctuate. So Flux is not only appreciating on the value of its coin, it's appreciating on the other coins that's on its network. A sort of like chain link type situation. Well, not chain link, like a Polkadot situation. None of you guys.
You see Kadena's max chart. They were fucking worthless all the way up until like, I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Yeah, they again, it's a pump coin. So this is probably take Solana and make it like 2 times. Whatever you hate about Solana, times that by 2, and that's Kadena.
So they control every node in house. Yeah, basically.
Exactly. So they got all of these coins connected to the Flux nodes, and they running it on Flux. So all of these coins that they have that JP Morgan or alleged. So JP Morgan is making like an FTX play, where they're staying out the way, and they got this supposedly, these guys that used to work for us, they made a blockchain. Let's support them. So they're gonna onboard.
Jesus Christ, Corpy. Their blockchain is built off Solana's blockchain.
No. I'm just saying JP Morgan's making an FTX play where they're like out of the way and they just have a coin and invest in the ecosystem around the coin.
Dude, I'm looking at their website right now for this coin, and
so corporate
look good.
Like a question, it is so they just create a blockchain and they just start doing these parachains and pump and dump these parachains and making money out of it.
Yeah, but they're actually going to use it. So their thing is, it's gas free.
That's the thing though, right? Because if it's gas free, how are they making money, right? It's not really decentralized, because if it's gas free, you're not paying anyone to improve the security of your blockchain, and that means they're just making money, hoping people buy their cryptocurrency. And what's even the point, right? If there's no gas, what's the point of buying this cryptocurrency? You don't even get governance, really, because it's not even decentralized.
It's backed by JP Morgan, so they're making
that's it though, right?
Yeah.
But what people have to realize is that's not value, right? It's backed by JP Morgan. Well, the real world sees that as value, but in the blockchain world, that doesn't give a token value, right? That gives it no direct value whatsoever, because if you look at the tokenomics, if the blockchain is free to use, that means there's no fees. well, then the only other value in the token would be governance, but there's no governance either because it's a centralized blockchain. So the cryptocurrency itself has no value at all. People are only buying it because it's quote unquote backed by JP Morgan.
Now you see the play.
So, Crypto Jesus, question for you.
What's up, Alsif?
In the end of this month, there is new project who they have been entering in IoT, MXC miner, where they can actually mine Bitcoin. With the low cost, right now, I have been using them devices, like I have 5 of them. I did get to the mining of Bitcoin, like made me per device per month, like right now is $90. So 5 devices I have of them. So what's your opinion of that company, MXC Miner? Because it looks like right now when I'm comparing that to another companies from hot IoT hotspots.com, you can see that they are all the time number 1 because they use LoRa antenna, and then they use the connector LoRa, and then they have very good supply information. The frequency, if you look, like almost all over around the world, you know.
So Elsa, for me, like in Bitcoin mining, it's going to depend on the size of the pool, right? Because these pools are being shared. So you want the largest pool as possible, because what that means is there's more computing power in the pool, which means it's more likely that that pool is going to solve whatever block is currently up for sale on Bitcoin's blockchain. So that makes it more profitable for you the more decentralized the mining pool is as an individual. Also, I'm not sure about laws in Finland, but here in the US, I just found this out from the CEO of Bit5. I was talking to him. Bitcoin miners are now a tax write-off over a period of 5 years in the United States. I'm not sure what it is for you, but what that means here is you can essentially get it for free, and it's a write-off over 5 years. So it's kind of like free money, which I thought was the craziest thing because I used to run a Bitcoin mining company. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I used to run a Bitcoin mining company, and that was a thing back in 2016. And I was talking to him. He's a great guy. They're actually based out of Miami, down with Dante. But he was telling me, I was with him in New York City, the CEO of Bit5. Bitcoin miners are a tax write-off, a depreciating asset. They depreciate over 5 years.
Whoa.
What the hell? I mean, I'm paying 35% here.
Bro,
You know that?
and
It's
CJ,
fucking not fair.
And that with the shutdown of miners this year on China, those are miners are here, bro.
Yep. Yeah, y'all want to hear something funny?
What's up, Corby?
The coin I just told you about, Kadena.
Yeah,
it's proof of work.
Oh no, miss me with that. I'm out.
Oh shit!
First,
you just
they're
answered your own fucking.
Their token has no value, and now they're proof of work. Come on.
And I was wondering why the fuck would they go proof of work, like straight pure proof of work.
That's
and I was
centralization, bro. Centralization.
And I had a
no
joke
wonder.
With somebody.
Corby, anyone JP Morgan is hiring to build blockchains for them, no offense, probably doesn't know shit about blockchain and has some math degree.
I told you, whatever you hated about Solana, times that by 2, and that's Kadena. And now they're running a proof of stake because they can use that as a tax write-off, and that's some JP Morgan shit. Okay.
Yo, but Corby, I think I see the play here because, I mean, maybe it's going to just cause the coin to pump because it's going to onboard. I was on their page too, and you got the likes of Apple, Disney. So I'm thinking it's going to onboard JP Morgan, Hewlett Packard. It's going to bring people who are going to look at it like a stock and just ape into this and buy it. And I think I see what you're looking at.
And that's the problem, dude, right? Because that's what I was just saying. People are going to look at this like a stock and ape into it, not really understanding what gives something value in the crypto world, because there's still plenty of cryptocurrencies that are literally do not have any value. Their protocols or ecosystem might be cool as fuck or innovative as fuck or whatever it is, but it doesn't necessarily even need a token, right? A cryptocurrency. And that's what people don't realize. And we're going through this JP Morgan blockchain right now. I'm pulling up the chart. It is worth $3.1 billion, $3.1 billion. And yet the cryptocurrency clearly has no value because there's no fees in its blockchain, so you don't even need it to pay fees. And 2, you can't do any governance at all. So it literally gets you nothing. Just name brand association for $3.1 billion.
Welcome to what's coming next.
Well, Jesus, I got a question.
What's up?
wouldn't its value come from the fact that it's mineable and it has a fixed supply?
But that doesn't give anything value, right? That's value in its base level is based off supply and demand. That means someone would want this token, right? Someone wants Bitcoin because Bitcoin is a store of value. This is not going to replace Bitcoin as digital gold. Someone wants Ethereum, that's a miner, because Ethereum is not the store of value case. It's the direct value case where you need Ethereum to pay gas fees to interact with the 8,000 plus cryptocurrencies and ecosystems built off its blockchain.
Could it be that?
What's up?
No, go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
But basically, this doesn't have any value, right? That's really what it is. Who wants it? It's just the only value right now is all the people mining it. Some of them are hodling it, thinking the price might go up and down, but none of them want to keep it full time because what value is there in keeping it full time? The only ones that want to don't understand it.
Could it be that this is only adding something for JP Morgan? Because what I've heard is like the CEO, I forgot his name, something, I think Jamie Dimon or something.
Yeah, Jamie Dimon.
Every time he talks crap about Bitcoin, it takes a little dip, but then his counterparts are buying it like overseas somewhere. You know what I mean? So that dude's a maxi.
I don't know. Maybe they're gonna rug their own blockchain.
Yeah, I told you what's coming.
$3.1 billion bag and dip.
I told you what's coming.
$3.1 billion in cash, not bad.
I told you what's coming. Like again, it was I was like, really? I was like, y'all gonna be this blatant with this shit? And yep. And that's Kadena.
And this guy's name is Jamie Dimon. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's getting old now too.
Yeah, he wants some of this. He wants some. So,
do any of you guys ever see a world where like decentralized finance kind of just doesn't work with traditional finance and therefore kind of isolates them on the outside of this boom? Or are they already working together, and will they, or if not, will they work together in the future?
That's a great question. And honestly, I think we're seeing like a do or die kind of thing. Facebook just went do, everyone else is sitting on the border, right? Like Facebook could have dipped their toe into cryptocurrency, but they rebranded their whole fucking company and went balls deep, and
they jumped
like, you know
in.
what? Yeah, we're going full meta now. Like that's it. We're going meta. And that what Mark Zuckerberg in his interview with Gary Vee, Gary asked him if he owned any NFTs, and he said, I've experimented with all that technology. So clearly that means he owns NFTs.
He's a fucking whale, bro.
He is. He's a whale. If Facebook is smart, and I think they're smarter than people think they are, they went balls deep. Now, the only explanation for going balls deep is that they understand that there's more value in decentralization and tokenization than there ever could be in centralization. You hit a wall in the centralized world. You can only do so much in the world of Web 2, and they see the upgrade. Now, they're not just having a little department that's Web 3. They're going complete balls deep, rebranding Web 3 all in. And that's how it's going to be for these companies.
If you worked at Facebook, you just got a badge on your desk with an Oculus and said, welcome to Meta. Did you see the gloves they dropped today? The field
No, dude,
gloves?
I got to. Yo, I got to say real quick, though, I got to get Bully up here. So if you have said your 2 cents and you don't mind stepping down, I appreciate you coming up here.
Can I just ask Corpy one last question and I'll step down?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. All right, Corpy, I've been trying to pin you down. So, okay, back to the same thing I've been bugging you on DMs. I got ice. I went on Popsicle, turned it into nice. Then that was that. So now I took it, I got the address, and I got it back into my MetaMask. So it shows there, but the same amount that I initially got is shown there. What's my next step that I need to do? Is there anything?
Just leave it stake. You getting protocol fees the more you leave it stake. This is only second week that the protocol has been live. I actually was about to go to Discord and like FUD a little bit. I do a little FUD and a little Discord, a little FUD to just because I want them to put a reward counter on the UX and stuff, because it's just like, but you're getting protocol fees, everything. So I feel like they're just going to surprise you one day, and it's just going to be stake. When you unstake it, you have to see it. So they're playing a game theory game.
Gotcha. Appreciate you, man. And then,
but that's the DEX. So Abracadabra is the bank, Time is the treasury, and Popsicle's liquidity. So they're actually onboarding Forex. So the Danny guy, he's trying to do Forex and add other stuff to their treasury, which is back to the main thing which is probably what we're supposed to really be talking about, this passive income thing, and how these hard forks and all of these nodes and all these passive incomes, those are going to be the things that back up DAOs, especially for these these hedge funds and these digital companies. I don't know if you guys have been seeing lately, but I've been seeing way more digital companies pop up and up and stuff like that. And they're gonna be. And I kind of like, I know you guys see the Constitution DAO last night.
Oh, they lost the bid on the Constitution, dude.
It's just about them being there. They knew they was gonna lose the bid. But it's what they can do with the
They
DAO
came
funds
in
now.
second, Corpy.
Yeah,
Did you
they
see
came
who
in
they
second.
lost to?
Yeah, who did they lose?
It was the guy who he started some hedge fund. It starts with a C. I'm blanking on the name. I retweeted it.
Yeah. So they're providing we have the
Citadel.
But what we needed is the treasury, and that's what I was talking to Crypto about. All these passive income plays, once you're in them and stuff like that, it'll be able to back up all your other plays. So you'll be able to have liquidity, because this is a big problem that we have. Especially if you're going to do DAOs, you have to do them properly. You're going to have
this Corpy is why Solon is so valuable, when you can provide liquidity and have no impermanent loss, which is the only reason why people don't provide liquidity in the first place.
I lost like $200 in ETH today. I don't even want to talk about
an impermanent loss
in a swap today, bro. Just swapping at the wrong time, bro. I lost like 200. I don't want to talk about like impermanent loss. Like that's why I've been playing with AVAX for 15 cents.
At least the transaction didn't fail, bro.
Yeah, so it's like I could play on AVAX chain because 15 cents swap. But no, I was losing crazy. I don't know if y'all did trades today. I did like 2 trades today. I was like $250 worth of ETH and permanent loss. I don't want to. It's understandable. Like literally, that's why I've been on AVAX chain, because it really is. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so the treasury model of just having things, I like to call them in hedge funds, you call them assets under management. So with these Ohm, especially Ohm gates. So I was telling somebody about Ohm another day, and it was like, no, I was telling Bully. Me and Bully was on like a 2-hour call, like 2 days ago, when I was telling him about time or whatever, and he just was like, yo, so like Ohm, because he heard of Ohm and stuff like that, but he was like, yo, it's like the secret sauce. He was like, Ohm has the secret sauce.
Hold up. Square is releasing a decentralized exchange, apparently.
And now I just told you how they're going to do it on top of Bitcoin.
Oh my God. You see this shit?
Did you read the tweet?
A decentralized
Jesus,
exchange?
you were reading the tweet, I guess.
Oh my God. That's
Hey, hold up. Will you pin it to the screen?
Movie.
Yo, do you know how many Square I didn't sell my Square calls yet. I was actually going to sell them today, but I forgot.
And now you see how Square is going to become. You just basically said they're going to be the third biggest exchange, and now you know how that they can run DeFi on Bitcoin.
They already are the third biggest exchange. What they're going to do is they're going to be larger than JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America.
And you know who's going to be in 5 years? They're estimating is going to be the size of all of them put together. Coinbase.
Yep.
Coinbase.
Yo, I got to get Mr. Jew up here, our node expert. If someone doesn't mind stepping down, I would appreciate it.
I started calling it Coinbase National Bank.
Jesus, I will go. It's so late here. Thank you for the space. Appreciate it, guys. It was fun to be here.
Have a nice night, Elsa. Thank you for coming in.
Don't you guys love Mr. Jew's PFP?
Oh, I know. Yo, he's coming up.
But I said these assets under management, I like to call them, especially if we're going to be doing like all of this hedge, we have to have that like just there. So that's why everybody's buying Ohm. So recently, I forgot who just they're stacking Ohm, and they're stacking all of these other hard folks because they're appreciating assets.
I'm stacking time, bro.
I'm stacking time crazy. So you see the time play now. The time is a movie.
Corpy.
Actually,
guys, the plays
why time over Ohm?
Why time over Ohm? Avalanche.
No gas.
To stake, no gas. To stake that $200 I would have paid staking Ohm.
That makes a big difference.
I put it in the AVAX. I put it in the time.
The return, the ROI you need on staking compared to how much you would spend in gas, it makes a huge difference, especially when you're compounding every day.
And this is like I just used AVAX 6 times today. I staked on time like 6 times today for 15 cents each. One transaction was 14 cents, another transaction was 15 cents.
You staked 6 times today?
I buy
AVAX.
I buy AVAX green, I buy AVAX red.
Yo, what was the low today, Corpy?
Huh?
What was the low of time?
The 15 seconds, because my fucking ledger finally synced. I had to move my shit to a whole other computer.
Got it?
Yeah. So I'm just on a ledger.
Why are you staking and unstaking your time?
Because it's 15 cents. Because I add on rebases. I buy AVAX, I go to Trader Joe, and I turn it to time for 30 cents, and then I stake it for 15 cents, and then I catch the rebases.
He's working overtime, basically.
I'm working overtime, so I'm doubling the game theory.
What's up, Bully? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just on like a 2-hour phone call.
Jesus, for what?
For the homies project.
For the vibes?
No, for the homies project. I DM'd you about it.
I still don't understand why he's fucking double. Why he's doing this? It compounds itself.
Yeah, but right before it compounds, I compound it. So I'm compounding while it compounds.
Yo, he's a degen, bro. What do you mean?
I buy AVAX red, I buy AVAX green.
The contract's letting you get away with that?
Yeah, it's 15 cents to stake. Oh, you don't see these AVAX fees yet. You don't.
No, I'm on. I have a bunch of money, dude. I have a bunch in time.
Yeah. So I stake. It's 15 cents. Like, I buy $20 worth of AVAX and I spend 15 cents to stake it. That's a good ROI. I mean,
yo,
and I catch the rebates.
Saying he's throwing it in every day because there's no fees.
There's no fees. So I DCA
I just put in a bunch of money at 4,000.
It's my ATM. So I use it as an ATM. So I don't take profits out of ETH no more. I take profits out of AVAX.
Ooh, I like that. That's smart.
Yeah. So I'm off chain. I'm off ETH. ETH is just a deflationary asset. I just hold it. And I use it for Ohm. I use for my strong nodes and for Ohm. I just got a little bit left. I convert all my ETH into AVAX and then I stick it. And I DCA to add to the compounding. So I'm compounding the compound.
Yo, Jew, I got a strong node at $250 a strong.
What?
Off of which exchange?
How'd you get that?
How the fuck?
Oh no, that was a few days ago.
How the fuck?
I'm just
wait,
a few days ago.
From where? It didn't drop to no 250.
Oh, sorry, 650.
Big cap. I was about to say big cap.
Bro, I said what?
I was about to say
what
you
drop
big cap,
bro?
You big cap. Get that big cap out of here.
Big cap. What drop?
I was about to say.
Sorry, I didn't realize that's I'm not 650, but yes, but yeah,
Hey,
I very strong note.
I got a question. Hey, CJ, if you could, the room has been filling up, and just there might be people of like all kinds of varying understanding of what we're talking about, basically, in its broadest sense. How would you describe how would you describe the work that a node does for the network, and why it's important that there are many nodes spread out all over the world?
Ooh. That's a good question. So basically your node is your store of the entire blockchain. Like every single transaction that has ever happened on the blockchain is stored on a computer. And why that's important is essentially the blockchain needs to reference this data in order to prove that certain transactions happened and to further transactions in the future. So in theory, if there was only two nodes out there, two people providing nodes, let's say it was me and Corpy, and I just sent Corpy 1 ETH. If Corpy wanted to do something malicious, he could say instead, let's say I had 20 ETH in my wallet, he could say that I sent 20 ETH to him. And my node says I sent him 1, but Corpy's node said I sent him 20, but there's only 2 nodes. So which one do you go with, right? No one knows. There's not necessarily a right answer in that equation when there's only 2 nodes. Sure, Corpy's node is malicious, but there's only 2. So which one's right and which one's wrong? And that's why decentralization is important. And how you get more and more decentralized is having more and more nodes. So boom, let's say you have 3 nodes. Now you add on 1 more, you're more decentralized because let's say 1 tries to be malicious. Then the other 2 are like, nah, we have the same data. Fuck you. You're out. But when you have thousands of nodes, you're a shit ton more decentralized because let's say 1 or 10 or even 100 try to do something malicious. The rest of them come together and say, no, that's incorrect. Our data says otherwise. Our history of the blockchain, you cannot do that. And what happens to the person who's trying to do something malicious? Well, to have a node in the first place, you need to stake 32 Ethereum. The reason why you need to stake 32 Ethereum is because they essentially want you to put up collateral as a risk to prevent anyone from doing anything malicious in the first place. So if you try to initiate a malicious transaction, like if Corpy said I sent him 20 ETH instead of actually sending him 1, then all the other nodes say that's incorrect, and Corpy loses all 32 of his Ethereum, so he loses $150,000 for trying to essentially do something malicious. So that's why the number of nodes is usually your number one factor in how decentralized a blockchain is, especially who owns those nodes. And this is why Strongblock is really cool, because it essentially allows you to have node ownership for a lot less than 32 ETH for right now $6,800, which is like less than 2 ETH, 1.5 ETH.
There's some things that need to be said before we go further with this.
Yes.
So there are different kinds of nodes. Okay, you have master nodes, which is something like on the Ethereum chain that requires a stake of 32 Ethereum, like Crypto Jesus was talking about. You have validation nodes, sometimes called full nodes, which are the nodes that provide the copy of the blockchain and provide transparency and true decentralization. And there's the thing about it. There's another thing that those full nodes do, and this is what Strongblock is providing. They are not providing when you buy a Strongblock node, you are not buying a validation or a master Ethereum node. That's not what you have. You have a full node. Full nodes do everything that Crypto Jesus said, but they also provide access points to the blockchain. So let's say you're a point of sale service provider, okay, and you want to open up a company, or you want to start accepting crypto as payments into your point of sale service that you have. Well, if you're a company of any size, you're not going to run everything through one connection into a service like Ethereum, right? You're not going to start accepting ERC20 coins and doing that all through one node. You would bottleneck your traffic. Shit would take forever to go through. It would break down. It would be very bad. Okay, so you need if you're a company on a corporate level, you need access points to the blockchain in order to call functions or interact with contracts or whatever it is that you want to do, market data, whatever it is you're trying to do. Okay, so that's something that these full nodes offer. Okay, they offer security, they offer transparency, and they offer decentralization as well as access to the chain. Now, traditionally, nodes are not rewarded by the chains that are running them. Okay, Vitalik, when he thought up of Ethereum, he imagined everyone who would be using the Ethereum network would be running one of these Ethereum full nodes. Okay, and you can go spin up an Ethereum full node right now, but you better know fucking Docker. You better be able to SSH into a fucking VPS. It's a little outside the realm of mass adoption, right? So when Vitalik came up with Ethereum and envisioned everybody would be having their own node, that's how they would access the network, he was a little off. Maybe because he's so damn big brained and he doesn't realize how stupid the rest of us are. I don't know, but at any rate, these master or these full nodes, they're not traditionally rewarded or compensated for their work. Basically, people are running it for free because for anyone new to the space, crypto started out as kind of like a hobbyist thing, kind of like with personal computers back in the fucking 80s when you would order a kit and put shit together. That's how crypto started out. You used to have to figure out, there were no fucking wallets, dude. You wanted a wallet, you had to download a program and fucking configure a fucking wallet. Okay,
bro, I had to code my own UI for one, like my own version of MetaMask.
Yeah, and there was no help. There were no Twitter Spaces.
Nothing.
There was anybody writing guides. The only fucking response you got was "figure it out." FIO. Figure it out.
There was a single GitHub repo for Ethereum that anyone could work on or contribute to, and then you would have to go through their code and look for commented out lines of code trying to explain what the next few lines of code did. And if you got lucky, it explained how to import certain contract data so you could interact with it.
Exactly. So why I'm bullish on Strong is because of what they're doing. They're building a truly decentralized node network. That's another thing we need to speak about. Not every company offers for their users to be able to run these nodes. Okay, not every project that is out there. One of the big
Solon.
ones is Solon's one of them. Neo as well. They've been doing it for a long time. They opted to not allow users to run full nodes.
And look what happened to Neo, dude.
They were a victim to an attack, and they were an attack on a fucking data center that they were using. In reality, most of these quote unquote decentralization of these tokens and these fucking nodes is not what you think it is, man. There's like 3 or 4 big data centers that do most of this shit. So if you compromise one of those, you got, if you can compromise 3/4 of the nodes, who the rest of them going to believe,
Yo, Jew, Solana controls 45% of their nodes in a single data center.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, so guys, the thing here is like Solana could go and work with Strong to actually start to decentralize their nodes. Obviously, it wouldn't be anywhere near as decentralized as ETH, but it's a way to actually start decentralizing these nodes, because Strong would create these nodes and do all the more expensive hardware side and basically fractionalize out each one of these 128 minimum gigabyte RAM computers.
Yeah, so if Strong was a book, Strong would be called Nodes for Dummies. Okay, so it's a one-click nodes as a service. That is what they do. They keep all of your software up to date. They host the motherfucker. They provide the collateral. Now, look, I do believe they do own some validation nodes.
They do.
That they do get.
Okay.
They get paid on, and I believe they are going to have some Ethereum 2.0 master nodes, and most of that revenue will go.
They will. They will have the 2.0 master nodes.
Yeah, this is exactly why I want right now. Crypto in it.
Master nodes on the current Ethereum chain. However, here's the thing. Okay, they pay 6% APY. That's garbage. Okay, that's absolute garbage. Nodes, Strongblock pays because they've it's very pyramiding. It's what the fuck it is. All right. The people paying the rewards on the old node holders are the new people getting it, and that's just what it is. All right. I'm not gonna get up here and I got in super early. I'm gonna be in the black forever. I think it's still a good project. I see what they're trying to do. They are going to take this army of nodes, these nodes that people have paid to make, and they are going to monetize it. I truly believe that. These guys, the guys who are,
Jew, how large is their treasury now?
4,000 Ethereum.
4,000. So they have a pile of 4,000 Ethereum.
Yep, that they put in a pool that they're staking.
That's from selling the NFTs.
Do the NFT
that's from selling
sale.
the NFTs. Yeah.
That they're staking. So that they're using to run the ETH validator nodes.
Yeah, look, they're going to do a lot, dude. They're big fans of DeFi. They're big fans of Olympus. Like
they're talking Avalanche now.
That's almost $40 million.
There's a proper team behind these guys. All right, these dudes are no joke. David Moss, the CEO, basically put Oracle on the face of the earth. For anybody who doesn't know what Oracle is, they developed JavaScript, and JavaScript is used in every single fucking business ever, and will be until the end of time, most likely. So, or until we figure something better out. It's been around forever. It's going to be around forever. It's not going anywhere. And he put that.
And these nodes that we have are, while crypto and everybody, the world's getting on board through the metaverse, they're going to need something to hold this big ass weight up when they prop this metaverse that we're all trying to build. It's going to need something underneath it. And here we go. That's why I'm super bullish on Strong.
Yeah, they're huge on gaming. Hey guys. They are very, very huge on gaming. They're, these look, you're going to see NFT MMOs come out. That's going to require, again, that's just like any other, industrial size, corporate sized activity you got going on. You're going to need lots of access points. So,
and who has first mover advantage? Strong knows.
Hey Juju, quick question. I know that Strong, when they were first coming out, they were trying to do like, I think it was blockchain as a service, but then the
Yes.
pandemic hit and some of their investors pulled out,
Yes.
and they decided to go with the node as a service.
Yes.
Any plans on going back to that blockchain as a service down the road?
So it's funny you mentioned that in one of the most recent AMAs. I don't think they talked about it very much last week, but he did detail out that 2022 you will see Strong launch its own chain, and part of that will be blockchain as a service.
Listen to that, guys.
Your
So
own
Strong
sustainable node on their own
they
sustainable
will
node.
launch their own blockchain. Like their cryptocurrency right now is worth, I think, just over $100 million. Let me pull it up. 114 million. And they are launching their own blockchain, and they
And it's
have
going to
a
be
treasury with 4,000 Ethereum in it.
So
yes, and
one,
these
strong is going to be a $10,000 coin or more. Two, you're going to get rewards from
you can play games.
Ethereum, Polygon, Phantom, Avalanche, stable coins. So I don't have to worry about this Strong as a Ponzi scheme if I'm paying people in
Yeah,
ETH.
and when they run out of Strong, they're going to be paying in ETH and
Look,
Polygon.
I'll take that.
The way that Strong has been successful, the way that Strong was set up in the beginning, it's fucking Ponzi as shit. You can't fucking look at it and say it's not.
But what you do again? What do you do with my investment? If you're just going to stay at Ponzi, it's one thing.
Exactly.
But if you're taking my investment and building,
exactly.
I'm developing. I'm an early investor. So again, this is what we do in general.
They're building a whole ass blockchain with 4,000 Ethereum, and that doesn't even include all the extra funds they have from the Strong tokens. Because I forget the exact tokenomics. A certain percent goes to Liquidity, a certain percent goes to the Strong treasury, and then a certain percent. I don't know what they do with the rest. I don't remember.
Again, these treasury models. It's beautiful.
Yep.
And who else is Strong talking to?
Plus,
yo, if someone does not mind stepping down from the stage, we have a bunch of requests to come out. Once again, I appreciate y'all for coming up here to speak.
So again, I stopped looking at it as a Ponzi, and I looked at it as a cryptocurrency that I see potential in, that could help change the world, and I'm invested in it. So again.
Yo, but guys, I will say something. It did make me slightly more comfortable knowing that the team was fully doxed and they actually built an actual company. And the people who are in the company are like all these guys who were very early in on the blockchain, I believe.
Listen, for me, like a docs team is not a necessity. A docs team is not a necessity, but when I see it happen, it is a thing of beauty. You know, like it is so comforting to know
this
that
was a benefit. This is a benefit to these guys that when they dox themselves early on, you could go to the Strongblock website, you could go scroll down to the bottom, and you could see the team. You can't see it anymore. You can still find them on LinkedIn. If you have a LinkedIn, type in strongblock.com, they all fucking come up, right? But and they all have pictures, they all have active accounts, all that bullshit. But in the beginning, at the very bottom, it had them listed, their names, their role in the company, and it had their former roles at other companies. And on there were six guys, I believe, down there. David Moss, Matt, fucking Luder, or some shit, a bunch of people. You go through and you look down and you see the companies that they're coming from. You saw companies like Oracle, Warner Brothers, Nike, Block One, EOS. I mean, like, the fuck? EOS was like #1 to smart contracts, like smart contracts as a service on the fucking Ethereum chain. They pioneered the way for what we're doing today.
I wonder if they're going to build their blockchain in-house or if they're going to build off
building it
similar to like BNB.
No, they are launching their own chain. It'll be the layer 1, and it'll do a lot of different things.
But you saying I am launching my own chain is very, like, it can mean a lot of things, right? Because Binance blockchain is really just based off of Cosmos, right? It's kind of just like a fork of Cosmos.
Well, they're going to they will most likely be looking at something that's gas low, because that's one of their main problems they're facing now, and they've already said that they are looking at something like that.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind, if you're looking at something that's gas low and it's not gas low because of rollups, then you're sacrificing the decentralization aspect. So I think the question is, for me, how they're going to decentralize this blockchain and maybe still keep fees lowish at the same time. I mean, I'm sure they can do better than ETH, but I think really to make all this happen, they're going to have to, obviously they prioritize decentralization and security. They're going to have to incorporate rollups.
Well, I mean, they're launching. Yeah, buddy, I'm coming in a second. They're already launching. I mean, you got people making fucking nodes for free.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
You're right.
they have 150,000 nodes, and their nodes are decentralized. They have data centers across the world that are hosting these nodes. These are not all in like, Singapore comes up by default, but that's not that's not necessarily where it's at.
And
that's the thing, Jew, right? Because they still technically have ownership over these nodes, the actual physical nodes themselves.
They do. Yeah, they could rug us all for sure.
And he's fully doxxed, so I'll find Dave Moss. I've been waiting.
Yeah,
in the back
that's true.
of my mind. He's fully doxxed.
Oh my God, he'd be worse than Miss.
And he gives interviews every week. I know that. Again, I got the address written down before they took it off the website.
But I guess my question is, I just hope they have plans to decentralize these networks, right? Because if they want low fees, then they're going to sacrifice their decentralization. And decentralization is my ultimate concern in anything node related.
Well, decentralization is a priority for them, and I mean, look, you got to remember these guys are fucking trailblazers, man. They've done things in this space that no one else has done, and they're going to continue, and that's what they're doing again.
Yeah, and that's what their blockchain
they've already
is about.
done it before.
You being able to host they'll still host your own nodes and stuff, but once they fractionalize and add these other chains, you'll be able to sell your node. So I guess you'll be able to move it from wallets.
There will be a marketplace. That's something that is in the works right now.
Yeah.
You will be able to sell these things. So you'll start to see people put valuations on these nodes on what they produce.
Exactly.
They're going to have a new reward structure in their service 2 contract that is going to decrease your rewards over time, but never go to zero.
You know what, Jew? What I think would be really dope is if they started essentially doing like similar to, if you remember NiceHash, their structure where essentially you could just download they had their own software like similar to Windows. I think it was just a version of Linux, and you could just put that on your PC and run it. And essentially, if they could do that,
it'll probably be more web interface, and like kind of Web3.
No, yeah, but if they could do anything like that, all I'm saying is if they could do anything like that to essentially allow anyone to create their own node and provide it through the Strongblock.
Well, they did that.
Ecosystem.
They did that in the beginning. They had a BYON, bring your own node deal, so you could bring your own Ethereum full node in the beginning. And
I think they should bring that back.
I don't think they got rid of it. I don't know. They got rid of it. I don't know exactly why they got rid of it. I'm sure that you could find it somewhere, but I know it's no longer a thing. But the ones that people brought over, some people are still running. So they're still on the
Jew is that they could essentially do that, right? They could have the BYO node that further decentralizes the protocol. They can be a decentralized interface for that for users who are looking to create their nodes, and there can be a slight premium in between the person who is the host and the person paying for the node, and that slight premium goes to the DAO for Strongblock, right? And that provides a nice stable income for them and keeps it pretty decentralized.
Yeah, but the only thing is, I think that goes against their whole model, and that's being able, like, kind of bringing nodes to the masses is kind of like
but I think it should be a mixed bag, right? I think they should not only do what they normally do, but they should also have this ability for people to essentially provide nodes on the back end.
Well, you should bring it up to him in an AMA.
That's hard for
Esquire is the one that gathers the information and whatnot. But I mean, you're going to start to see like this is going to be an asset that you can sell eventually when this marketplace comes on.
Yeah, you'll be able to. I imagine you'll be able to trade your node like an ERC 721.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And you'll be able to, and so, people will start applying decline curves on the revenue versus, the payout time and all this other bullshit. And you'll see actual valuations of nodes hit the fucking, people selling them on payouts, kind of like similar to what we do in the mineral business.
Imagine if you have like some real juicy individual nodes.
Yeah, and we get to print these things once we start a certain thing.
This is going to be juicier than any airdrop.
Exactly. So again, I'm going to fractionalize because I believe fractionalization. Again, this is going to be a real estate thing. So I treat fractionalization like I treat real estate.
Well, on my protocol, I'll set it up so we have both fractionalized.
I can't wait. Again, every time
we'll have fractionalized.
I'm in July already, like, bro.
I know. I'm in July. But we're gonna have fractionalized Strongblock nodes and fractionalized regular nodes.
Yep. That's why I told you to add all this stuff now. So we could be.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, it only makes more sense to use the fractionalized Strongblock nodes, right? Because one, that provides more strong value to Strongblock, so people can buy it at lower denominations, and they're literally just buying fractional shares of Strong. And two, it's the only real way for direct incentive to be a node provider. Because I could just fractionalize normal nodes, but there isn't as much money in it.
No. And then two, again, my theory is assets under management. When people come, oh, what do you have? What should I invest? This is what I have under management. Oh, shit. Again, this is why people are stacking these blue chip NFTs. These are why people are adding this stuff now. I feel like everybody's adding war chest. If you're not adding these passive income plays to your protocol and to your DEX and your treasury, you're going to be asked out. Because when the big money comes, institutional money, they're just going to ask one question, like, what do you have under management? How do I know I'm going to get a stable return on investment? Like me and Bully was talking about this.
Bro, for like 4 hours,
dude. I honestly think Strong is going to be the best non-pyramid pyramid that has ever happened to me.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's easily one of the better investments that I've made.
Let's be real. People see the gains and how much you make every day. You literally get paid every day. And if they want that action, then they're going to have to buy a Strong token, and the price will just continue to increase.
That's why I had to send you the calculator with it. That's why I said I live in another world.
Here's another thing about it is that they have moved. So Strong has kind of moved the bar for node compensation, because you're starting to see all these other projects that are coming out that are launching, to where a semi-technical user can stake the coin and run nodes. You've had ones like SRX, what's the one that just took off?
Gala.
Oh yeah,
Gala been taking
I gave you
but
Gala
one
at
just took
8
off.
cents.
Flux.
8 cents. Oh yeah,
It was Flux.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Flux just took off. You got more coming
Falco
out.
has been waiting to talk for a wee bit. What's up, Falco?
I'm dropping alpha over here.
I mean, keep dropping alpha. I'm writing it down as quick as I can. I'm like,
my bad, too. My bad.
My fingers is like.
You got projects coming out that are like Stack OS. You got Pop nodes that are coming out.
Stack OS is another node that's going to be a good opportunity. It's going to be a good node opportunity.
Stack. I'm currently running pre nodes. I'm running
good entry on pre.
Stacks.io.
Pre came right back down.
Good entry on pre.
Right back down. Good entry.
Again, pre is another situation.
Advice.
Again, I look at them from macro play. Like, they're gonna ask you a simple question: what do you have under management? Oh, I have 100 pre nodes. I have 100 strong nodes. Okay, here's $10 million. Make me, and then you can easily make returns on it, because it's a hedge fund. I'm in New York. I'm from New York, so it's like this is Wall Street. It's like this is Wall Street.
There's easier ways. There's easier ways to monetize your fucking node revenue and your DeFi revenue. I'll talk to you all about that. What you got, Falcon?
Again, those are other assets under management. How many assets you got under management? The more assets under management, you as Sequoia. It's gonna be a simple game. Again, and it makes, but then that's just part two. So my other part of theory is for the arbitrage. So to be able to do these risky leverage plays, you're gonna need something there backing. So they're gonna give you more money to do leverage. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Bully, they'll make Bully a head trader just to do this shit. Just because you got assets under management, you can make riskier arbitrage plays. You could put $1 million into a fucking shit coin and be like, because we have the backing. We're
not if you want to get it out.
Yeah, we're making $1 million of strong revenue a day. We could put that in a shit coin.
Who wants to get it out?
Let's be honest.
We could hire devs. We could, again, it just makes your plays everything. That's why I'm doing all this stuff now to scoop coins on the bear market. And you'll just have a treasury to pick up shit coins. So when ETH drops or anything drops, you'll have a massive treasury that accumulates every day. Just pick shit up off the floor.
That's one thing that I love the most about Strong, is that I'm never without liquidity.
Exactly.
Liquidity is always a fucking click away. Falco, what you got, man?
Yo, I gotta say this. People already DMing me talking about how I'm taking notes. There's probably a bunch of people in here that like ain't caught up to y'all level right now. Y'all going like hyper speed.
Niggas talking about nodes and shit.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm hanging on to like the back of the Millennium Falcon, and like the burners is like burning my hair off, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, Falco, I just checked. I just checked my
my notifications. I understand that I'm
we're
a simple
literally
man. I could ask y'all the simple question, and y'all could give me the
Yeah,
simple
of course.
answer.
What you got for
I
some
could tell
questions?
y'all
Let's
how to
hear it.
tell me what to do. Like,
Oh yeah.
okay, so I'll put you like this. Please tell me which website I can go to learn about this. That's the simplest question. And then my level 2 question is, I understand like staking a little bit. I understand how to connect a wallet to something and upload money. If you could tell me a website to go to upload the money.
Let's share some shit in here.
This is easier than staking.
This is
Literally,
easier than staking.
Hey, share the tweets in here. Share some tweets
Staking
in
is
here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
anyone
share some
got any
tweets in here.
tweets we can pin?
Yeah,
Here, I'll go to the
yeah.
Strongblock.
Start pinning
If
some
y'all
tweets
literally have a website,
because we
I'll
got all
go
these
to the
people in here.
website. Just put the website.
Yeah,
I already have
Strongblock.
some
Oh,
names
here,
written
I'll
down.
tweet it out.
Again, now y'all starting to see the hedge fund play.
Oh, easy.
Yeah,
So
because
go.
it's like we don't
Hey,
want to
man.
try this hard.
This is why.
Yeah,
This is the hedge fund
Corby,
play.
No, I
and then
actually
you
do
could
want to
just
try
make
this hard. I'm
Strongblock
lying. I'm just
nodes.
too dumb.
Corby, you could just make Strongblock nodes in Solon as your pool,
Yes.
and just do a bunch of nodes and keep compounding it. And people just deposit money into your pool, and you get like 10% of whatever they make.
Again, and we launch in July. So by then you'll be at like 70 nodes, assets under. Again, I just call it assets under management. I'm a human DAO. I am a fucking DAO. We're all DAOs.
Yes, you
the
are.
more DAOs we come together, that's why I'm telling you all this alpha now. So you guys are compounding. By the time we compound, to add more liquidity.
What's your DAO? What's your DAO?
I'm
Corporate
DAO. His
DAO.
DAO is Solon DAO.
Corporate DAO.
I'm saying individually we are
We're
DAOs.
basically
I'm in 10
we're
hard
making it
forks.
so everyone's their own individual DAO.
Yeah,
basically.
if we're gonna be our own banks, we have to have the reserves. Again, that's what Ohm model was. Again, that's why Ohm gets hard forked every day. They have the reserve model. Having this reserve and this passive income there, you have liquidity to be able to buy stuff. I'm not buying extra coins right now because I'm waiting for the bear market. I'll have extra liquidity to do what? Scoop coins off the floor. You'll always have something to scoop off the floor. If you want to scoop NFTs off the floor, you want to scoop coins off the floor. If you had a project, a coin that you've been looking after, been waiting to dip, you'll have the liquidity to do it. You'll have it there so you can convert it. So even if Strong or the other coins are a Ponzi, I convert it. That's why I'm doing time right now. I convert it to AVAX. So I do a feedback loop. I'm in a loop. I convert it into something stable. So my thing is invest in these Ponzis, convert it into ETH. If you want something stable, take your fucking Strongblock rewards and buy ETH.
Or you could always put it in a stable coin.
Put it in a stable coin. Again,
just guys, financial. This is financial advice.
This is
just buy stable coins,
and that's what
You're
Ohm
gonna
is
make so
doing.
much money.
What is Ohm doing? They're buying stable coins. All they're doing is buying stable coins.
That is true.
So they have
are
backing.
buying
They have assets under management. They ask you, how much do you have? Oh, we have 100 again. But then this is just part one. They're not seeing part two. Part two is
for
the trading.
people out in the audience who don't know how Ohm works. Basically, the way it works is essentially Ohm is like a DAO that just invests money. So people can put up their assets as collateral and they get Ohm token in exchange for like locking their assets. Whenever they want, they can give the Ohm token back for their assets. But until then, their assets are locked up and held by Ohm. What happens is Ohm then uses their assets and invests them into cryptocurrencies or stakes them into protocols they like, blah, 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 whatever. It's essentially like a hedge fund, but it's a DAO. And they take all this money that's locked up for people using their semi-stable coin Ohm and invest it, and they get a yield. And that's how they get money back to their coin Ohm. That's where the value of Ohm comes from. And then for people that are staking Ohm and get like the crazy 80,000% whatever a year, that's based on how many people are purchasing Ohm bonds a day. Basically, if you purchase these bonds, you can get the Ohm token at a discount, or you could be paying a premium. It depends on the state of the Ohm ecosystem, and that's why people purchase bonds. So in theory, that APR will come down, and that will because people will be buying less bonds a day, and then the Ohm token will go down in value eventually because the annual percent return isn't as high.
But you'll have accumulated so much Ohm that it'll even out. But again, if you don't believe in this protocol, part of my DeFi theory is take that shit and put it in ETH, something you know is going to go up. Again, it allows you that that option, that you'll have that
Yep.
passiveness to be able to move it into another project that you like. I'm not saying stay in. If you want to stay in it, stay in it. I'm taking profits. That's why I'm in time, and I'm doing the stuff on AVAX, so I'm able to do the. I pull profits. So me and Bully was having this talk. I use time as my ATM. I DCA AVAX every day, put a little bit more on top of the rebases to compound. So that way I'll be able to take profits out of time while keeping my initial investment. Again, that's the beauty of the thing. If you don't believe in it, I'm already taking profits out along the way. Always be taking. This is a system to be able to take profits out. And since time is not on Ethereum, I can take profits when I want for 15 cents. So that's why I DCA every day. So I'm mitigating my risk.
Yeah, that's where you want to use protocols like the fork that Corpy is just talking about, time, on protocols like AVAX that have like 10-cent fees, because when you pay a $300 gas fee to do it on Ethereum on Ohm, and you're worried about it getting rugged any day, you need to at least make your $300 back, and that's the problem. While with AVAX in time, you can just spend 10 cents on fees.
Yeah, and if you want to, and if you're scared and want to speed it up, it's 12 cents.
Yeah.
It's like I'm listening to like a Star Wars audiobook.
Yeah.
Just remember, guys.
This is
as with all of these plays, these crypto plays. You have you're going to need to be wanting to be taking profit, because as crypto Jesus said, they will not. These coins will not stay at their caps forever. You know, I mean, you already see what's happening to OHM. It was at fucking damn near $1,500 a month ago. It's sitting at half right now. But to answer your question though, Falco, for as far as like resources that you can go and read about nodes, and staking and whatnot, I know for sure staking, liquidity pools. You can just Google staking with crypto and find gobs and gobs and gobs of articles on that.
I already
as
understand
well
that's
as
bullshit.
with liquidity
I want to be what
pools.
y'all are on. I get it.
On the nodes, that's something a little. There's not this. Here's the thing about the nodes is there's not as much documentation and guides and things out there as there are with some of these other DeFi plays. The easiest thing for someone who's
the documentation
to get into nodes to do is to start taking a look at Strongblock, and the website for that is strongblock.com, and you can go there. They have a FAQ. They got all kind of resources you can read about there. There's tons of Google video, the YouTube videos and shit on how to create nodes. It's a very simple process. You just kind of connect your MetaMask the same way you would with any other DeFi protocol. Have the little bit of Ethereum in your account, 10 strong per node, and you just fill out a little form on their website. It's easy peasy. If you want to get into some of the other stuff,
real quick.
Let me just finish up for Falco.
Yeah, let him know.
He asked. So, for as far as the other nodes goes, that requires a little more technical expertise. That's what I was talking about. You'll have to know how to SSH into virtual private servers, and execute commands from a command line to download and spin up an instance of Docker, and then download in the firmware for the particular node you want to run, and usually some type of graphical user interface on a Web3 environment in order to actually stake your coins against the node. You'll start to return passive income. That way you'll be rewarded for running the nodes. None of them are even close to the return that you'll see on Strong, however. So I hope that helped a little bit with your question.
Can I ask two? I want to make one statement and I want to ask one question.
No, go ahead.
I've worked an office job before, so I'm willing to do all of this. It's just that the education is not there. You feel me? I'm down to learn whatever this is. I just need to figure it out.
I didn't realize there was as many people who are interested in nodes as I mean, I knew there were people out there, but I mean, I've gotten like so many damn follows since I've been talking about this. I actually have a blog up and going. I was going to start writing up guides and things like that. I think I'll probably get into that a little bit more. I have a bunch that are kind of like just sitting. It's like how to guides, how to stake, how to how to interact with command lines. It's kind of like internet for dummies type shit, but all in one area is what I was looking to do. And it's not internet. I mean, look, this is like pseudo technical stuff. Any guy who's like in IT would laugh at the shit that we're doing, but we're not fucking in IT. You know, we have normal people jobs, right? So,
people charge like $50 for this type of information, and half the time it be scams online.
Literally,
so that's why
literally.
I feel like I just kind of like found the gold rush, but then I feel like, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to catch it in my hands. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Well, I take Ethereum as tips. So just wait till gas is left.
Shut up, Joe.
Yeah, JJ, you should do that, man. He's a wealth of knowledge.
Oh yeah, he is.
He helped me get on there, so I appreciate it, man.
Jew is the node expert. Real quick, guys, if someone doesn't mind stepping down, we got 2 people trying to come up. But Jew, I was looking
I'll step down.
at.
Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, thank you for coming up.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, if y'all want to put some links up there, I would love it.
What was that?
So he's wanting links.
Yeah, if y'all put links up there,
Strongblock.com.
I got that written down. I wrote down everything y'all said out your mouth. That's what I promise.
Here we go.
We got a couple more questions.
It's going to be the easiest one to get on.
I put it up here. I put it up at the top. But Jew, I just wanted to ask you real quick. Stack OS, is that on Binance Smart Chain?
Stack is no. You got to swap Stack on. Fuck.
Because it's asking me to select BSC as a network on their app.
I think it is.
No, that's that's right then. That's Binance. Yeah. What does Stack do? Stack is doing they're kind of like a launchpad development tool, all in one kind of deal. With you can like host your dApps. It's like kind of like a dApp builder launchpad type deal, similar to StoreX, I think.
It looks kind of cool, honestly.
StoreX involved. Yeah, the guy that started it was an early Strongblock guy, and actually Wealth Dash helped him out with their fucking Telegram channel, and then they blew up.
Really?
I'm bullish on them because, like how you just said, for normal people, they're gonna want something to launchpad or something to make easy dApps and stuff like that, and that's really what's coming next.
They actually have some of that shit already out there. I was playing with some the other day.
I'm looking at it right now.
We got a lot of questions up here. So, fucking Court, you're in the fucking group. You can ask questions anytime. What's wrong with you? Mint Fresh, what you got, man?
Yo, what up, man? I just wanted to kind of see what Corpy thought about. I'm actually in some of the Ohm forks, and I just wanted to see kind of anyone, honestly, what you guys think of Time. And I know it's almost like near its all-time high, and I've been following it a little bit, but kind of just wanted to get some more info on it.
Time is my money printer. Again, Time is my new favorite heart. Again, it's part of the ecosystem. So again, their team is Semi-Rug with the Daniel guy. We don't know if that's his real name or not. But
it's Semi-Rug.
Semi-Rug. So they're like. One of the developers' name is Squirrel, so I don't really know how much but they have a lot of things they haven't rugged yet. But Time is a part of their treasury for what he's doing and he's adding stuff to the treasury. He's trying to like hire like musicians and stuff like that to add to the treasury and like NFT music NFT streaming rights and stuff like that, which is going to be huge soon. I don't know if y'all are into music rights.
Like that's huge. I love that.
I like that. Again, that's something else to add to the treasury.
My buddy is also talking to like a metal artist in his town who's actually really. I'm not really into metal music, but his idea was almost like give NFT holders like almost a season pass to like concerts or something. Concerts aren't really huge at this time, but like maybe like release an NFT and then you get a ticket to 10 concerts this guy hosts or something like that. So I feel like the music industry is going to be huge coming into
Mark
this.
Cuban is doing with his at the Palace.
So,
but that's the thing,
so
right?
Is
that can't really happen. That can't really be a successful model until we see the rentable NFTs being implemented. Because if you have this NFT that's your season ticket to 10 concerts and you can't make it to half of them, then you're like, shit, maybe I should sell it. But if it's rentable, then you could rent it out for the 5 that you're not going to be there. And that's another part of the whole Solon ecosystem, right? Because we created a new protocol for rentable NFTs. But I'm not sure if you know Eric Elliott. He created what's now YouTube Music. He's big in the space. He's a great guy. He hosts a bunch of Twitter spaces now. But he's making this really cool platform, kind of like OpenSea, but mainly geared towards music NFTs. And he came up with the dopest idea. Instead of having artists like sign deals with record labels, so they do, they give them 50%, they do all their marketing, blah, 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 promo, whatever it is. And obviously not every artist can even get to that level in the first place. He created this platform where he has this thing called amping. And essentially, users can like retweet people's music, the equivalent of retweeting. He calls it amping, and you get a percent of the sales of their NFT. So you get paid as an individual to go around and discover new music that you think is dope. And if other people fuck with it, then you get paid. And it creates a way that's kind of like play to
I
earn.
love that idea.
Yeah.
I love
So
that.
that
That's
that's
Spotify on
wait.
steroids, man. I love that.
So you basically did we just invent like listen to earn?
Yeah. Oh, Eric Elliott did. I
Like so
can't
he
take
just
credit for
invented
that.
listen to earn. Like
Yes, he did.
what?
Eric
Fuck?
did.
That's brilliant.
Green room, bro.
That's
Yes,
Oh,
brilliant.
that's
Green
dude.
Room.
That's what green room is. Oh, I
Yes,
remember he
bro.
just.
Yeah, Eric's a homie.
Oh shit, that was like a month
Eric,
ago. So he's
That's
probably like
awesome.
way far ahead.
Yo, I feel bad. I didn't mean to snub Court, man. Court, she probably has something to add to the
No,
conversation. What you got,
You
Courtney?
just put me on listen to earn. Like what?
I'm good.
Court, Drew feels bad now.
Yeah, no,
Hello,
I'm good. I
sir.
just what's
And
up, y'all?
my last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Oh,
speak
sorry.
on behalf of all of the normies in the room. I mean, shit, we got like 150 people here, so I'm sure there's a lot of people like me. And I want to vouch for my homies. Like, y'all are amazing and have so much knowledge and so willing to share. So, one person I want to shout out to is a little bubble you'll see down below. But would ya? He's been quiet tonight. But anyway,
Oh yeah, the
yeah.
homie. But would you?
Yeah, he's got a lot of informational stuff like resources and everything. I heard some people asking about like where do I go to find information on these things. And last little contribution I have tonight, like if this stuff is over your head, which it probably is for a lot of people here, that's okay. Really, you just have to get in the game. Like, there's no amount of YouTube videos and all of that shit that's really going to teach you. You just have to just fucking show up and do something, put your money where your
Yeah,
mouth is. That's the way you can.
that's right. That's right. But would you? And but I 100% agree. But Would is a great resource. Like he is a he does YouTube video guides. You can find him. He's kind of got like the. It reminds me of the BFI symbol, like the fucking like. But anyway, yeah, he's. I wish he would get up here and talk. He's fucking a wealth of knowledge as well.
Yeah, I'll step down, guys.
Thanks for coming up, Court.
Thank you.
You're the best, Court.
Thanks for the
What you
shout
got,
out,
man?
Court.
Yo, Peter Bread, it's been a minute. How you doing?
Yo, man. Much love to the
Where
fam.
have you been?
I had a death in the family, y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all good, man.
Everybody throw up 100 for Peter Bread now.
I appreciate you. But I didn't come down to bog the space down. I didn't come down for that. One, love to all of y'all. I've missed y'all. I've been listening in spaces, but I've been pulled in different directions. Yo, Juju, you a beast, bro. I'm listening to you on Discord. You a beast.
Oh, bro, he's an alpha.
He's a beast. He's a fucking savage animal. He's out there killing apex predators.
Bully tells me I make good calls, but I need to fucking follow my own advice more often. Apparently,
Don't follow your own financial advice.
Listen. When I tell you, when I'm with like Juju and Crypto Jesus, and these guys tell me like the nice assets, I'm all in.
So I caught the.
If y'all want entries, man, Bully hooks up the entries. Man.
Yeah.
He gives away free charts.
Oh yeah.
So
He's up. Every pick that he picked 2 weeks ago is up this week. Every pick.
So I came in with some knowledge. I came in with some love. I don't just show up to say hi. Did anybody catch the AMA with I forgot what it's called, Trader Joe's, but they were talking about abracadabra.money and MIM and what they're doing with that. they're looking to really pump a bunch of money into enhancing and accelerating their cross-chain functionality.
Yep. I'm
Trader
an
Joe
AVAX
is.
Maxi.
AVAX
Trader
Max.
Yeah,
Joe's going
so
cross chain.
Yes, Trader.
Yes.
that's what they're. I think they just linked a fucking. I read something about a bridge being fucking released today.
Wait, hold up.
Forgot
They're
what it was.
bridging
Yep.
through AVAX?
Yep.
Yes.
AVAX is EVM compatible?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Why do you
this is
think
a
I
Hey,
movement.
CJ.
why do you think I keep telling you AVAX is just like Ethereum?
Oh, I know it's
But
just
it's
like
just
Ethereum, but
like,
it's not as decentralized,
hey
right?
man,
That's what you're sacrificing in
I
exchange for the
don't
low
look under
fees.
the hood.
I don't think
So
I like
Corpay.
that.
I know we'll be decentralized. We'll help. They make us look
Yeah,
better.
wait. I got a question though. Is Trader Joe just doing forks of itself
No,
on
Trader
these
Joe
different?
is the best. I just spent $1 doing 5 trades, 5 swaps on Trader. I trade for time all day. I haven't spent $1 today. Did 6 trades.
Hey guys, I put the link
Quick.
to that chat yesterday in the group there. It was the AMA. It was recorded, and I can't remember the guy behind Trader Joe, but he had
Trader Joe is the number. Trader Joe just beat UniSwap Volume 3. Trader Joe's the number 3 hedge.
No,
and they're
Yes,
no.
bro.
In
AVAX
liquidity?
Maxi, baby.
CJ, when you look at their
Are you
their
serious?
valuation, it's gonna blow your
Oh my
mind.
Well,
god.
not Volume 3, Volume 2, Volume 2,
Wait,
Volume
hold
2,
up,
Volume 2,
hold up.
Volume 2, Volume 2, Volume 2.
Oh.
Yeah, not yet.
Wait. It has more liquidity than UniSwap V2?
Yes, bro. AVAX Maxi.
That's true.
Hang on. That's crazy.
Trader Joe has more liquidity
He's nice.
than UniSwap V2. Is it what you're telling
UniSwap
me?
V2, yes.
Are you
As of this week.
UniSwap V2 has more liquidity than V3?
Oh, that's fine. He's used to another bigger dog like.
Holy shit, that's insane.
I'm an AVAX Maxi because of me today. I swapped
If
7
that's
times.
if I need to see that
And
data,
Joe.
Corpy.
So Joe is their native token. Joe is the native token.
Have a good
You
one.
get protocol.
Yeah, what's
You get
If
protocol.
that's if
That's like
Trader
Indy,
Joe
huh?
has more
Let's go.
liquidity than UniSwap V2, which would mean V3 also, then I would ape.
Let's
AVAX
go. Have a
Maxi.
good one. Let's go.
AVAX has been a buzz for a while. This Trader Joe's website over the past couple of weeks is slowly. I've been hearing about it more and more and more. I've used it a couple times. I think I used it to get into time.
I've used it 10 times today.
Holy shit, dude! Do you, I like Trader Joe. I guess it's nice.
Again, that's what I swap for time.
Feels a little jank, dude. You know,
their new
I like the UniSwap UI feel more. I'm trying to get But Would You up here, but we have too many people on the stage right now.
Yeah, so
I have another question.
I'll step down.
So that's why I'm.
I just want to say what's up to the homies.
Peter Brett, it's been good seeing you, man. Thank you for coming up.
Every time you see Mem, that's part of the time ecosystem. That's the time popsicle.
That's their
ice,
stable
that's
coin.
I know.
So what you could do is you could wrap your. So this is why they call it magic internet money. What they're doing is they're taking out flash loans of Mem every day and replenishing it. That's why it's never any Mem. So once you have a time stake, you could use your time stake to take out a Mem loan and just get free money and have it appreciate and just replenish the coin.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's why they called it a cold.
Hey guys, listen.
That's exactly how it works on Ohm, right? Because you just use your mem, or on Ohm you use what your it's not the Ohm token. I forget what the SIG version is.
SOHM.
Yeah, your SOHM, and you just essentially lock that up in a smart contract. You use that as your collateral, and they give you Ohm. And then they invest that SHO
but they compound. OHM compound it though. You have to interact on the contract to get it out.
Oh, that's
why you take Mem out. That's why you take the Mem loan out and use that as your money.
Where can you do that?
Abracadabra.
Hey Corpy, but I wanted to put a bow on top of what you were talking about, how you take your gains out of time. Mm-hmm. So there's a way where you could do it I posted this in the group earlier, where you take a leverage position out against your time, all right, your memo, because you get memo after you stake time.
Yeah,
you take the memo, you go to Abracadabra, you say you take out a loan, 5,000, right? You theoretically never have to pay that loan back because it's on an interest-bearing token, and on top of that, you'll never pay taxes on that because you don't pay taxes on a loan.
That's why it's called magic internet money.
Oh, I love it.
Yo,
Is Starfucker in our fucking shitcoin thing?
I think so. So this is why MEM is never. They always have to replenish it because people are just taking out loans every day and using it to put back into the system. That's another reason why
Oof.
Avalanche is going crazy.
Yo, Corpy, I'm looking at the liquidity right now. Trader Joe has $2.27 billion. And UniSwap has 8.3 billion, but that's still fucking crazy that they have a fourth of what Uniswap has.
It might be. What's the is it volume 1 Uniswap? One of them.
What?
It might be volume 1. Volume 1. The
you saying
well, I know it's one of
V?
them. They flipped somebody this week. I don't know which.
Let's see.
V1, check
V1. Imagine providing liquidity on Uniswap V1.
Wake Benda, you got a question, bro? He's had his hand up for a while. Maybe
Yeah, bro.
accept it, man.
How you guys doing?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So quick one. I'm enjoying. I'm learning a lot from you guys, and I'm basically new to crypto, but I'm a software engineer. I write web apps in React, in JavaScript, and I've been learning Solidity for a couple of weeks now, and I'm looking into getting into some DeFi projects and writing smart contracts. But since I'm just getting started, I just need a couple of advice on how I can write better methods in my contracts, and if there are any parameters I should look out for when writing my methods, so I could get good contracts that are proof strong.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of like standards. Ethereum published their own set of standards of how you should write contracts and how you should essentially organize your code. And there are also the Ethereum protocol standards like ERC20, ERC721, and all the EIPs, Ethereum in Progress. More or less stick to the protocol standards unless you're trying to experiment. But as far as like really good resources, the Open Zeppelin contracts are really, really cool. If you go on their website, they've got a bunch of like basic smart contracts you can use as templates, or you can just import them into your own code.
What's the
And
website
then
again, please?
Open Zeppelin.
Open Zeppelin. Zeppelin as in ZEP.
It is ZEPLIN.
All right, thank you.
I believe.
I have a follow-up question as well. Are you done with
It's OPEN
Yeah.
ZEPPELIN.
Can you continue,
But
please?
just go to their GitHub.
Okay. And I have a follow-up question with regards to a terminology I can't seem to figure out in the space. It's negative rebasing mechanism. What's I want to know what that terminology means, if anybody can explain to me, and what the upside and the downside is when you probably just find a token and buy it on MetaMask and keep it, hoping that the value of that token would go up. But there seems to be changes in the price. The token, the number of tokens in the MetaMask, and also the value, the price pegged against the dollar also changes.
So you're asking about rebasing.
Yeah.
So
Rebasing.
essentially, rebasing, the way it works is they set some sort of denomination they want to stay the same. For example, it could be they always want the token to be $1 in value per token. So basically, what they do to do that is because there are obviously people buying and selling this token. So normally it could not stay $1 in value. So what they do is this thing called rebasing. To keep it $1 in value, they change the total supply. So they burn or add more of the currency into circulation. So let's say there's 1,000 tokens in circulation, and the price they want to keep it at is $1, but the price just doubled to $2. They're going to have to cut down the supply, and now there's only 500 tokens in circulation to make it essentially go back to being worth $1.
Everyone, Crypto Jesus just explained to you how stable coins work.
Yes, that is exactly how stable coins work.
And part two of that what Ohm is doing, they're making their own algorithm stable coin, because as we know, the US dollar
the
is
Ohm coin is
So
sick.
essentially, not if you want to make a stable coin, you'd have to use the negative rebasing mechanism to do that. Is it a standard, or is just a mechanism you can use to attain that?
I mean, rebasing is just normal math. It's not really a standard. There's a bunch of things you can find outside of Solidity on rebasing.
Yeah. When you go check out the Ohm thing and you go there, they have a total value lock and they also have a runway. So you can execute how long you want to stay in the protocol off the runway. So currently times runway is about 400 days. That means they have 400 days to provide sustainability. So what I like to do is I like to set my investment strategy to the number of days. Like the APY is a year and their runaway is a year. That means they're sustainable for 400 days. And the more that they add to their treasury creates more in their runway. So when you check out these Ohm hard forks, check out their runway. That's why they put that as the first document. The runway is how long they'll be able to pay you. That's why I also use it with calculators so I can know my entries and my exits. So it's not just me just throwing money into it. I know what I'm putting out and I know what I'm in. So it gives me a stable way to pull profits and know what I need to use for my other investments. So if you
boom shakalaka.
So I use the calendar to time the rebases, and if I want to add more into it, but I stopped using Ohm because that's on ETH and I got to pay crazy gas fees and it doesn't make it. I just let Ohm compound and I leave it alone. I pull profits from the other hard forks. I use Avalanche because I'm able to KuCoin and Coinbase. They send stuff through the Avalanche C chain. That's what's taking them. I realized that's what takes them so long to add Phantom and all of these other layer ones to Coinbase and Binance and KuCoin is because they have to create these chains. They have to create a network to go to these chains because they was only using Ethereum coins. Now that they have these other chains, they have to wait. Now these other chains are up and able to use, so I can on and off ramp anytime I want to do. That's why I stay on AVAX. So I take my profits out in AVAX when I'm using time, and I just send it right back to Coinbase, and I can offload it. And also, AVAX is going to be a $10,000 coin. I'm extremely bullish on AVAX with all of the stuff that they're doing. And as you see, as we all, Trader Joe is their number one DEX. So everything in the AVAX ecosystem is pumped. So as you know, guys know, everything in the ecosystem pumps when the main layer one coin pumps. I believe AVAX is going to be a $10,000 coin. So me taking my profits out in AVAX, I'm also accumulating some AVAX, a little here in my wallet, but I take it all. So everything I'm taking is compounding. I compound in AVAX. So by taking my profits out in AVAX, something that's going to appreciate when I do take my time out, it's going to be worth more. So I'm compounding my compound and compounding, if that makes sense.
Yo, you want to hear something extremely degen? Is you deposit X Joe, borrow MIM, then buy time using MIM, then stake the time to get memo, then deposit the memo on Abracadabra, then borrow MIM again, and then buy X Joe and do the exact same thing.
That's why they call it magic internet money.
Can you please go over that loop again? Can you go over that?
What's up, Meg?
Called looping.
Hold,
Listen.
please. I want you to say that again. Because first of all, I came here for a whole other reason. But I want you to say that again, just so I can follow along.
Okay, so where you start is, so Trader Joe, which is like the decentralized exchange for AVAX, they have their own cryptocurrency called Joe. Essentially, it's just like how on SushiSwap you can stake sushi to get X sushi, which gives you rewards from their exchange. On Trader Joe, you can do the same thing. You stake Joe to get X Joe. So that's the first thing you do. You stake Joe, you get your X Joe. And then you deposit X Joe. You borrow MIM, M-I-M. Then you buy time using MIM. Then you stake the time to get memo on Time's website. Then you deposit memo to Abracadabra on Abracadabra's website. Then you borrow MIM from there to buy X Joe. And then you just repeat that whole process all over again.
Okay, that sounds ridiculous. But
No. Time out.
I do follow.
you need to give them a disclaimer on how fucking degenerative risky that is before you fucking continue.
Well, I'm not gonna do it. No,
Listen,
don't worry.
all it takes is for anyone who just listened. I'm worried about the other 150 people in the room. For anybody who just listened to that, all it takes is for one of those fucking steps to break down, and you're gonna be liquidated.
That is correct.
I just bought more Joe.
Correct.
That's why I said it was my degen activity.
Right. Yeah, no. I just wanted to catch game because that sounded absurd when you first said it at the speed that you said it. What I came in the room to ask, and I don't know if this is necessarily related because it's more social token based, but I understand enough about this to think these mechanisms are the same. Does anyone here have intel on how someone who owns a social token can provide yield farming or staking? Because this is what I'm looking into now.
So you can totally do that. You just need liquidity for your social token.
Yeah. Assuming there is some, right?
Yep. So that's the thing, though, right? Because let's say this is your own personal social token, Mac, and you're the only person who's at least willing to provide liquidity for it. You're going to get at least semi-burns, right? Because if you want to provide liquidity, that means you have to do it in a pairing on a decentralized exchange, and you're open to impermanent loss. So if you want to provide liquidity for your social token, and its value is in just being a social token, every time the price of your social token changes, which is going to be pretty dramatic because its market cap will be semi-small, at least initially, with every buy and sell, it's going to change pretty dramatically in value. And that's going to cause you a lot of impermanent loss. So you'd lose a lot of money in supplying liquidity for it. And that's what you'd have to do in the first place to even get to the point where if you'd want to do any yield farming interacting with it.
Yeah, the way I'm modeling it is one of the first projects pays into the liquidity, looking at token diversification proposals from investors instead of going venture and having them come in as token holders. There's a couple different things, right? But just let's assume the liquidity is there, right? Like what I'm trying to understand is like, what are the mechanisms? What are the ways, services or whatever that I should be looking into to understand how to get to that stage? Because for me, it's like, this is all theoretical. I'm not there yet, but I do want to understand the parts so that I can dive into it more and have a plan for when that happens. Because I'm about to launch a crowd fund. A bunch of that is going into the liquidity of the token.
So you could fork OHM.
You could. Now that's actually that might sound like a joke, but that's actually a really good idea.
This is what I've been.
That was
this
not
what
a
I've been
joke.
telling
We
y'all.
never joke about
idea.
forking Ohm, bro.
We don't fork about Ohm. This is again. Now you starting to see why
joke about
you need
forking
a treasury.
Ohm.
You're gonna need a treasury for social tokens. You're gonna need a treasury for everything. So you having the treasury is going to be there. So when people are investing in your social token, I have this under assets under management. This is hedge funds 101.
Yeah,
you need assets under management so them to look at you when you go get a retirement fund, a pension fund, or oh shit, I just realized we're going to be able to get pension funds and shit. But that's another thing. Oh shit. Again, this is how you get the bigger things. When they look at stuff like that, when you go look at FTX got a shitload of Solana. That's all they got to show you in their books is Solana. And that's it. That's why they do this stuff. Again, you want to do a social coin, take Solana. Solana is a fucking social token. They fucking made it and they pumped it around the ecosystem and it got big. The value is what you have under value. None of these things have value. Bitcoin has no value. But our value is spaces. Our value is our time.
Ethereum has value.
See, Ethereum is nothing is like Ethereum.
Nothing is like Ethereum.
Well, what I have is an ERC20. It's already minted, right? So I have
because of that reason. Because
Mac, what they're suggesting here is basically you create a fork of Ohm. What that means is it's essentially like the MEC token will now be backed by a basket of assets. So basically anyone can use your platform to interact with you or to invest in your social token, whatever it is, but then they can stake your social token. And they can do the whole bonding structure like you normally do on Ohm. What this means is basically anyone can put their assets up for collateral, any asset in the world on the blockchain.
Yeah.
So people could put up ETH, they could put up blah, 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 you name it, assets they necessarily don't want to sell. And then in return, they lock up these assets and they get MEC token.
Yeah.
And then while they're assets are locked up and they're using their MEC token, their assets are essentially being invested by your fork of Ohm. Invest these assets to get staking here, buying Sushi Swap or Uni here, getting yield here, whatever it is. And now your social token is backed by this treasury of money you've made off of all this locked up capital.
Got it. Yeah.
Capital that's also
You can, and if you don't want to go that far down the rabbit hole either, and like, you know, I mean, I personally, I recommended Ohm. I think Ohm's a great,
or just get on.
great, you know.
That's what they want you to do.
But what you could also do, though, I mean, like, so once you provide liquidity with a pairing, you know, for like instance on Uniswap, then you can start to look at other product services that are out there that allow you to create your own staking and liquidity pools. So, you know, you could at least start there, build you know, a user base and build some capital, and then kind of move into OHM if you want.
Okay,
later.
cool. Yeah. I appreciate this. I mean, honestly, like this is all just to get a better idea of the next steps, right? But like I said, the crowdfund launches before the end of this month, so I'm pouring a bunch into liquidity and a bunch of other things. But I'm going to circle back and probably have like a more detailed conversation because I want to start to build the structure for this to sustain itself.
Yeah. How are you doing your crowdfund, Mac? Are you doing it as an NFT sale? Or are you doing it something?
I'm doing
with US dollars?
I'm doing it through Mirror most likely. I've got 4 tiers in a crowdfund. So basically, people are buying tokens, and those tokens are unlockables, right? And so I'll just run it through real quick. Like at the low level, it's, you know, about 500 fiat. So it's, I think, 0.123 ETH. You get a token that gives you access to the quote unquote Discord. I'm not using Discord, but you get access to the community and the curriculum that I'm building, right? So it's more an educational initiative. I want to make sure that when people come into this space for onboarding, it's a holistic view. So I'm building this sort of academy, and people get access to the Discord, the community, and the curriculum, and they also get an NFT that, you know, creates this sort of, I don't know, like community of people who actually have like digital citizens or whatever, right? But what happens is to support the initiative to bring like a more, you know, diverse and inclusive community in, when you buy one, I get to give one away. So I'm basically having people like foster tuition for somebody to get onboarded, right? So they're buying at 500 fiat. Some of that goes to a new person who gets onboarded, hopefully a non-white guy, right? Because I think white guys have plenty of help here. So more women, more people of color, more, you know, LGBTQIA folks. And that also gets them,
don't forget the green
right,
guys.
them too. But that gives that new person a token who gets access to the community curriculum and a free NFT when they finish that whole kind of module set of onboarding, right? So
it's a great idea. And then I guess when they're done with their membership, they could just make whoever got it for free. As soon as they're done with their education, they can just pass it off or sell it to the next one.
They can sell it, they can transfer it, but also like,
reward for doing classes with an NFT. That's fucking, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then there's tiers. So like if you want to sponsor one person, you want to sponsor 10 people or 100 people, there's different incentives to going at the higher level. So like if you sponsor,
learn to earn. Right?
If you sponsor like 100 people, there's actually going to be a physical building, right? We're trying to buy a building that provides.
This is part 2.
Well, yeah, it's like the end goal is to have like a physical thing. Yeah, this is all online.
So tap in with me. So you need a treasury, you need endowment. You're running college, you need endowment.
Yeah, I mean, I've been like looking at DAOs. I haven't committed to forming one, but
you're educational DAO. This is what's coming.
I'm looking at that structure. Yeah.
So you're running a college, so you need colleges.
Slow down. I'm not doing the like actual education yet, right? What I'm doing more is like the awareness, right? So it's like I'm giving people an overview of all the parts of the space and then starting points for getting into that education. I'm not doing any boot camps or anything like that yet, but the idea is to raise funds to have a physical location that is part gallery, part like innovation studio. Provide folks who don't have access to industry standard tools like, you know, VR headsets, motion tracking suits, who want to come into the space and expand their work. And it's all being funded by folks who want to see this space be diversified but don't want to get up and do that work, right? So they buy sponsorships for the tuitions for the people that get to go through this whole educational process. And then at the higher level, like if you come in at like 7 ETH, if you want to book events, if you want to book like an exhibition at the space, because you funded it, you're a founding member, you get to have the access to the calendar. So you can do dinner parties, and it's all in New York. I'm based in Brooklyn. So there'll be like a physical building that will hold events, that will have workspace, that will have, like dining space. It's a pretty dope setup, but it's like how to make this a thing that's really centered around the people that are well-meaning and want to see this space be more inclusive, but aren't physically going to do anything about that, right? So here's a way to like buy into this cool little club that sponsors, the onboarding and education of folks who need to be in the space or need help getting into the space, but also like providing like at the top level, if you I haven't put a dollar value to this yet, but at the top level, if you sponsor there, you get to name the gallery whatever you want, right? So like you get naming rights within the building itself. It's just like a way to make, somebody who wants to really do this work have like some cool incentives, right? And then hopefully at the end, I get to do some residency too. But again, it's all if it gets funded.
That is amazing. So the beauty about blockchain and Web3 is you can do funding in a way that like also incentivizes people to give you funding in the first place. So for people who are purchasing your NFT, obviously there's the moral characteristic. Like obviously people want to help people want to give back, but there's always going to be so much more money and like, obviously direct value incentivization. So do you have some sort of like structure set up basically like from people you onboard? I remember talking to you about this at some point for like onboarding new people and getting them into doing collection work, maybe like something like an art blocks curated and a percent of those fees going back to a DAO and then that's controlled by the token holders.
Yeah, so there's an incubator and accelerator program as part of the curriculum. So the incubation part is going through the process. Once you go through all the modules, you get to apply for acceleration. And then that's me taking all of my social capital, all of my resources, like human and financial, to help you put the project out, to boost the signal, 20% of everything, of my own projects, of any individual alumni's projects goes back into the ecosystem.
So you're doing a VC incubator model. You definitely need treasury.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like I already know that part, but again, it's like all theoretical at this point. So all I'm doing at this point is I've set up this model, right? And I'm raising the money to start to execute. I've got a list of, roles I want to hire for and bring people in to do things, but the tokenomics models, all that stuff, I still need to like hammer down whether it's a DAO and which version of it, if it's a, Vermont or the BBLLC or whatever, I need to still nail those things down. So after
you definitely need to bring in some technical
well, of course,
guys
this isn't. I'm not flying this plane without knowing how to build it, right? But what I understand is like budget wise, I've broken all that down. I know what it's going to cost to buy the building out. I know what it's going to cost to run the building. I know what it's going to cost to hire the people that I want to have. At least at like I have dollar amounts for the roles. The people I have to find, and so there'll be a good period of time where I need to break and like do all of the team building and all that stuff. But again, like the tokenomics part of it, the economic part of it is still something I want to get an expert in for and really talk through, because I understand what I'd like to do. It's the how I get to do these things, right? So the staking part, the yield farming part is like all new that I'm trying to figure out, like what does that look like, how easy, how difficult, and then have like a deeper conversation as all of this starts to roll out.
Yeah, I don't think yield farming necessarily would make sense for what you're doing. But I honestly think like an ohm like structure would make the most sense.
Yeah.
For everyone else, there's a shit ton of people are requesting to get up here. So
yeah, I won't take up more. What I'll do is I've kind of like followed everybody already. I think I'll just circle back with DMs and
I'll leave this.
Yeah, I'm in New York, so tap in with me.
We'll do.
Yeah, you.
Cheetah Wrangler had a question before we get another one.
All right, I'm hopping down. Thanks again, guys. I love that this I stumbled in here. Definitely got my brain going. So I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Mac. See ya.
Thanks, Mac.
Thanks,
Bye,
Mac.
Hey guys, what's going on?
What you got, brother?
Hey, I just wanted a quick recap because you guys were talking about the Strongblock when I first jumped in. So I've heard a little bit of Strongblock, and then I've heard the Gala nodes. So based on like
Gala nodes would not be a good one to get into now, I don't think.
No? Okay. So yeah, I was just thinking like, okay, maybe top 3 based on like
all right
entry cost to payouts.
So let's bring it back to the whole node rewards thing. Okay. Strongblock again is very pyramidy. Okay. The rewards that these nodes are paying out are not the rewards that these nodes are actually generating in the real world. Okay. That's not the case now. They're moving towards that. Typically, nodes are not paid these crazy, APRs. You're looking at, for Strong, for instance, 100-day payout. It's like fucking 300 something percent APR. I mean, that's crazy, right? An Ethereum masternode will get you like 6.25% on the fucking year. So when you're looking at a more traditional node, which is running your own node, buying coins, staking, what you're looking for is looking to get in early. You're getting in early, you're taking your bags, you're putting them to work to earn interest on something that maybe doesn't have a staking pool, maybe doesn't have a liquidity pool that you can get into, it's because it's too early. For instance, the one that I'm in on right now that I like a lot is Presearch, PRE. I got into these things at around, I think 16 cents is my average price or something. I was able to spin up some nodes when they only required 1,000 of them to stake. I'm running 9 of them currently. I'm betting that, this is going to be a couple dollar coin in a couple of years, right? I mean, they're making me almost what it costs me to rent these virtual private servers. I mean, it's almost a wash at this point. Right. But I'm willing to put $50 a month in for these 9 or 10 virtual private servers that I have running. And now the next step is to find another one of these kind of cheap coins a project that I can get behind that I think is going to be around for a while and that I think is going to blow up. Flux would have been the one to do. I actually have Flux on my website. I have Flux. I went back and looked. I have Flux all written down all over the fucking place, dude. But I mean, along with 50 other fucking projects that I never got into either. So, I'm working towards a goal right now with strong nodes and getting to some other passive income plays, and then I'll be really, really looking hard at getting into projects that are just starting up that are allowing their users to run nodes and that are incentivizing their users to run nodes by paying them some type of rewards. The ones that I'm looking at right now, and this brings me back to the whole VPS thing. So you have to rent these virtual private servers, and then you install some software and start running a node. Well, you can run other nodes besides those nodes, or beside those nodes rather. Than besides. So you can run them on the same machine. You can have 3 different nodes running. So rather than, my $5 going for one node, I'm now running 3 nodes off of the $5 I pay a month. And, now all of a sudden the rewards are actually worth it. So what I'm going to be looking into next is pop nodes, POP, and the stack OS nodes. That's what I'm looking at.
And so you guys were talking about like fractionalization of your nodes. So how does that model work? Could I buy like a fraction of your nodes if you listed them up?
Yes. That's Cryptos that Jesus is.
So
we have another buddy that's also doing that too, Crypto. Did you know that?
Who?
Fucking Wealth Dash. That's his
oh yeah, project. Yeah, I know. I actually talked to him about it. Ben was going to help him with some Solidity stuff, and I haven't heard from Wealth since.
But they're working on the V2 of the chip now, actually.
Oh, perfect.
I think he got himself a dev. I think Ben was maybe a little too busy or something with your shit.
All right, but dude, no, that's great, because what I was telling him is that essentially one day he'll be able to, July 1st, he'll be able to essentially run his own liquidity pool that is just filled with whatever fractional notes he wants, whatever cryptocurrencies and whatever NFTs. But the way fractional node ownership works is a node you represent as an ERC 721 in NFT, which is non-fungible and obviously not liquid. So how do you fractionalize that? Like it'd be similar to fractionalizing a piece of real estate or an NFT. Basically, the way it works is you send that ERC 721, that NFT, to a smart contract. The contract then returns, let's say, 100 node 1 cryptocurrency tokens, and then you can decide to sell as many of those as you want, and you provide the liquidity for it. And the great part about my platform, my ecosystem, is we have the ability for the liquidity provider to have no impermanent loss. So essentially, there's no risk. You don't lose any money in fractionalizing your NFT wherever else you would. So you could sell 60% or 40% or 20% or 5%, whatever you want, and you create liquidity representing that amount. So it keeps that value, and obviously you own your liquidity position as well. So then it's traded just like a liquid asset, just like a cryptocurrency. So you can buy all the way up to 10 to the negative ninth of a node 1 token and still get that percent of the yield.
Yo, this is not a shill, but this is totally a shill. Fucking Crypto Jesus' platform that he's talking about, or the platform that he is talking about, is his own platform. I am not a fucking team member, but I am extremely bullish on what they have going on. And we got to get paid for that. But but anyway,
yeah, I'm gonna pull a moon pay and send you aboard it.
They're fucking hey, well, fuck, as long as he's getting one. I mean, someone over to your boy Jew here. But they were successful with their NFT launch. Used the money to have their code audited by a very respectful firm. Believe they're going to launch summer of next year. Removing. It's not so much as removing impermanent loss as it is passing it on to the user in that it uses it in the end user, that it's actually swapping the coin. It's passing that cost on, but you as an investor, it removes impermanent loss for you, and that is a fucking game changer. And all the other stuff they're working on is just amazing. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you, Chu. I appreciate it. It means a lot, man. But basically, it'd be like at most a few dollar fee for the user, right? Because instead of being afflicted by the individual, the fee is distributed amongst the masses. You know, you're cutting it up by 1,000 bits instead of just one.
Wait,
so
you guys are gonna block them up and roll them up?
Yeah. Come on, Corpy. You think I'm playing, bro?
No, because I just found out, because that's what
why do you think I'm paying for Trail of Bits, of all people, the best auditor in the world, smart contract auditor, to come in? I can't settle for less with the shit we're doing.
No, that's what AVAX does with their transactions. They batch them. That's why they're so fast, and they run them on 3 different chains.
I mean, we're running on a few different. We're doing layer 1 and layer 2. We're doing Ethereum, Polygon, and Arbitrum.
That's how you get rid of the impermanent loss. Okay, got it. Bro, I told you I lost 250 in ETH today swapping for AVAX. So yes, impermanent loss is a thing, a fucking nasty thing.
It sucks. It does suck. But you know, there's people working. There's people working to fix that. And the other thing that he's doing with the hedge funds as a service, so to speak, it's like copy trading, fucking eToro style, but actually decentralized on the actual fucking blockchain. Go figure
in live time too. So basically, like whoever you like, let's say Jew is making a shit ton of money with these nodes, you can essentially just copy every trade he does.
I'm always making a shit ton of money with these nodes.
So you can copy Jew, and he doesn't have to do any additional work.
Copy Jew on what?
Money, not only
profit taking?
His own capital.
Copy him on what? His profit taking? Essentially, Jew's compounding.
My fucking strategy, bully. My fucking
he's compounding rewards.
So what you can do, Bully, is basically if Jew was creating a liquidity pool in our ecosystem, the incentive for him to do that would obviously be he gets a percent of user profit. He can essentially just purchase the nodes through our ecosystem, and then every time he does that, people essentially copy trade that if they have money in his liquidity pool.
He would have to get good entries though, right?
Dog, I have the best entries. I traded fucking ETH for Strong at like an all-time high in fucking March or April or some shit. Fucking no, May. It was May. Like May 1st. No, April.
And this is why I'm giving y'all a treasury, so y'all could fucking do this all fucking day. With lots of money.
I always
That
copy
is
trade Mr. Jew,
nice
just so you
advice.
guys know in here. I only copy
I
trade Mr.
too.
Jew.
He actually takes my advice and actually makes money off
Yeah,
of it.
Mr. Jew
Crazy.
inspires me to not be like bitch ass paper
A degen.
hands. No paper hands, bro. Because I get into
Oh
trades.
yeah. I make him
He's
him
like
hold that
hold
red,
that
bro.
shit, boy.
He's
Hold that
like
motherfucking shit, boy. I'm like, all
hold
right,
that.
I
Yo,
got you.
can I just jump in though, because I'm hearing you guys talk and you all sound super smart. Like, but I'm a CPA and I jumped in just to tell you this, and I feel like that's a perfect segue to hold those losses. But actually, they
Sell
pay.
them.
Yeah, sell them and buy them right back if you want to, but sell them.
That way you can claim the loss.
Yeah, no, because literally this morning they passed the Build Back Better Act, right? Which is a tongue twister in
Oh,
itself.
it ain't signed.
No, they signed it today. It's passed this morning. So starting like 2022, the wash loss rule is going to apply to cryptocurrencies. So you're going to run out of time as far as a U.S. resident. You know what I mean? To where legally you have to, like, you lose that deduction if you sell that loss and buy it back within 30 days. It's considered a wash loss. So I just wanted to point that out.
This is 100% not financial advice, but I've always taken a don't ask, don't tell approach to the fucking IRS.
I mean, no comment. Yeah.
All I can say is pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Unless you're running notes.
or at least some of them.
I live in the metaverse.
We don't pay taxes over here.
Don't pay taxes.
I'm not even a real person. My consciousness is stored on the internet. No government can claim me.
I will say this. I will say this though, that the IRS doesn't receive information from everywhere, so they'll only really know about something if like Coinbase reports it to them. But they like PancakeSwap doesn't have an obligation to report anything to anybody. I don't know if OpenSea does or not. They probably have some sort of, but not right now. Like eventually they probably will, but not right now. I doubt it. So
Listen,
it's really up to you to do your own calculations and report properly.
Yeah, the bank.
And, yeah.
listen, boys and gals. Let me tell y'all another little alpha tidbit here. Those fucking ATMs you see in like Circle K that accept cash for fucking Ethereum. Yeah, they don't fucking report either. And when you fucking spin up a MetaMask and don't give them any personal information, MetaMask doesn't fucking report it either. So do with that information what you will.
My theory is they're gonna need a blockchain app to tax our taxes, and by the time they make this app, we're gonna be in like Web 6.
Dude, all I can say
Yo,
is
stop
if
it,
y'all are
Corpy. I can't
degenning
stand
this
you.
hard on your taxes, just move to Puerto Rico where you don't have to pay income tax.
My VPN says
I'm about to go buy citizenships. There are actually fucking strong guys. We have a chat. There's some fucking strong guys with a lot more nodes than me that are fucking like buying citizenships in some fucking random island, some shitty ass government I've never heard of before, and that's because they don't have.
Yo, all the people I know that
It just got
you
rugged.
did. All the people I know that were Bitcoin millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires back in like 2017, 2016, none of them live in the United States anymore. They all just fucking they just pick an island and they're like, okay, I live here 6 months out of the year. I'm Gucci. I pay no taxes. That's it.
Early adopters island club.
Yeah, let's just
I love it.
guys, let's just do an NFT sale and raise money to go buy an island and declare it our own independent, decentralized government and pay no taxes.
That's what I'm doing with
That's it right there.
cheating
I'd
game
rather
down.
Did you
use
just
the
say
money
Solon
to
is get
buy.
invaded?
I'd rather use the money to buy a super big speaker and play music.
Yo, I give it 6 months before we're fucking hostily invaded and taken over.
Oh
and
God!
people
All
get
right.
real land rights.
No,
This is the
but
first NFT
some
with
DAO money
Metaverse.
has to go to security, though, right? Of the island.
Wait, did you guys see the world's first DAO that manages like IRL land in Wyoming? They bought a plot of land in Wyoming, and now it's a DAO that owns
Yes,
the
City
land and
DAO,
manages it. Yeah, City DAO.
Wealth Dash told me to get into that. I told him it was never gonna fucking
He
work.
told me to get in too. He
fucking
told us both.
quadruple. I didn't get it till it quadrupled.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at how much money they're worth, and they just own some worthless ass piece of land in Wyoming.
But again, it's what the assets under management is. What we buy with the thing. If we buy in land, that's something to have on the balance sheet,
You're
especially
right.
especially
They're actually looking. These guys are actually looking to build a fucking real world city, y'all. Like this is fucking wild. Okay,
Yes.
So can we
they're
get
gonna
a
build
fucking
And
a fucking
but a
amusement
city
park?
in Wyoming. Let's not forget that,
yeah,
Brooks. We
he
want to
seen.
build a city in
We've been
Wyoming.
talking
When
about
are we
this.
gonna get the
It's
amusement
got
park?
plenty of space.
Yo, wait, hold up. We
One
got a
second.
bunch of requests to come up. If some people don't mind stepping down, I would appreciate it.
Mech wants to come back. Kick everyone
Yo,
from Mech. Kick everyone from Mech now.
Lock,
Everyone.
All right, I'm gonna hop down, guys. Thanks for having me
Lock
up.
wants
Yeah, thanks
to.
for coming.
What you got for a question, Lock?
yo, so I got something for Mac actually. Mac, check your DMs based on the gallery idea you were talking about. I sent you the profile to somebody who does that live in Colorado. Two, it looks like Locke's been having his hand up for like 30 minutes now, y'all. And I'm gonna jump
Yo,
back
you're
down.
chilling, bro. I'm just doing some research while I listen to y'all talk. It's cool. Y'all mentioned Stack OS. I was wondering if anyone else was in AKT token. Y'all heard of that one?
What's that one?
They're basically doing like open source cloud on blockchain. I think it's pretty similar to what Stack OS is doing,
Yeah, and there's also
they have like
StoreX, which SRS. Did you say SRX or StackOS just now?
I said Stack.
Okay, so StoreX is a successful project that is like cloud on the blockchain. I don't think
Yeah.
that it is going to. So like my buddy who's in IT, the reason why I did not get into this, I'm thankful that I didn't for other reasons. But the longevity of this project, he does not believe will sustain because of the bandwidth that it requires. When these VPSs rent you these virtual private servers with the promise of a terabyte of bandwidth, they're banking that you don't actually fucking use that because bandwidth is expensive. So, I don't know what they're going to do to curb that. There are some like bandwidth as a service projects out there where they take they basically mine or harvest your unused bandwidth from your home connection and then resell it or whatever. So I don't know if they were going to
My
leverage
man.
that.
Hey
But
Jew, isn't
People are sleeping on Ankr. This is exactly what I was talking about before. Ankr does this shit 1,000 times better, where you can just
what?
rent out your computing power and get paid in Ankr token.
Yeah. So does that one? Well, did they do the bandwidth thing though?
not
Dude, Drew, they do they're just decentralized AWS. Like they
Oh
literally
shit. Yeah. They're
everything is
good.
That's what
limited
Stack
to
is
the
doing too.
power of the computer you're renting out.
Anchor is
Yeah,
a
Stack is
movie.
doing that. Stack is doing that shit too, and they're all kind. I mean, they're all vying. Look, guys, this is the fucking frontier. We're fucking trailblazers. This is the wild
But
fucking west over
But
here.
Jew, the cool thing with Ankr is they have their own blockchain. Two, they have this special software that can read if you have a certain Intel chip on your motherboard, and that's the requirement for you to use essentially your home computer to rent out your computing power. But basically, it allows them to make it so you cannot read your onboard memory of your PC while you're renting out your computing power, which is huge because any company that's going to be using them, which is going to be larger corporations that are going to need all this extra computing power, doesn't want to risk losing their intellectual property because some rando on the other side of the world who's renting out the computing power could read their onboard memory. And that's what differentiates Ankr from everyone else.
That's kind of what StoreX kind of does the same thing. They fucking split the data, encrypt it, and then rate it across everybody's fucking hard drives.
Yes.
So your hard drive is the portion that you block off is fucking on StoreX is encrypted and you can't read
and
the data.
fractional, yeah.
But that's
and
the Ankr
fractionalized,
token.
yeah, exactly, and fractionalized, yeah.
But Jew, you know what gives Ankr all of its bandwidth is its own blockchain.
Well, they actually have to have what I'm saying though is I'm talking about like actual fucking actual internet bandwidth. I mean, you're capped. Not everyone is capped, but you're seeing it more and more. Services with all the streaming and whatnot that are coming along. They're metering connections. Some of these big providers like Cox is definitely doing it. So I was more talking about the bandwidth issue, like the actual like internet band, like the data transfer issue.
Dude, I'm trying to see what the bandwidth for Ankr is. I don't know where to see that.
That's a technical data they probably don't make available.
They should though. They should like if you want to be a decentralized AWS, you gotta tell people that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'll find it.
Anybody fuck with render? RNDR?
Like fuck render?
No.
I traded it.
Yeah, I'm about to jump in. I'm about to ape in.
I
Dude,
did it 2x.
I'm aping into render. I like that, especially with more metaverse plays.
What's its use case?
I don't know how many of y'all use After Effects or Final Cut or any of that shit. Rendering is a big problem, especially with graphics and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
they're trying to render the metaverse.
But that's the thing, guys, right? Because Ankr is cheaper than AWS. Why wouldn't you just use Ankr for this? You could use, because it's just a giant network that is much more decentralized of random computers all over the globe where you can just borrow their graphics power to render things.
Probably because there's such a large user base for AWS, and there's APIs and shit and tools out there.
They have all those. They have a lot of SaaS solutions out of the box.
Well, obviously the centralized company is going to make it easier than the decentralized company, but we're working on that.
But that's the thing. How Crypto just said, nobody's going to want to build their metaverse on AWS just because.
Yeah, you want it to be decentralized. If it's a metaverse, you want it to be decentralized. It's like there are going to be people who literally refuse to use certain metaverses because they're not decentralized, and that's what Ankr is.
But Stack OS is doing the same thing, kind of like an AWS type.
But as long as it's not AWS.
Yeah, it's kind of like
as long as it's not
up.
AWS.
Yeah, one made it best one. It has to because if you
we're
AWS in your metaverse, it's not a metaverse.
We're saying that because we value decentralization, the core of the world, and when this eventually gets more mainstream than it already is, in which it's getting there, guys. I've listened to some chick on fucking Fox Business talk about the metaverse for 30 minutes the other day on Varning and Company.
All
right, and she wasn't talking about Facebook being changed into Meta. She was talking about metaverse projects. It was wild.
That's why I said they're gonna go to the decentralized crap and go in the metaverse and be like, wow. And then when they find out that they don't have custody of their keys and shit, they're gonna want to see a different option. It's gonna be like the Matrix. Like they're gonna jump into the metaverse.
I think the majority of the world will not care. Unfortunately, I feel you. I'm with you, but I don't think they'll care.
Oh no, grandma's not gonna care.
I'm coming in with some info about Ankr. They use their blockchain. They have their own blockchain and this technology they developed called supernetting to create aggregate ideal networks and provide more bandwidth. And so you have your regular bandwidth, which is based off of essentially whatever computing power you require for your decentralized computing services, which is just based off the network of computers. But then on top of that, they have their own layer using their proof of useful work blockchain to provide more bandwidth.
So, but how much bandwidth do they have?
It's going to depend. That it's a computer to computer consensus, right? Because it's going to depend on exactly what your requirements are. You can use more bandwidth if you want more bandwidth.
Interesting.
It's not a standard amount of bandwidth.
Okay. I really like what Stack says on their website. They've got Docker integration, CI/CD. I don't know if Ankr and
Ankr is just a lot more user friendly, right? You don't even need to go through Docker. Like all that's on the back end.
I feel like for a lot of back end web APIs, like if I had known about Stack, I would have used it.
Look, no normal person knows how to run a Docker. Let's be real.
Well, dude, like most devs will though, So when Web 2 moves to Web 3,
but the idea is essentially you're renting out your spare computing power. So while I'm sleeping, I could make money, essentially leasing out my computer to some random person on the internet, and they don't have access to any of my shit, right? So I could sleep, make money in my sleep for my computing power that I wouldn't be using anyway because I'm in my sleep. Well, if you want to be able to use, if you want that to be more decentralized, if you want to have lower fees to be able to sell more and more computing power at a cheaper cost to really be a competitor to a company like AWS, you want to have more raw computing power on the market, which Like,
So how much is Ankr paying you? That's my
Yeah,
question.
I'm interested.
actually, they just bought me a Bored Ape.
That's funny as fuck.
That's fucking awesome.
I'm weak as fuck. Are they
they
paying?
they 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 airdropped you one, dude.
Well, they gave me 150
Chuck?
ETH to pick one I wanted.
Damn.
Chuck is a father, a tinkerer, a traveler, and product manager at a tech research and development house. What do you got to say, bud?
Hey, how's it going? I appreciate the intro. It's the first time that's happened. So I hold no crypto, no NFTs. I'm brand new to the space. Started doing my research on Monday because of thanks, because of a story that a coworker told me last week. His son just paid off his house. So I've been kind of looking into this, saying, well, maybe I should pay more attention to this and divert some of the funds that I've been putting in index funds for 2 decades. So I've been doing a little research, and today I was looking at the differences between time and ohm, and I was hoping you guys could help me figure out the difference, because it looks, and I don't mean to offend anybody or anything, because everybody was mentioning time earlier, but it looks like time is a fork, or Wonderland is a fork.
It is.
It is.
Okay, you're correct. It's just
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's the best.
It's ohm
Yeah,
on
so
AVAX. It's ohm on the AVAX blockchain, and the
It's
reason
cheaper
why
on
that's
transactions.
nice, yeah, it's because your average transaction fee for ohm on ETH is like $300. For time on AVAX, which is basically just ohm, it's like 10 cents. And time and ohm are really just kind of like decentralized hedge funds.
So let me ask you this, because I've come from, I would sit down and I would study a stock for a month, going over their balance sheets and figuring out who their execs were and where they came from and stuff, right? So looking at Olympus, there's a bunch of governance information. I can go out and Google it. I find lots of information on crypto news sites, on blogs and things like that. I don't find the same thing for time, but looking at the charts, time, started off, I think their ICO was like 700. Now they're trading at like 8,000, whereas Olympus has been sitting fairly steadily around,
Keep
800
in
to
mind,
1,400.
they rebase. So look at the market cap size instead of the price of the token.
So market cap at the time of the price, is that what you mean? So look at the market cap.
So
yeah.
That's
Okay.
what you're really looking at. You're not looking at the price of the token, because the token rebases.
Okay. So
And
I get the feel that
everything's fractionalized, so no one actually like cares about how much time you own, or what the trading price of time is. Market caps.
Okay. So that leads me to my next question. It seems like there are two classes of investors on this particular coin. And the first one are the people that buy the coin and hold it like they would Bitcoin or Ethereum. And the second are the ones that are taking like margin loans and leveraging Abracadabra and Kashi to automate the process. Is that right?
That's correct.
You're dead on, man.
Oh,
yo, welcome,
yeah.
bro.
This is working
Welcome,
out.
dude.
All right.
Welcome,
Bro. One of us.
One of us.
I'll tell you
Dude,
what.
you started on Monday, dude?
Yo, movie, bro.
Holy crap.
The last couple of days have been incredibly frustrating for me, and I feel like I earned a cookie or something. Thank you. I won't take any more of your time, but I appreciate it.
No, that was great.
Thank you for coming, bro. Appreciate you, bro,
Yeah.
for even like explaining that for like all the other people in here that probably didn't even understand it like that, It's great.
Chuck, I just sent you a follow, man. Let's be friends. Hell yeah.
All right, thanks.
Let's share some juicy alpha with each other.
Yeah.
Yo, what do you guys think of Rome DAO and Temple DAO?
Bro, they kicked me out the Discord last week, yo.
For which one, Rome?
Bro, I asked a simple question. I asked them was they on Polkadot or Kusama? And they like, read the fucking white paper. I'm like, bro, I'm just asking, what blockchain are you on?
Bro.
I'm like, and then they're like, you're new here. I was like, yo, I've been in the Discord for weeks, because I'm in every Hard Forks Discord. And I'm like, you guys been in here praying.
I'm in every Hard Forks Discord.
I'm like, you guys in here
so
praying.
You're in 1,000?
Yeah, I'm like that guy in the Discord is like, when is the APY going down? And I just leave. I sprinkle a little FUD and just leave. Little FUD, little sprinkle a little FUD in there and see what's going on. Just because again, I like to keep them, because you could you see the real maxis in this. It'll tell you like, what did I miss? Yo, the AMA, and they'll just give you the rundown, because there's people that live in the Discords, as y'all know. So I'm in there, and they're like, they're in there praying and shit. So I'm like, when are they launching? Because they pushed back the launch. So I'm like, you guys been in here praying for a month and a half, and they pushed back the launch. I'm like, yo, you guys, it's not that serious to jump in a hard fork. So they're like, read the fucking papers, read the white papers. So they started going crazy. I was like, wow, this is not how you treat a DAO member. So I was being sarcastic and shit. So I was like, wow, I'm a new member. Imagine if I was a new person walking into this DAO. I wouldn't jump into this project. And then they kicked me out to Discord because they said they're not going to be launched until like 2 weeks. So I was like, yo, this sounds like a rug. Like, you guys are here praying to devs. Like, this is not what we're supposed to be doing.
Hey, but
I want to segue because the reason I came back up. Well, first of all, shout out to Bully for telling them to kick everybody for me. I do feel like
did
you
it as
guys
well.
yeah, I feel like you guys need a woman up here every now and again. So I'm happy to do that. But I was actually considering forming a church because you guys were talking about buying an island, and I'm like, I don't know if you know how easy it is to form a church, but essentially all you need to have is worshipers and a place of worship, and you can worship whatever
Apparently,
you want.
we're worshiping devs.
You can worship crypto if you want, like legit. And there's a whole episode of John Oliver's show where he walks through the process of doing it because he got like caught up with some evangelists who was like asking him to send them like $2 here and there, and they were sending like napkins and oil and like random shit, like send me $20, send me, just to see what he would send, because that's how they prey on old folks. And he was just like, let's just see how easy this is. And they actually did it. They formed an entire church. But that's like one random thought. And then the other thing that I was going to say was with regard to, like, for me, again, I'm going back to this weird idea that I have with regard to like the possibilities of creating this, wider scope project. Because it's not, for me, it's not just the onboarding or the NFT stuff. But then thinking about like the token diversification portion of it, right? And like what it looks like for investors. And I know that there's a lot of thought around what they want to see and what makes sense. I'm curious, like what you guys see on the ends of like for example, Friends with Benefits. Like I think they have a $10 million market cap, but they only have $1 million in circulation, right? So do you have opinions on tokens? And I guess I'm thinking social tokens and not necessarily cryptocurrency that have caps versus that don't.
But this is what we were saying. When you have all of this stuff under, that increases the underlying value of your social token. So the hard forks and everything we talking about is going to increase the value of your social token. I was having like the craziest conversation about social tokens, and somebody just blew my mind of where they're going. When Rihanna launches, say for instance, Rihanna was to launch her social token now. She has Fenty, she has the music, she has her masters, she has all the million things that she do. That's easily $1,000 coin when she launches, because she has all of these different umbrellas under her. So when I say that we are going to become the DAO, say for example, your church idea, you at the church that's an asset under management. It's not an asset, but we're such the wild west of all of this stuff that we're going to be the ones that make the regulation. They're not going to be able to regulate this because we're going to be in so many different things that they either just
well wait, I don't mean it from a regulatory standpoint. I just mean it from like the tokenomics model, right? Like because what I don't understand is tokens or coins that don't have caps, right? And so like I'm just trying to understand from your perspective as people who like are fully versed in like how all of these models can look. What is the upside, or if there is one at all, of having a token that doesn't have a cap? Because I don't have to have a cap, but I do have one. I have a 10 million cap, right? But like I was saying, like with Friends with Benefits, a lot of the reason why their token is as high as it is because they only have 1 million of their 10 in circulation, right? So like they're gonna end up having to dilute it at some point, or just let it keep growing. But then they'll have all of these tokens that are not in circulation. You get what I'm saying? So like the question is there a benefit to having no cap in your mind, or is it better to have a cap?
Only tokens I really been known that don't have caps and that actually do is either meme coins or Ethereum. And we all know what Ethereum does, and the meme coins don't have a cap because they want it out that much circulation. So too much circulation will help you, and it depends what you want your coin to do, because Ethereum doesn't have a cap because it's the world computer. But Bitcoin has a cap because it's a store of value. So it depends on your tokenomics of what you want to do with your token. That's a lot of people don't do that. That's the main part of your tokenomics that you're going to have. What is your market cap going to be? Like Strong.
You got to decide if you want any utility, essentially. Like that's gonna, and then people will decide if they want to create liquidity for your coin based on supply and demand. If there's a demand for your coin, someone's gonna create liquidity for it.
Yep.
That cool. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime, Mac.
I honestly think the only coin that has no cap and is good having no cap is Ethereum because we all need it. Their market cap is they have to keep printing Ethereum because we're
but they're
burning.
also burning it.
Yeah,
Aren't they
we're
burning it
again.
every
It's
day?
becoming even
It's
something that has no
interesting.
cap.
Yeah, right now we're burning, but like so normally before EIP or EIP 2615. Or sorry, it's not 2615. 1150, whatever it is.
Yeah,
1155.
Mm-hmm.
Before we started burning Ethereum, every transaction, we were actually introducing Ethereum at a rate of inflation of about 8% every year. And that Ethereum went to Ethereum stakers, right? So people that normally stake Ethereum, they get paid essentially in a constructive way to basically more Ethereum is printed every year and given to these stakers. And if you're not staking, your Ethereum's technically inflating. But it makes a lot more sense now because what they're doing is this like balancing act. So essentially now what we're going to see is the stakers, because we're not going to have miners anymore when Ethereum goes proof of stake, are going to be the people improving the security of the blockchain, of Ethereum's blockchain. So the more money being staked, the more secure the blockchain is in a day-to-day, number of transactions they're being able to process. But also at the same time, the more Ethereum staked means the more Ethereum being introduced into circulation every year. So they add whatever percent of Ethereum goes to those stakers, the people improving the security every year in exchange for increasing the security of the blockchain. At the same time, we're going to have 1155 running, and every transaction going on, some Ethereum will be burned. So it's going to be an interesting balancing effect because every transaction, a bit of Ethereum is being burned, but at the same time, we have Ethereum being introduced into circulation on the other side for the stakers, right? The people improving Ethereum's network security. So in theory, there could be a lower volume in trading compared to the amount of Ethereum staked, and Ethereum could be inflationary next year. Or we could have a lot more volume and not as much Ethereum staked, and it would be deflationary. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
It feels like they're trying to stabilize it, right? Because like the issuance would dilute, but then they burn off to try and balance it. I'm still trying to.
The theory is that they should correlate together, right? In theory, if there's more traffic on the Ethereum network, there will be more people wanting to essentially stake their Ethereum to contribute in that section because, there's direct incentive. More traffic means more money going to the stakers. Then more money going to the stakers, more people want a slice of that pie, and then the pie goes back to being even.
Bully got rug. Pull him back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I already shot you a DM, Crypto Jesus, but I feel like I need to make some time and circle around with you because there's a couple of conversations I really need to like dig deeper into, and I want to just have a solid model for the way that I can provide utility to the token holders more than anything, right? Because in my opinion, the way
that is the number one.
Yeah, the way I see like this model working well is that the folks that are being onboarded will also be supporting the ecosystem through, whatever initial holdings, and the folks who are like helping support moderating the Discord, holding conversations, all of those people are being allocated token. So they're going to be the real token holders. And I want to make sure that I'm providing some kind of utility for them to gain value through that token. Like I can't pay everybody, salaries up front.
No,
but
Matt.
If I can allocate tokens and make sure that token increases in value, but also has like utility in a way that they can, like I said, stake or whatever that's going to look like. I want to look into it.
And to be honest with you, like a lot of people say cryptocurrencies are pyramid schemes, but that's the thing. Like you want to incentivize pyramid tokenomics, but not in the sense of it being a pyramid scheme. it being a pyramid where there's exponential growth, but you only see exponential growth because that token has some sort of utility or direct value proposition. And I did the same thing for my own project, right? Essentially, where I needed to raise money because obviously I am a college student and I couldn't come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for my audit. And at the same time, I wanted it to be completely decentralized. I didn't want to be giving anyone special equity deals and making rich people richer, right? But I also needed capital. So you got to create a win-win situation. So my win-win situation is, hey, I could raise the capital. At the same time, I can essentially give people a sale of my cryptocurrency at a discounted rate. And then my cryptocurrency has value because of the value it'll have in my ecosystem. It's the governance token. If you own 1% of the supply of my cryptocurrency, that means it's backed by 1% of the total supply of the Ethereum in our vault that we've generated in protocol fees. And it's also 1% of the voting power to implement updates or to create forks on other blockchains or to have front cover artists or whatever you want to do.
Yeah. We're going to talk. We're going to talk because like I said, I feel like these are the knowledge gaps that I've been wanting to circle around to. And it's, it's getting to the point where like I'm about ready to kick this thing off. And I imagine the funds will come in, but I want to know what I'm doing with them once they come in, right? Like I want to be as smart as I can be about how to invest any overages to pour the, like I said, liquidity to hire the few people I need to hire to facilitate the space I'm in. Like right now I'm in a 5,000 square foot space. So I'm going to do this MVP until I hit enough of capital that I can go and get the new building, right?
Yeah. And to be honest, Mac, the best way you can do this is by paying people you want to hire in equity. One, for tax reasons, because it is such a gray zone with like DAOs paying people out. And two, because people are always going to work harder and care more about the outcome of your project when they're involved incentive-wise.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to tokenize it, right? So like the closest thing I can do to that at the moment is giving them the equity in that sense, right? Have that token be governance, have that token be value stored, have that token be as many other things. You know what I'm saying? So that's my goal right now is to figure out what the best model is for doing that, and also like the safest, right? Whatever's going to keep me further away from being a security.
And that's what Ohm is doing, and they're using it as a thing. That's why there's no real value on Ohm. The value on Ohm is what we say it is.
Ohm is interesting. I think Ohm is 2,000% of security. They're just decentralized as fuck, so there's no one to go after.
Again, the only thing I've seen hard fork more than Ohm is Ethereum.
Yeah, well, I got Mr. Jew and a few other people trying to come up. If someone doesn't mind stepping down, I'd really appreciate it.
If you don't mind, I'll give my 2 cents and I'll step down if that's all right.
Of course.
Right,
How's it going?
How's it going, brother? I got a couple buddies in here. I know Bully's the one that invited me in here. But anyways,
Bully's the GOAT.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for having me on. So a couple points. I think I see Chuck down there still, and I just want to mention because I feel like there wasn't enough justice about the difference between OHM and Wonderland. OHM and Wonderland, from a technical standpoint, function similar. Obviously, it's a fork of OHM, but the purpose, the end goal is very different. Danny, which is the person that invented Wonderland, has talked about utilizing Wonderland really as an experiment. So OHM, Olympus's goal is to be a decentralized reserve currency and to build the strongest treasury possible, on the blockchain. Wonderland is an experimental means of using the Olympus method of getting funds and funneling it into Avalanche to do other finance, to offer other finance products on the Avalanche chain, like Popsicle Finance, like, for example, Abracadabra, things of that nature. So people need to understand, like, from a short-term standpoint, they function very similar, but the end goal is different. And they're talking about potentially, there's rumors about a game, about
so much stuff is coming.
I believe it. It's a cool experiment.
His whole white paper on Ohm, Popsicle, and Abracadabra is literally in the white paper. I want to make my holders money. Literally, that's all. They don't have a Kalima, a Ohm. They don't have any of that shit. They just want to make us money. That's it.
And I'll point to Chuck and anyone else that's interested in learning more about Wonderland, because Wonderland, Chuck has said, is a little more cryptic in the information they've given. Like, Obviously, it's still sort of something that's dynamic and ever growing, and it's not quite clear what they're doing. But there's a very concise and thorough interview that Danny gave to Frog Radio. You can find it on YouTube, and that it was like I think 2 hours, and I think it really does a good job of breaking down what he's doing, what his mission is, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Chuck just came up here.
And he's always in the Discord. He literally is in the Discord all the thing, and they're dropping so much information. So he's the only docs member of the team, and the rest of the team is anonymous. But again, he's the head of the team. So it's like,
I
missed his
requesting to come up here too. So if I could have one more person drop down, that would be great.
AJ, I missed that name. He just dropped off. What was the name of that person?
Daniel Siesta.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And the Frog Radio is the interview, and then the last 2 quotes I had before I get dropped down. For you, so since I've been jumping into this, DeFi Frog 3.3 world, one thing that I've been really trying to figure out and wrap my head around, because it seems like one thing that's very, very important, that is basically the driver and the fuel of these, Olympics DAO forks and all these financial products is having community. Like without a community, you don't have anything. Like obviously they're building their power because they're able to leverage when people get together and they work together as a team. So in your guys' mind, taking that into consideration, which blockchains do you think are going to end up on top? Because it seems kind of dumb for me to be able to spread myself super thin. Like there's so much stuff on Phantom. There's things on, there's Hector DAO. There's freaking Spartacus. We got stuff on Avalanche like crazy.
Man,
Snowbank.
AJ, that is such a good question for everyone in here. But I just got to say, like, and VB puts it so well, in a blockchain, you're really looking at 3 different things, and you can only have 2 of these 3 things, or at least 2 done well. And it's low fees, decentralization, and speed. And you got to decide what's most important to you. For me, and I like to think the majority of crypto users, the reason why a lot of people come here in the first place, especially people who really need cryptocurrency, the individuals around the world, the 1 billion plus people who experience a shit ton of corruption and inflation, in some countries like Nigeria, where over 200 million people live there, they've experienced more than 70% inflation since 2008. Zimbabwe, more than 90%. We could never imagine that here. And that is why Nigeria is the second largest market volume-wise for cryptocurrency. So to me, I think the most value in the market and the reason why blockchain technology and things like that are so valuable is, number one, decentralization. The last thing you ever want is any blockchain to go down. But even worse than that, for anyone to be able to hijack or reverse or control any transactions on any blockchain, which is the problem with Solana, for example, right? They control 45% of their nodes in-house. We saw their blockchain go down a few months ago. But what that means is, in theory, if they already control 45%. If they got to that 51%, they could just go and take the soul out of everyone's wallets on their blockchain and send it to their wallet and say, hey, we control 51% of the nodes. We say this is what happens. And that's the majority of nodes are saying that. So, which node do you select? Obviously, they're going to go with the majority, and that's the problem. For me, number one is decentralization, because your level of decentralization is your security. And blockchain is all about creating trustless economies. You don't want to have to trust any individuals, because that's where corruption comes into play. That's where discrimination comes into play. So for me, I value decentralization, but it's always going to be person to person. Some people are willing to sacrifice decentralization for lower fees, which is, in the case you might swing towards Solana. But for me, I am 100% an ETH maxi. When Ethereum goes proof of stake around March of 2022, we're going to see ZK Sync integrate rollups around the same time, which means gas fees are going to be divided by 175. So let's say your average gas fee is, $175. It's going to be about $1 instead, which is huge. That's a big change. And is it $1 versus, let's say, a cent, that much of a difference when you're risking security in decentralization? I think not, but that is up to you, and that's up to everyone in the audience. For me, If you even just look at the blockchains in comparison, 95% of everything is on Ethereum, right? All of DeFi, just about the entirety of the NFT market, everything that we know as culture in the crypto world is based off Ethereum's blockchain. They created smart contracts in 2015. To me, Ethereum is the ultimate go-to, will always be here blockchain no matter what happens. Some of these other blockchains, some people might use them for very specific applications. Maybe they prefer, the speed and low cost for a certain DApp development or an application like Time, Wonderland. It makes more sense for it to be on AVAX, which is cheaper and less decentralized. But the fees is what makes it make more sense because they're always rebasing. They're always interacting with all these contracts. Corpy can interact with it 20 times a day and pay $1 in fees. While on Ethereum, you have that minimum $300 barrier or $100, whatever it is. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. But for me, I'm an Ethereum maxi, and honestly, at the end of the day, that's where layer 2 comes in place, because layer 2, if you use a layer 2 of a layer 1 like Ethereum, you're already backboning off the whole decentralization and security of the Ethereum blockchain, and then you have the scalability on top of that. So me personally, this is not financial advice, but it's a combo of, I love to just build my bag of Ethereum, and then for everything else, I like to look at certain layer 2 protocols that I really like Polygon and Arbitrum.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
What's up, Chuck?
So your earlier comment, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, about the need to continuously stake in Ethereum after all the mining is done, have kind of brought up two more questions for me on Ohm and Time. AJ, thanks a lot for differentiating between the causes, the purposes of both of those. Let's see. So questions were, all right, so if I understood what I've read so far right, it sounds like the market cap has to keep increasing to make the margin calls, the extraction of the value via the margin loans viable. Is that right?
Yeah, but that's one aspect of what you can do the loans. That's just one aspect to it. I just choose to do staking. So again, it's your choice. It's game theory. So you have a choice to do more. You could just leave it. But if you want to compound your interest, and it's your risk level. It's your degen risk level. So I call it my degen risk level. How much risk level do you have?
It's why everyone has 3 in their bio at the end of the day.
And after being around Bully and the rest of them, you'll have no risk value. So
that's the difference between. That's why they have the words. The terms 3 or 9. Right, 9 are the people that are leveraging, but you shouldn't leverage until you are 100%. You're dominating the market. Leveraging is basically
you gotta get that bottom.
Right,
you're gonna get liquidated real quick if you're not doing the right shit when you're leveraging.
Yeah. So that whole aspect of it scares the hell out of me.
Bully calls it getting slurped up.
That happened to me. I'm new to crypto. I tried to leverage some Solana with some of this Samoyed dog coin, and my buddy was showing me how to do it on this website, Francium, and I forgot the name of the website, so I went back and checked a week later, and it was like I got liquidated.
Yeah, because you checked a week later. You're supposed to check a minute later.
Not even Corpy.
You're supposed to not go to sleep with shit.
Refresh. You supposed to refresh your refresh.
You snort a line and you stay the fuck up for a whole week.
Ride that motherfucker.
I know that now. My friend came over and he's like showing me all these DeFi sites, and he's like, "Yeah, you make lots of money. Just do it."
Look, what it's important to remember though, Bully talks about this a lot in our private conversations, is you gotta fucking hedge. You gotta hedge yourself, man. You gotta be covered on spot. You gotta fucking be covered on downs. You gotta short shit if you're gonna be fucking with leverage, because you can't be putting all your whole bag in a fucking one leverage play. You're gonna get Riz-ect, son.
I'm just gonna put it out there, just so you guys know, my portfolio that's in the whole Ohm time sphere is let me look it up. 0.5%. 0.5% of my portfolio is in Ohm time.
So I'm 70%.
Mine is
about 80.
90%.
Oh, I liquidated
Oh my God.
I liquidated my ETH this morning. I have 0.25 ETH left.
You're 25% in
No, I have
time?
0.25 ETH left.
I liquidated it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you're like 100%.
I keep ETH for gas
in.
fees. I told you I'm buying off the floor. I'm waiting to Ethereum $2,000 and I'm buying off the floor.
Oh, you're getting off the floor. Okay, well,
Yeah,
I mean that's
in
a
January.
pretty nice. I mean, bullish shorts are always bullish for me. Like I'm always for bullish shorts. Yeah.
But I'm
I'm familiar with leverage positions and margin calls in stocks, so I'm not surprised to see them here. But this is the first time that anybody's used those same terms. But so given that market cap is so important, what's the difference in the total locked value between time and ohm, and does that have like any influence on your decision on which one you use?
So look, time and ohm is great for this passive income stuff, and it's really like DeFi 2.0 is what it is. Bonds as a service is what they're offering, and there's all kind of other projects that are forking off of that. Not you have ohm is where it started. You have time, Spartacus. You have all and then you even have these other. I heard about one. I actually signed up for a whitelist for an NFT sale they're doing. These guys are doing revenue as a service. Okay, bringing bridging real world assets to these DAOs essentially, and so I'm kind of bullish on that. But that's not to say that this is all incredibly speculative. It's incredibly new. It could all fall apart at any time. You could lose all your fucking money. It could get hacked. It could get rugged. You get all that bullshit, man.
Yeah, just thankfully
Yeah.
Ohm is audited and a lot of these things are forks. Like Ohm literally I've been in this market long enough where every cycle every once in a while I talk about this with someone from fucking at least like 2013, 2016. Every cycle, 2 of the top 10 market cap cryptocurrencies just disappear, like absolutely become worthless. And we're talking billions of dollars becomes worthless, like completely gone. And some people, choose to hodl their bags and, oh, it's a top 10 coin, blah, 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 whatever. It doesn't matter. No, like coins like Olympus can just fade off the map completely and people will not be talking about them next cycle.
I definitely get that. I don't have a single nickel invested in coins, in crypto or NFTs yet. I'm still trying to figure things out.
To answer your question, though, OHM and time are the big two right now. Everything forks off of OHM. If you're trying to decide whether to put into one or the other, split it in half and do half and half.
I think time is better in my opinion because the total locked value on time is $500 million. Ohm, it's about 750 million. Yet time's market cap is 2 billion and Ohm is 3.5 billion. So that makes me more bullish on time in comparison. Like the ratio of market cap to TVL is much better on time.
I would have thought the opposite would be the desirable one. I would have thought you'd want more TVL.
Well, that's the thing. You do want more TVL, but you got to keep in mind.
No, he's looking for legs
too. I'm talking about the market cap because the market cap of time is $2 billion. The market cap of Ohm is 3.5 billion. But time has 500 mil in TVL and Ohm has 750. That's a 1-to-4 ratio for time and a 1-to-5 for Ohm.
I have bad numbers then. Okay, gotcha. I need to keep on looking. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, he wants maximum growth.
Question, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh, thanks. I just want to pick your all's brains on what the value of protocol-owned liquidity is, and as a metric versus TVL, especially when considering Olympus and time.
But that's the assets under management thing again. That's what the more they add to their treasury is what is increase their total value lock. They don't separate it. It's just one thing to them.
So like as a business model though, like if you expand that out and like DeFi grows, which obviously it will, and you create more bond pairs and liquidity pools within the treasury, i.e. more assets under management.
Yep.
That creates just massive revenue for the treasury, right?
Yes.
Doesn't this just scale up? Like it sounds too good, but
literally all you
because
do
if
when
there's
you think of
Olympus, bro.
When you think of Olympus and time,
SushiSwap and UniSwap for like DAI, Frax, and
Yeah,
everything
it's
to
they,
their
they are
native
they are a
token.
market maker as well. They I
yes,
mean,
they make money providing liquidity, right? They are literally
yeah.
just a DeFi hedge fund. That's what you got to think of. Olympus and Time are just DAO hedge funds that are more efficient and have more places to get money to invest from. That's
Yeah.
all it is.
while
Yes. And
selling their their
they
individual
provide
assets.
services. Yeah.
Yeah. And
They,
they're and Time and Olympus are just essentially like shares of this hedge fund. That's all it is, because it's just backed by the equity and their
and they have a
their
lot of
treasury.
it. Yeah.
Oh, they got a lot of
That's
it.
how they can justify paying these crazy APRs. You know, this is something that banks have been doing with our cash deposits forever.
Exactly.
This
Yeah.
is DeFi is handing back the power of CDs to fucking
They
people, man.
they
You
literally
know?
just mixed banks and hedge funds together, completely decentralized, and that is all it is.
And that's
That
why
is
it's going to
all
be
Olympus and Time
sustainable,
is.
because banks have been
Yep.
doing this for hundreds of years. That's why it's really
Yeah.
going to be sustainable.
But
It's
but
literally
look,
just
here's the
like if a hedge fund had all the capital a bank had, all the money that you normally kept in your bank account that the bank loans out on your behalf, except you got all the returns.
yeah,
It's
and you
that's
get
literally all
almost.
it is.
I mean, a lot of banks you don't get any of the return, you know,
Exactly.
and they fucking charge you to have a fucking account. I mean, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous, is what it is. But
And it's there's no risk on defaulting, which is the best part, right? Because
well, I mean, it could go to zero.
oh yeah,
All
the
crypto.
Yeah, I don't
cryptocurrency
know
could,
about
but I'm
that.
talking about these decentralized loans. There's no risk of defaulting on these decentralized loans because everything's secured and guaranteed by these smart contracts. You can't take one out in the first place if you don't meet the parameters of the equation.
And you have to
And
lock collateral.
macro-wise,
You have to lock collateral.
decentralization stabilizes the treasury writ large because it disincentivizes all actors from acting against. I mean, yeah, just like signaling with 3-3.
That's the
But
game
listen,
theory.
it could. I mean, this OHM might not be the one, but here is something that OHM does have going for it over the other forks that I know of, anyways. And the other forks could have done this already, but I remember reading some news on, I think, a Medium article. So the contract that governs the Olympus protocol has been completely turned over to the DAO. Okay, so this thing is literally like, this isn't somebody fucking taking a vote and then fucking doing what the vote says. Shit, this is actually community owned
Yes.
and community operated. So
That's the only
that's one
reason
thing
we
that's
like
really
this
fucking
shit.
cool.
Like, to us, that's what gives it the value to use it in the first place, instead of just maybe dipping some money in it and rugging your capital out right away for a quick flip. No, like the contract for the DAO, like the DAO, which is a smart contract, is owned. The code itself is owned by the DAO. They transferred the ownership of the contract, just like in if you've seen certain NFT collections transfer ownership over their smart contract to another individual. This is transferring the ownership of the contract to the DAO itself. So it doesn't matter what happens. Someone could put a gun to the head of the Olympus DAO creator. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't pull any liquidity out. He couldn't do absolutely anything to the DAO itself. It's completely controlled and managed by the Olympus token holders.
Yes, they are successful. They have done what they set out to do, and the only way that it's going to fail is if somebody gain control of the DAO and do something malicious, or if people.
But that would cost so much. Like, for someone to do that, by the way, it would not be in their
be very
interest financially, because they would have to spend more money in acquiring enough tokens to be able to initiate something malicious in the DAO, where they would lose money in the interaction from how much they would be able to sell in assets and collateral.
That depends upon the protocol's voting system. Proof, some of them use proof of
Do you
life.
know what the
I
threshold
do
is?
believe
Is it
that
like 60%
only
or 70% in favor?
I'm not sure, but the only other reason that OHM would fail would be also lack of confidence. If everybody, just like with any
and
other cryptocurrency.
all of those tokens would have to be unstaked to govern, correct?
Yeah,
All the owned, yeah.
everybody would just have to be a massive fucking sell off. Then you could say it, failed or it's died or whatever. But I think they have a
We
good
talk
thing
so much
going
about
for them.
fucking Ohm, though.
Yeah.
Like Ohm is dope. Ohm is cool, but like it's not that cool. There's so much cooler shit out there. Well,
There's a
all we
lot.
talk about is Ohm
Yeah.
now.
Well, because I think this is like the safest thing that I could probably guide somebody into DeFi, in my opinion.
You think Ohm's the
No,
safest?
Jew.
You think Ohm's the safest, bro?
Come on, bro. That is nowhere near.
On
Like,
the layer, like when
There's no way.
everybody's in here talking about time and all these fucking forks off of Ohm and shit, and it's like, well, Ohm's the safest one in my opinion. Yeah, I mean,
oh yeah,
you could go,
I hear you.
you could go
But I'm
stake
saying,
USDT on
let's go
crypto.com.
away.
You know, I mean, you could do
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean,
You're right. I'm saying let's move away
That's what I
from
thought.
the
Okay.
Ohm forks of the world and the Ohms of the world, and back to more sustainable yield in DeFi, like Strongblock.
Strongblock's
Have any
not
of you heard
sustainable.
of
Strongblock?
DAO?
There's a fucking shield.
Hey, Strongblock is more sustainable than Olympus.
Who all bought Strongblock at the top though?
Not I.
No.
Not I. What's up, Bugsy?
I practically did.
I know somebody's lying.
I'll be honest. I'm everyone's exit liquidity.
Oh man,
That's what I'm talking about. Who else? Speak
hey,
up.
well, you know what you do.
So,
I did.
Strong's at
I bought it at the
667
top.
right.
what
Strong's
else?
at
What else besides
667
Strong do you
right
guys fuck
now.
with? What
Buy
else
it
you got?
again.
What else besides Strong though? Like what else do we have? What else?
Yeah, he's
As
like,
far as
what else?
doing
What else,
some
guys? I'm trying to build.
What
I
else we
will do
got
it right
besides
now.
Ohm and Strong?
You want to
Have
talk
any
about
of
some
you guys?
NFTs?
I was doing some X sushi for a while. Like,
Some
so
sushi.
Dude,
Okay.
sushi.
it pays out
Sushi
every
is
20
good to
seconds.
pick up right now.
Oh, y'all want another one?
This sushi's low.
CJ.
Yo,
What's
I
up,
just got
Joe?
shilled on. I just got shilled on Thor chain today.
Thor
No,
chain.
Thor.
Miss me with
Not Rune. What?
Oh,
What are you gonna
Rune?
say about
Yo,
Rune?
no,
Rune's the shit.
Somebody
Not
Rune
Rune
shill
is
is
the
on it
dope.
for
shit.
me,
Rune is
please.
Hey,
dope.
Rune's the shit.
Rune
Rune's
is
the
the
shit.
shit. Okay, I
Come
do.
on, let's
I
start
do
there,
have
man.
some Rune. I can't confirm, but
Do
I've been
not.
holding it for so fucking long, and it's only done like a 4x.
I don't know. I've been in the room since I was in there.
What's up,
Do
Bugsy?
you hear how spoiled? Hold on, guys.
So
Do you hear how
spoiled.
spoiled this crypto degen
He said
is?
4x.
He only got a 4x.
I only got a 4x, bro.
Guys.
It's not
That's
enough.
Hey,
That's not
no.
enough.
the best
I've
hedge
been
funds in
holding
the
it.
world do 10% a year, bro.
Listen. I've been
When-
holding it since January.
Oh
Oh my god. Oh, that's different. I don't know.
Again,
We
the
discovered,
best hedge, the
Thor
best
talented.
hedge funds in the world do 10% a year. We max that
Go
every
put your
day.
Oh, dude, I want to see this guy put his money in the stock market and
And
just
What is the
cry.
stock market? I don't even know.
Jew.
And what about
No.
Curve?
You know, I
There's a
took all my
stock market.
stocks. I
You
took
can
all my
own
stocks
companies,
into the
dude.
Curve is a
most
shit
degen
too.
shit in
Your
the
favorite
world. I
one.
put all
Curve
my
is a shit
stocks,
too.
everything into Square calls. Everything into Square calls. Absolutely everything.
Square calls.
Now that y'all
Yo,
talking
what's
about
up,
this,
Bugsy?
what do you think Metaverse is going to have to do with their thing? Not sorry to cut you. I'll bring it right back. But were they going to have to ICO the Meta?
No. Who?
I don't know, man.
Zuckerberg.
That's
Are you talking about
centralized, though, right?
Facebook?
Yeah, no, it's
I don't
Meta.
know.
No. They
Talking about
filed.
Facebook?
They filed a
They,
name
they
change.
But how are they going to do tokens when they?
No, they're already listed. They're listed under fucking
No.
Facebook.
I mean, when they're going to have
he's saying
to.
when they
No, Jew. He's saying when they go decentralized-ish and they put out their
Yeah.
if
cryptocurrency
they
as
do.
They're
their
not going to do
token for
that.
If
their
they do,
You
metaverse,
if they
think?
do that, if they do
They're
that,
definitely
They're
gonna
going to
do
go
that.
I
custodial?
think
do
I
that,
think they'll
bro.
definitely do it. They should.
they're
It's a
gonna.
smart move.
I
Yeah,
think
it's a
no, they
smart
went
move.
balls deep into crypto. They're coming out with their own token. I think they're going
That was the
Dude,
first
decentralized.
they're
thing
I
he
think
wanted
forking
to
South
do.
Ohm.
realizes the value,
But what
They're
and I
chain?
about
think
to
they're
But
gonna
fork
on
do.
what?
Ohm.
But on what?
I
I
think
mean,
On the
the question
blockchain,
is how
Nigga, but
decentralized they're
what
gonna
chain?
be.
Yeah, what
on
chain
the
though?
The
Zuckerberg chain.
question.
What chain?
Listen.
He'll make it
They
tomorrow.
can fork whatever blockchain they want and make it as centralized as they want. That's not what matters. The question is how decentralized they're going to make their metaverse cryptocurrency. Are they going to make 20% of the supply stay with Facebook? 30%, 40%? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, we'll
But
see.
that's the question.
Peter
It's
said they
probably
changed
it
their
could
We'll
ticker
be
on
see.
the
another
first.
Solana with VC
100%
money.
for the public.
If they're smart,
Imaginably.
they'll do some cool shit. They'll do some community shit.
All
Nah,
right,
Yo,
he's
you
but
guys
definitely
Bugsy's
not
guys
been
gonna.
waiting
talked
to
about it
talk.
before with
you
like
guys think
Hold
they're
up.
going to sell that? You guys think they're going to sell that? Fucking.
Yep.
You think they're going to sell that coin? That IC? You think they're going to fucking
Yes.
That's
ICO
the
that?
Why
first thing
wouldn't
he
they?
I don't
Why
know.
tried to
wouldn't
do.
they?
I don't
Are
know
we
how
gonna
to
get
do
a
the
meta
ICO.
airdrop?
Okay,
Man, I
Bugsy's
had
up.
to listen, one at a time.
I was just going to ask if you or John could reset the room because you got 200 people in here now, and I started licking windows about 45 minutes ago.
Yo,
What the fuck?
What?
Oh, John, you want to set this one? I feel like John is the best person ever at setting rooms.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. If you're just joining us, my name's John, and next to me is Crypto Jesus. We got Bully up here, and we're just talking DeFi as best we can. Hey guys, it's gotten a little sloppy here, a little sloppy, but so much great information being thrown out there. If you are, like me, and a lot of this sounds like a foreign language, do what you can to get up here. You can even DM some of us up here for clarity, and we'd be happy to get back to you.
Why don't we start dropping some threads or something for people? Because I feel like people out here don't even know what you're talking about. Like people,
Dude,
it'd be easier if you drop some shit. It'd be easier if you guys drop some stuff. Like
I got
I have so much information. Like we need to drop some shit for people to see up here. You can share some tweets. Share some tweets up here. Share some tweets up here.
We've been talking about OHM.
Because bro,
Gap.
You gotta bridge the gap, bro. The knowledge gap is so wide. You gotta bridge it.
Hey guys, I think it would help.
If anybody's gonna do it, you guys gotta do it.
I got it.
Yo, no more stepping on everyone's toes. Let's go one at a time.
Yeah, sorry, I
just had to say that because people are lost out here, and I know they
Look,
are.
I just pinned a tweet for everybody in the room that is interested in the bonds as a service stuff we've been talking about tonight. This guy his name is Green Pill. He posts guides on how to basically use these platforms and get your money staked and earning interest on it. Okay, that's his pin tweet that he always keeps up, and you have OHM at the very beginning. You can see there, and then most of these on here are actually forks. Some of them are not, but he has he has Strong on here. Z20, I like that one. Ice, I kind of like the thought of that in the beginning. I'm not liking so much what I'm seeing now. I was actually thinking about jumping in. I know Corpy is the one that told us about it.
Bro, it's the same thing as Sushi Swap and the same thing as Uni. It's the DEX. If you're in time, it's part of the Ice is the DEX. So Ice is where the liquidity comes from. When you stake Ice, you get 20% of the fees. They're adding Forex trading there. He's adding Forex pairs. He's adding Avalanche pairs, and he's adding a whole bunch of stuff. Abracadabra.
How much is it currently paying you?
That's me? I don't unstake. I don't unstake things at ETH.
Well, what are your earnings?
Me, they haven't. The protocol only relaunched 2 Fridays ago, so they haven't put the staking thing up.
So the Ice machine is on.
Ice machine is on. I'm getting money. I don't know how much money I'm getting. When I unstake,
go look and tell us.
That's funny. That's funny.
That's funny. Hold up. If they're doing FTX pairs, then how are they doing this? Using oracles? Are they centralized? Do you know Corby?
He's doing what does he do? He has what the fuck do they do? They might use Chainlink, but he gets it's automated. I don't know how to
they have to, I guess if it's decentralized, the only thing I could think of that they would use is it would have to be Chainlink oracles.
They use some sort of real time information. It might be the graph or it might be Oracle that they get real time information
for everyone out there that doesn't know what Chainlink does or doesn't know about oracles. Essentially, they are an oracle provider. What that means is they take data and make it so you can read that data on the blockchain so you can use it in your smart contracts. So essentially, they can take real world data like time is a really popular one, probably the most used metric, like real world time, like on your fucking clock, and put that into the blockchain, because the only way to tell time on the blockchain is a rough estimate based on the number of blocks, which is not exact. So there's an example right there. Time is a metric that people use Chainlink's oracles to import into their code because they want something to maybe release at an exact time. Other metrics could be something like these FTX pairings. So essentially, the oracle is able to connect doing 3x calls or 3x puts or whatever it is on certain cryptocurrency pairings through FTX by backing it in essentially a smart contract with the same assets locked. But that's a quick summary.
I think he uses matter of fact, they use UniSwap volume 3.
Oh, so it's just concentrated liquidity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So while we're talking about oracles, though, I'm like so incredibly bullish on Oracle services.
Oh, I know, right? I can't stop buying Chainlink.
He just explained that.
Well, I have kind of the opposite opinion on where I think Oracle services are going and what I think they will eventually provide in the real world when we see mass adoption.
Before you say this, though, Drew, did you see Chainlink's recent software integration where they now make it so centralized data providers in the real world can get paid an additional revenue stream by selling their data to different blockchains?
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that crazy? That made me, and that's Chainlink.
I think
only.
It is
Chainlink only. That made me so bullish. I started snatching up Chainlink when that came out.
Listen, I'm not saying you're not going to make money on Chainlink. I think you definitely are going to make money on Chainlink, but long scope of things, and it's hard to do in the crypto world. And somebody was just complaining about having to hold a coin for January for fucking 4x, right? And we all kind of feel that too. It's like we like to see those pops and those runs, but on a very, very long scope, where I see Oracle services going eventually is, if we can get banking, the first world would have to adopt cryptocurrency. They would most likely release their own coins, right? Like the US dollar coin or whatever.
The US government's already developed their own.
There you go.
It's not out yet.
There you go. Venezuela did one back in 2018 based on the dollar as a hedge, or not the dollar, a barrel of oil. But and you have some more doing it. And so 20, 30 years, maybe 5 years, who knows? One day a smart contract will be your will. And when you die, your assets will be divided up. Your mortgage or your house deed will be an NFT, and it'll go to who you want to. And these smart contracts will use Oracle services to verify that information so that, assets aren't being spread around willy-nilly
Yeah.
So, but I firmly believe that Chainlink will not be the one to do that. I don't think that any crypto that's out there will be the one to do that. I think that you will see government services like register of death certificates and, or maybe the IRS, deed recorders and county courthouses for chains of title, things like that will be on the blockchain.
I could see Chainlink just taking over as an aggregator of oracles at that point. Then,
yeah,
I think it'll be a government
disagree
chain.
with that completely. I think Chainlink is eventually going to die, and this is the reason why. I do love it now. I love it for the next 5 years, maybe even next 10 years. That depends. But I think all these Oracle services are going to die, and I'll tell you why. Because I was reading a recent VB article, and he came up with this idea essentially where he could create a protocol standard where it allows you to own your own wallet address like you normally would, and then you can select family members to essentially be like children addresses that have the ability to take control over your wallet address. Now, the way this would work is essentially I could pick 3 trusted family members. Let's say it's Bully, Mech, and John, right? And let's say I die. Yeah. But anyway, the way it works instead is essentially if 2/3 of them, let's say Bully and Mech, said I was dead, or John, Bully, and Mech, the majority, said I was dead, they triggered this call, and essentially I can set the time lock. But let's say it's a month. So I have 1 month to respond in my wallet address, the one that they're trying to claim ownership over. And if I don't respond in 1 month, it's assumed I'm dead. But if I'm still alive and they're trying to take over the contents of my wallet, I can be like, no, fuck you, I'm still alive, and decline it. So I thought that was an amazing idea, and it uses proof of humanity instead of taking the word of governments to prove if humans are dead or alive, right? Because obviously my close family members will know if I'm deceased or alive, and if I'm deceased, they're going to trigger this interaction, which is completely on chain.
Bro,
that's great for that use case, and I like that a lot. But you're still gonna have to link other real world data onto the blockchain.
I think everything will be validated by proof of humanity like that one day. Obviously, we are in such an infant stage where we have yet to have the exact answers of how we're going to do everything. But we're just in such a light bulb stage right now. Nothing has come out yet. There's very little
blockchain and Web3 innovation out there right now and look at everything we have at the same time. That will come. It may not be present at the moment.
I mean, I think we're on the precipice of the fucking, the renaissance, the Web3 and, smart contract renaissance, if you want to.
Dude, name a better time to be alive. For real.
But
I feel so blessed to be alive right now.
I think
I feel
think
the
so
same
much.
way. This is the time to be alive right now.
Who jumped on those helium routers? What's up?
Can I pivot and ask a question about kind of the inverse? The value of data generated on the blockchain and services like Graph Protocol in querying and delegating that data, i.e. getting it off the chain or in more usable formats, and how that as a service could grow?
I think that will be more of a back end thing, not off chain, still on chain, but the way you package it to make it more user friendly, where people don't necessarily have to interact with anything, and it's as easy as opening up a Twitter space or sending out a tweet or doing an Instagram story. It will get to that level of user friendliness one day, and everything we do in a normal interaction in the DeFi space will all be on the back end. It's just a matter of time. And I think all the value exists on chain. For me, it's about moving off chain data on chain.
I actually did have a question about that too.
But I see where he's kind of going with this though. What kind of are you talking about? Like extracting metrics? What exactly?
I'm saying let's talk let's say Ohm. Let's say I make an amazing dashboard for Ohm and want to monetize it, and I created a subgraph for it, and then y'all go and delegate a bunch of graph GRT tokens to me, and then because I think it works on a bonding curve, so the earlier you are, the more you'll receive in recipients as more people use that dashboard or that subgraph for whatever they want, just to view it or to integrate it with their DApp, and then. Yeah,
that's kind of genius. So I kind of thinking about that too, because as we know, data is oil. Data is oil. That's Facebook's whole business model is data, and I feel like they're only opening the metaverse to get more data, regardless of what they say, regardless of what they're doing. So what you said is kind of, I feel like that's what the model would be of selling data, as long as we approve it.
I think the idea is at the same time too that centralized space will eventually just come in and buy things off the decentralized space. So your whatever you've created that you've gotten paid these tokens for, I think we're going to see a lot of centralized providers just come into the space and literally just purchase these things in ETH or in Quant or whatever other tokens as an entity to use it, because most of this stuff is already just tech on chain that they would only see value in using on chain. Anything otherwise, that's where you get back to the whole Chainlink thing, right? Because now they've created a way to create a new revenue stream for centralized data providers to make money by selling their data to blockchains. Well, it goes both ways. These blockchains could sell their data back to these centralized companies, but the blockchain data is public. I'm not really sure.
That's such a good point, because you think about Ethereum, it's like a city, right? And if it was an IRL city, there would be laws and regulations around what certain private companies can and can't own. You wouldn't have Facebook owning the sewage system. You wouldn't have Facebook owning every road within that city. And this is a case where regulation can work in our favor and against us. A lot of people are fighting against regulations, but we need to work with the regulators to some extent as well, because we don't want the likes of Facebook or big centralized entities coming in and buying up everything while there's no legislation to stop them from doing it.
Yep, facts. Fuck Facebook, facts.
That's how you end up with a Disneyland. That's how you end up with a Disneyland instead of a New York City full of diversity.
I'm sorry, but I'm bullish on Meta. I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm bullish on Meta. I watched that Mark Zuckerberg Gary Vee interview. Mark is a fucking alien. Man. Don't get me wrong, but I'm bullish.
Mark was actually a human in that interview. I rated that interview a lot.
That's crazy.
K9, what's up?
I'm bullish on Meta too. I got an Oculus headset. I fuck with them.
Yo, everybody. Just a quick comment about this. I don't understand if we enjoy decentralization and DEXs and the freedom that that allows. Why be bullish on an entity that has made money selling your information without your permission? Billions of dollars. Somebody just said data is oil. Billions of dollars on your information that you did not authorize or give permission for, or you did not paying attention to what the terms and services and privacy agreements are, so you just click it and go on. You want to be, I don't understand how you could be bullish on something like that. The only reason I'm bullish on it is because there's money involved and other people are bullish on it, and so they're going to make me money. But as far as
but that's the thing. It's
like,
$1 trillion.
The data drives
Ethereum.
automation. I mean, why not be bullish on it? I don't understand why not. It makes everything more
It's
convenient
$1
and
trillion
easier.
company coming
I don't
into a
understand why not.
$2.9 trillion industry. A whole that's 1/3 of the entire market cap of the entire crypto sector as a whole. 1/3 of its entire market cap, more than that, just came into the space. I don't know how it could not be bullish, considering they went balls deep into the space. Now I'm waiting. What I'm waiting to see, what I was talking about earlier, is how decentralized Facebook wants to be. If they're going to keep 20% of their cryptocurrency, 10%, 50%, whatever it is, that's really going to be the factor at the end of the day that decides if they're selling your data or if they're tokenizing and giving you money to tweet and retweet or post pictures or do likes or whatever the hell you want to do.
They have not ever, and because that's where they got their money from you, everyone.
Yeah, but there's more
platform.
money to be made. There's more money to be made.
Yeah,
in
you think we're gonna get it?
I think it's important to
our data's already
that.
being. What can we do? We can't do. What are we supposed to do though about all this? Like, what are we supposed to do? We can't go back. Like,
I can't stop Facebook.
We can't stop this. None of us. All of our data is already stolen. All of our data.
Yeah, you can.
We gotta ride the wave.
You can,
and go
right?
further and do better things with it.
What it is that people have that same thought that you have.
This data gives nobody
went
to
better insight in it.
My problem is, what do you guys think what do you think Meta's gonna be? Is like people expect it to be like Ready Player One or some shit, and honestly, it's like,
well, that's how they're selling. First of all,
it's just gonna be like some like space where you go host shit NFTs and shit like that, or play games.
I mean,
that's how
the thing is, people have already rolled over and showed their belly, right?
I'm
trying to
what
get
can
Mr.
we do?
Jew up
What
here.
can we do?
Does someone mind stepping down?
Nope.
Got it.
Nobody wants to
say, look, I think there's no right or wrong answer in terms of centralized versus decentralized. If you have a city, right, there has to be some element of centralization. There has to be some element of public goods provided by some sort of entity. The problem,
I think
the problem is, like, you need schools, you need hospitals, you need people to have.
But it can be elected by the decentralized entity, right?
Right.
And it can be replaced by the decentralized entity.
So there's definitely a debate to be had. It's not quite as clear as saying yay or nay or bullish or not bullish. I just don't think it's as quite as black and white as people want this to be. There's definitely a discussion to be had. But in the same way that we wouldn't want the government interfering with every aspect of our lives, we don't want Facebook to be interfering with every aspect of our lives.
For that.
And that's the problem with Facebook, is that they have the actual skills and the experience and the know-how to actually do that, which is the worry.
This is my issue with Facebook. It's if you had a friend who was in an abusive relationship, you don't convince them to stick around and wait for them to do better. You tell them to leave. We already know how they exploit. We are very aware, right? So my issue is there's no accountability there. No one's going to be able to force them to do anything that we already know they aren't capable of, right? Like, so neither here nor there. But Marion asked the question, what do we do? As if our hands are tied. We're in a decentralized system right now, right? These Web 2 solutions that we rely on right now are not necessary. We're choosing to be here. We can be in Discords. And honestly, what I'm using is decentralized. I'm not even using Discord. I have a grant from Unlock Protocol to build token integration and automation in Element, which is a decentralized open source alternative to Discord because I don't want to be a part of a centralized system that can be bought out, that can be hacked, that has millions of people trying to spam. Where they can be taken advantage of out the gate just for being there. So my thought process is if you don't need the intermediary here, you don't need OpenSea. They're a $10 billion valuation because they take 2.5% from every transaction. Do you have to use OpenSea? Absolutely not. Half of us here are smart enough to know we can build our own marketplaces. You don't need a verification check.
But Mac, I like I like the angle you're
Please let
coming
me
from.
finish my thought.
Go ahead.
You don't have to rely on a verification check if the people who care about you and want to support you are buying directly from your website. It's a choice that we're making to be part of these systems. So when you say, what can we do? Stop relying on the intermediaries that do not have a requirement to operate in these systems. We have all of the answers we need, but we're not making those choices.
Some people aren't making those choices.
As a whole, I'm saying.
Yeah. Mac, have you finished your thought?
I finished my thought.
Okay, all I would say is that I think the NFT space is light years ahead of where it would be had OpenSea not been here in the first place.
I'm not arguing that, though. I'm not arguing that OpenSea is not useful. I'm saying it's not necessary.
It's not necessary, but it's been a really strong catalyst in the NFT movement. And compared to other
there's been so many catalysts.
Listen, here's the thing. OpenSea positioned itself well because everybody else was so early and not ready to take the influx of people that wanted to mint. So there were garden walls on every other marketplace. I've been in this space since last December. I'm very aware of how it operates. But what I'm saying to you is that OpenSea is not necessary. We all choose to use it because it's easy. We're so used to being spoon-fed. What am I saying? Spoon fed. My brain. Yes. Spoon fed and given fish. Agree. Right? Like we don't come from. How about this? Do you know how to catch and kill your own food? Right? Like we come from systems that provide us with conveniences. This is the largest convenience that we have in this space, and so people rely on it. Now, when you have people who are coming into the space, being onboarded from a headline that says somebody sold a JPEG for $2 million, they come into the space and they go, how do I get in? Go to OpenSea, right? This is why we're dependent on them is because we're not taking the time to get smart about how the space works to be able to be autonomous. It's not to say that this space does not provide the capacity for that. You have every single thing. You can mint for free, lazy mint, not pay commissions. You can mint to Raribles back in. If you mint to their API, you can split your royalties. You can't do that in the front end. But if you're smart enough to take the time to understand how these systems work, you have everything you need to be autonomous. So when you say, what can we do? Don't be lazy is what we can do. We can educate.
Do more.
Which is why I'm I'm bullish as fuck on education because guess what? If you get smarter and you share that information, everybody gets a little bit smarter. And eventually you get to the point where you have people who can operate in these spaces and keep money in their pockets that would otherwise go to these intermediaries that are not necessary.
Facts. And while you saying all that, we got to start sharing some more tweets like I was saying earlier. People got to be able to read this shit somewhere. We need people to read. People got to be able to learn somewhere. So
right, but this is the the learning, right? See how it happens.
The gap got to be bridged somehow.
It happens in these small little pockets and these small little conversations, and I'm like, this was the question I get every day. Where can I go to learn? And there's no one place that I can point people to that has a comprehensive breakdown, which is why I have to.
We got Rabbit Hole. There's a few different Coinbase. There's a few different little places where you can learn different things about crypto.
Listen, I'm not saying the information's not there. I'm saying they're not comprehensive, right? Because you go to Rabbit Hole, what part of the hole is it going to show you? You can go do crypto.
Exactly.
Go to CryptoZones.
It's so wide.
It's going to show you everything you need to know about how to start writing Solidity contracts, but it doesn't tell you how to use any other part of the whole. You get what I'm saying? So it's like there are good resources for 1, 2, 3 little pieces that you have to then put together. So what I'm saying is a comprehensive resource that gives you modules for each individual part of the whole, and then you can dive.
You got it. I get you. Yeah, I get it.
Can I just say something real quick?
Suggesting that, are you happy with a situation where OpenSea exists, for example, just using OpenSea again, where OpenSea exists, but there are, of course, other alternatives outside of OpenSea where people who have the technical know-how can exchange products and services? Is that how you see it, or are you completely anti OpenSea?
I'm not anti anything. It's not a either or situation for me. It's an and. All I'm saying is that I need to see more of what makes people have access to being autonomous. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like in these small little pockets, it's small conversations between people who are talking, like deep level understandings of certain aspects. But when someone comes into this space, where do they go? They got to find that room. There's no location. Like you can go read the OpenSea Bible. It's not going to tell you how to operate in this space. Really, it's going to tell you how to function using OpenSea. You get what I'm saying? So it's like my thing is, I see where we are, and it's cool, and I'm fine with it. But it needs to be better, and we need to be smarter, because what's going to happen is you're going to continue to have people coming in as market makers, and they're not going to see the full capacity of what this space provides to them. They're coming in from OpenSea with ETH in their wallets already, with the idea that they're going to just flip JPEGs. And I'm like, yo, what is it going to look like when PTA moms learn how to form a DAO? No more big sales, no more bullshit efforts to do the things that we could be doing at large scale. So my thing is, how do I, in a really concise way, focus on being an independent artist and having, a career in this space, but also break that down so that folks who see me doing well understand how I do well, understand the parts of the whole. And for me, it's creating, an academy that breaks down in modules like, okay, here's a section on tokenomics, here's a section on DAOs, here's a section on smart contracts, here's a section on, and then you have a holistic view of all the parts,
I
and
have
not
resources.
necessarily.
I have resources for that too, though.
I know, but I'm saying not to say that like
They got to
what
put
I
it
want to.
together. Like I have a lot of resources, but you got to put it together, like
This is what
yourself.
this
Nobody's
is
gonna
what I'm
teach
trying to
you.
do. I'm trying to put it all in one place, and I'm not trying to
I get that.
teach.
Yeah, you're trying to aggregate it all together.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Aggregate it. I'm not trying to write it, and I'm not trying to teach it yet. Right? It's just get it in one place and let everybody see what the parts are, so they can self-identify. Because a lot of people want to be in the space and don't make art, and they don't code, and they think they can't participate. They think all they can do is flip a JPEG. And it's like, guess what? We need marketers to help, promote the projects for the artists who don't like to speak up for themselves or don't know how yet. Right? We need people to moderate the conversations that happen in Discord and support the education of the people so that they know how to support the artist who needs the support. Like all of these parts have roles in them. When you form a DAO, you got treasury, you got, you know what I mean? You got all these different aspects. And my thing is I want to just lay it out. I want
Y'all
everybody
talk about the NFTs and the the market making and the that's one thing people are really looking for when they're getting into the NFTs, because they're hearing about these JPEGs that have been flipped, so you say, and that's something that places like Rarible and OpenSea and Foundation, they all provide
that's how they
a
capitalize.
user base
Right.
to where you can list your NFT. In an ideal world, you would list your NFT one time on a decentralized website, and it'd show up on all these platforms, and you can use whichever one you want. But that'll all come in time, right?
It
And
will, but somebody's got to do that work. That's my
well,
issue,
hell,
right? I don't see it as
Yes.
that.
Crypto
Yes,
Jesus
yes, and
they're
yes.
actually going to be doing a liquidity pool for NFTs on the Solon
Listen, I'm
project,
not here
right?
to jab at anybody. I'm not saying nobody's doing the work. I'm saying I want to see more of holistic viewpoints, because everybody's doing their little part, right? I'm not saying no one's doing the work. I'm saying I don't see a place that I point people to, because I get this question every day. I start talking about one subject or two subjects, and they're like, well, where do I go to learn more about this and that? And I'm like, I don't even know where to point people. And so I decided that I would create a resource so that I'd have a place to point people to. And really,
Well,
that's
that's
all
a
I
large
started
part of
doing.
that problem is because the crypto user base is so small, and as it becomes more mainstream, you'll have more educational resources out there. And
Because
hey,
somebody
we're early.
somebody
You could be
creates it.
one of
You'll have
Guys,
you could be the creator.
do
That's
a
what I'm
page
saying.
shill.
Yeah.
I want to do a page shill real quick. Binance pays me, so go to Binance Academy if you want to learn more about development. And no, I'm just fucking with you. But actually, though, Binance Academy is a great resource. If
Yeah.
Binance was paying me, I'd be in a different spot right now. But Binance Academy is lit. A lot of their articles also have videos attached, like really well done, like drawn out, explain your videos. If you want to learn about terminology that you hear, like what is DeFi, what is decentralization, what is a DAO, what is impermanent loss or IL, all these things, right on Binance Academy's website. It's a great resource. I highly recommend it.
Also, the Define is very, very good for DeFi. And I would also say that CoinDesk has got loads of
yes. And
sick
Bankless.
parts.
Yeah, and I
John
think,
Tibbs introduced me to Bankless.
The only thing with Bankless, I think the problem generally throughout this whole industry is that there's different tiers of understanding, right? Like Bankless, if I recommended Bankless to a day one dude right now, he'd be overwhelmed. And I think this is the problem with creating this idea of one centralized education system, unless it's